You are my ecstasy. When you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around. You are my ecstasy. When you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the the sky. Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around. You are my. You are my. You are my. Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around. You are my ecstasy. When you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Girl, you got me. Girl, we be sorry rolling. Like, oh. You took all my love like you stole it. Got me like, whoa, yeah, whoa. You are my. You are my. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around. You are my. You are my ecstasy. When you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Couldn't come in, could be sorry rolling. Like whoa, you took all my love like it's stolen. Got me like whoa, yeah, whoa. You are my, you are my, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around. You are my, you are my, you are my, every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around. You are my ecstasy.
And here we are, everyone. Welcome to the playoffs of this open division here on IGLeague. Of course, we have a lot of gameplay to be watched and observed to us today. First off, we're going to be starting off with Acacia versus Lionhearts. My name is Edu, and I am joined by my wonderful co-caster, Soren. Soren, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. I'm really looking forward to this game. Acacia, a team who's been in the divisions, has been really working hard, has been putting some great performances. So I'm not surprised we're seeing them here in playoffs. And I'm really excited for Lionheart. I believe one of our old Skybell series winners here at IGL. So a long history here in this tournament. And even though they took a forfeit in the first week, they've still found their way in the playoffs. So I am expecting a really good match here. Two top level teams duking it out to go into the next round. I'm really excited.
Yeah, and speaking of those rounds, there's a lot of information. If you guys want to check out that bracket, there is a Wikipedia page if you want to access that. But of course, the bracket is also going to be publicly available at Battlefy. So make sure to do !bracket to get in on that, because there's a lot of games going on early off in this season. Let's talk about the teams who made it. We had Handsome Jits, Monarch Esports, Munchkins, UCSC Gold, Acacia, of course, with Lionheart, of course, Team Fish Taco, and Final Form. So lots of teams that we have seen been battling it out the entire time in those open divisions, making sure that they get their seat in here. But obviously, with all of these 8 teams now ready to go, we have a lot of gameplay to be watching over the course of the next few days here, but we're going to be opening it up with 3 best of 3s starting today, and today's best of 3 is going to start on the maps of Ascent, Haven, and Fracture. So with that in mind, let's jump into these games and get ready to actually have some fun, because we're first going to be jumping onto Ascent. Now, Soren, Ascent,
Yes.
we have a history. We
Yeah.
love doing a lot of Ascent here. Overtime and Ascent just seems to go hand in hand.
Yeah, absolutely. I think our record, it's tied. Unfortunately, the second one was not on Ascent, but we have gone to quintuple overtime here on Ascent. So a little bit of a brutal map for us. But, I mean, it's not that surprising. Ascent has been one of the longest lasting maps in the pool. I think it was the first map that was released after the beta, if I remember correctly. So it's been around for a while. At some points it actually has felt kind of like a solved map. The agent pool, while it can be very wide, it's still pretty narrow in all aspects, because while you can play picks like Phoenix, who can get a little bit of extra value, most of the times we're going to see the KO, we're going to see the Sova, we're probably going to see an Omen. Maybe sometimes we see a Viper paired if they want to go for a double controller, but that's very rare. So again, it's an old map. We're expecting to see a lot of similar picks, and here we go. We're immediately seeing it. We're seeing the Jet pickups. We're seeing the KJ rather than the Chamber after Chamber died in the last year. We're seeing the KOs. It's here we go. Mirror matchup all the way across the board. Not that surprised.
Yeah, not really surprising here, but what is surprising is that these guys are going to be taking their time locking in. Honestly, I would think that at this stage of the game, they would know exactly what they want to pick, who's going to be picking what. Watching Vons and Drios on KO and Killjoy is pretty nice. So seeing them in this game, Acacia is going to be bringing some heat, but Lionheart, they're a team that knows how to take that heat and throw it back in their face. Redify on Omen this time. So we got, of course, mirrored matchups, but it's about who's on each agent. A lot of these players have bounced between whether or not they're duelists, controllers, initiators. So having the right person on the right agent sometimes matters even more. And at this stage in the game, I think we are going to be seeing the best of the best. I know Drio has been previously on some control agents, flexing the control and the sentinel at the same time. So I don't know. I think it really just comes down to how you default and how you take this cake here. But with the best kind of team comp you can bring to Ascent, I need to see who's going to ascend into the next part of this bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. And kind of just piggybacking off of what you said, I do believe it is going to come down to the individual players. Killjoy, especially, that agent is so strong in the current meta, really just taking the role that Chamber used to hold as the most dominant Sentinel and probably one of the most dominant in the game. So it's really going to be back off of their play. And Milkshake immediately finding a 2K through an aggressive push through B. That's immediately going to put this into a 3v5 situation.
Yeah, they're already going to be able to whittle those HPs down, and that's a decent attempt. But look at this. It's pizza, and there's a pizza party going on, but who's bringing the pie as everybody is going to die up in mid, but Crucial's taking out big, grabbing DJ, looking for another. It's Vons. Yet a double down, and that is defense taking it pretty handedly, only losing the 2 players that were situated in mid and market. So with that being said, it's a pretty rough start already off the bat, but with, of course, us following our wonderful observer and producer of the day, Hydra, we got to be looking at the best kind of gameplay. And honestly, lots of Bulldogs, SMGs, and even a Marshall coming out here for the defense. So I just hope that they can really pop off.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm actually kind of surprised that we didn't see any pickups for any Stingers or even a Frenzy or a Sheriff on the side of Lionheart. Though I'm not that surprised as well, seeing as that last attack was quite disjointed. I would be fully expecting them to maybe hope to find one here at most and just go into the next round with a full buy.
Hoping to find one, and unfortunately, it is going to be DJ who is that one. Milkshake rushing it down, actually gets gunned down pretty handily there, and that is a Bulldog on the ground for Stovey to pick up, but Defense still pretty happy. Acacia is doing exactly what they need to do to just plant their seedlings in this game and slowly take it back. But it's the bonus. You lost some players. We should expect to see a bonus round buys, but already rifles are actually going to be in their hands with some of these players really just needing to pick up the pace here for the side of attack. But I'm looking at players like Redify, 2 away from that ultimate, can get into a nice position and maybe some flanks, but the buys coming out from attack, very scuffed so far. Or defense.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's scuffed to say the least, especially seeing as they brought 2 Bulldogs into that last round and they were only able to keep 1. That aggressive push into tiles, maybe a little bit unnecessary, maybe cost them a little bit of extra firepower here, but it doesn't really all that matter. This is a round we expect to see them come out the losing side, especially seeing as we are seeing the full buy of the Vandals and the Phantoms coming out from Lionheart. And despite what we saw, the very aggressive style that we saw in the last 2 from Lionheart, that push through mid and that attempt to at least push through tiles last round is actually being exposed by the default now. Very slow poking and prodding. They've shown some pressure towards A. They've shown towards mid, but now it looks like it's going to be a full assault into B, and the defense is just going to have to be pushed back because they can't really find a means to get into this site yet.
Yeah, you can tell that they're struggling to push onto the site, but I love the position that we have from attackers, splitting off, searching for clues, looking for anybody mark it. Unfortunately, nothing quite yet, but it's Redify to open it up with first blood, as we kind of expected from how they've been performing so far. With shock darts like that doing a lot of damage, and the info is being gathered, but you might have all the info in the world, but if you don't have the aim to back it up, you're just going to get gunned down by players like Jaden and Crucial. A flawless round from attackers. That's what having a rifle diff in a mirrored matchup really leads to. So let's see how both teams do now that both teams have those long range guns in hand.
And that's actually a very scary sight to see on the side of Acacia, seeing as even though they had that rifle disadvantage, we were expecting them to get pushed back. But the very scary part was how well Lionheart held that site. They took so much space there, slightly off the back knowing that they had the gun advantage. But if they get into a position like that again, even though multiple of them, gave away their positionings early, so they knew there was someone sitting on top of stairs, there were so many crossfires set up and there was so much space taking that any time that Acacia tried to push through themselves, they were just mowed down. If Lionheart can get into a similar position, even with a buy round versus buy round, it could be very scary for Acacia. But that opening pick does bring them into a pretty good spot.
Yeah, opening pick and opening heads. Milkshake going in with a nice clean shot. Ready to do it again, though. It's going to be Jaden trying to get that info. The Owl drones kiss on the way into the site, but it's the Odin in the hands of this player that is gunning people down, doing a lot of damage, and attack is already not looking too good when they're facing off against real rifles and not just a bonus round. 2 players down, information to be gathered, and if they get spotted, it's death incarnate. One taking a bunch of DPS, and there is DJ from mid cleaning up whatever that Odin managed to tickle.
Yeah, absolutely. There was a lot of damage done to the defense as well. This was actually probably a winnable situation if they played their cards right, but especially after that pick from DJ in mid, I think it's just a matter of saving. Rossi probably just wants to play a little close to home and see if they can possibly scrape by and save this rifle, much like their friend Crucial.
Yeah. Saving that rifle. It's a 2v2 or 2v5 actually, and these 2 players are gonna have to put their guns in a ziplock and walk away. But there's the Odin, and that's the spray. It's just the deadliest gun on Ascent. We've seen it for the past year, really just coming up big there, and no one gets to save any weapons. This is not looking too hot for Lionheart.
No, that's the exact opposite of what they wanted to. I do think Trios probably, or excuse me, not Trios, that's the wrong Killjoy. Rossi should have done something to try to get themselves across and into a safer position. There was 2 of them. They could have probably backed themselves up and got them into a little bit of a safer area. But unfortunately, there's just too much firepower between the Op and the Odin. And again, this is just one of those things where this is a pretty solved map, and honestly, there are so many different set plays with that operator, that Odin, that trying to push into somewhere like B main, where you can hear the Odin in the distance, makes it so difficult, and you know you're going to expect an Op here in mid.
You can expect that op, but it looks like DJ is not going to expect the push up with these guys now going down over by Cat. That's a big pick, but they're going to take the advantage of not having to worry about the Cat flank and instead wanting to take into Pizza, giving up some information based on that Killjoy setups. But no matter how the setup is, let's see how they can do it. What a spray. The Odin and Drios able to cook each other together and murder poor Furbo. Drios still sitting on site, has to just play it patiently in Boathouse, waiting for something, grabs the bomb down. It will get spotted, but that you can't wall bang. However, you can just push out and spray it down with the Odin. The bomb is now going to get planted, and it's a 3 versus 2. And these two defenders have to retake it with very little util remaining. They're going to make the best of it, as I think they honestly can.
Oh, they do spot the KJ Molly, or Trip, excuse me, which is really nice. But like you said, there's not a lot of util left on them. They're going to use this flash almost immediately off the rip, and they're going to have to find value here very early into this take.
Oh,
just like that.
Value.
One enemy remaining.
Close left. Doesn't see it. He TP's on a site, but not the greatest of plays, and unfortunately teleports into his demise as attackers desperately needed that round. It was a quite expensive one at that, with them slowly getting taken back here, but obviously defense is still going to be forcing up, even a op in their hands, but no full armor. But do you really need full armor if everybody's got a Vandal or an Odin? That's the question. Let's find the answer as the time will tell. But Soren, I'm looking at the ultimates here. The economy of ults definitely favoring defense so far.
Yeah, absolutely, which is very scary because, again, the defense, even though they were a little bit taken aback that round, are still in a very fine financial position, still with the Ops, still with the Odin, and pairing that with the Blade Storm, with the Into the Shadows from the Omen, and the No Command makes this a very dangerous side to push into, especially as they can hear that Odin being utilized over on B yet again. It makes this very, very sketchy, especially seeing as they don't even have a chance at playing for a post plant with the Hunter Shuri not online yet for the Sova, the attack side. So very, very tricky. They're going to have to play around those ultimates, but it's going to be a little bit of a tough task, and it looks like they're going to favor a very aggressive 5-stack into A, but that ultimate from the Omen is not going to get the flank, but it's going to get so much information. I think spotting all 5 there in A main.
Yeah, spawning them out, but they don't really take too much damage. Attack able to take this site relatively free, cooking through their way all the way past all the util, but the Odin, that's looking for damage. We do have the lineup to try to do more, and the shock dart will be able to connect on a Furbo, but these guys, they need to start being in sync. It looks like everybody's shooting everywhere but where the enemies are, and Furbo's taking advantage of that, grabbing Drios down, and here's the push with the op, but it's a massacre down Main Street as Furbo is gonna absolutely melt them, and that is a round that defense cannot lose, but did dramatically.
Absolutely. They also invested an ultimate into that round. They had all the information. Maybe they didn't get the rotation off in time, but they had all the information. There was a 5-stack. They didn't have to worry about, playing around the flank. So I don't know what the real thinking was. They're pushing out through the entirety of Heaven and A. Very, very risky, especially when you know this is a full buy round. That Phantom can just mow them down. Even if they don't have an Odin, that Phantom can still do so much damage. DJ, though, looking to play very aggressive in mid and finds one immediately.
Finds one, but gives up 2. That's what happens when you try to face one-on-one against Lionheart. They know how to punish the people that are a little bit too brave, but bravery is not what wins games. Aim is, and unfortunately the aim is lacking for the side of the defense right now, and they can't really aim too well if they are going to be having to aim duel Sheriff versus Vandal. Case in point, Redify grabbing one, and it is over. But at least they got one person on that rotate.
Yeah, absolute massacre. I think they only really saw 2 or 3 of them on the defense. They were able to shoot the other 2 or 3 through walls and get the kills. The Killjoy setup I really liked on A, except for the fact that they were in a very vulnerable position. They had the perfect setup where if they were pushed through switch, they could probably find 1 or 2 off of a swing. But when you're already down 5-3, 5-2, it makes a very tricky situation. And putting yourself behind the box is not the best situation to be in. And it looks like Reinhardt are actually just keeping the same strategy. Why change what's not broke? As there's a very aggressive 5-man push. They're also investing into the null command, excuse me, and that's actually going to push the entirety of the defense off. Though they are expecting a push through switch, so there is a 3 or 4 stack over, waiting for this attack to be a little bit too aggressive here.
Yeah, and that aggression is unfortunately going to pay off. Double kill down. They do have defense. Killjoy popping the lockdown to lock him out of this A site. But with players like Drios also being able to grab one, that is another one down for DJ. But no lockdown anymore. And Rossi is able to really hold that down. So let's see if this player can keep it going. Rosie just needs to find another pick just like that. Defense 2v3. They're inching their way towards it, but the post plant is immaculate coming out from Lionheart here, playing around, playing with time. And that is going to be a very aggressive play. Getting 1v2. Redify knows that he has time on his side, has to swing it. Finds the pick and gets the headshot down.
Very, very well played from Lionheart, choosing to play offsite. That will cost them an Odin, unfortunately. A little unfortunate on their side, but they have enough money to buy out yet again. But very well played. They know that the spike's down. They know that they're coming through heaven. So the best thing to do in that situation, play off, take multiple angles. Have one sitting in wine, have two sitting over past door. Makes it so they have to check both. So you're going to force a one-on-one from either of the two last defenders. Really good stuff. And it's just yet another example of really good positioning. That's what I was talking about in round number 3, where Lionheart, if they can take site, they just seem to know exactly where they need to be to get the most value from that hold. And it's going to be very, very scary, because not only is that scary on the attack side when you're looking at possibly retaking, but when you're...
What are you aiming at? Oh!
Oh, unfortunate.
Very unfortunate for the attack, but honestly, managing to get one, do a lot of damage. This aggressive play seems to have been completely countered by just the ability to spray and pray, and they are praying to the god of guns, Odin, ready to rocket around as the bomb is going down. And here is the retake. 4v4, no weapons, just the sheriff, and now it looks like one less player to have to worry about here, because like that, 2 less, because everyone's getting gunned down one after another. Let's see if it's going to happen again as Redify is ready to swing in and get these players down.
Last player standing.
Ooh.
Very, very nicely played, just swinging through. They know they have the rifle advantage. But yet again, it's just really good positioning from them. They know exactly where they need to be. They know exactly where to find the value. And that's scary, because what I was saying before, the bit of a massacre in B main, I mean, that's scary on attack, because when you're going into that retake knowing that they're going to be in a really good position, they're going to be in really weird off angles that you won't be able to expect or won't be able to clear properly. That's one thing. But imagine when you have to be pushing into them every single round because you're on attack. This is very dangerous on the attacking side, but once Lionheart switch over to the defense, that's when Acacia, I feel like, is really going to struggle with the defensive holds that we've already seen.
Enemy kill.
Yeah, and oh, DJ opening it up, grabbing one, looking for another, but no dash. Has to just rely on the aim and the jump away. But attack losing one of their main ways of getting onto the site with that jet now down. Unfortunately, Furbo has been the turbo player to rush in and clutch these up. But if Furbo can't be there, who's going to take his place? I would think Crucial being that KO can definitely pick it up, and that's why we're seeing him leading the charge on the rotation over towards B, giving away some information by tossing that knife, but they still have that bomb over on the A side, maybe hopefully getting a pick from that regardless. So
it actually looks like they're trying to take some space over towards mid. Very unfortunate for them. They're not expecting DJ, who was over on A, found that first pick, is already taken up a hold here and is making that a much, much more dangerous task. And
30 seconds left.
Seeing that they're not going to find anything over towards mid, it looks like as they start to run out of time here, only 20 seconds left on the clock, they are just going to try to take a mad dash on A and take as much space as they can, even without the jet. They're going to smoke and they're just going to start pushing through, but without that jet dash, it's going to be very tricky.
Oh, very tricky, but all the information and defense is making it easy for him. One remaining, it's Jaden. He's got to clutch this up. He can't plant the bomb, but he's baiting it with it. And unfortunately, that does get you a kill, but doesn't get you the round. They will be able to plant it after the fact, though, for the bonus money. But that was a round that easily could have been clutched if only a slight play was different. But at the end of the day, hindsight's 2020, and these guys have a little bit of a 6-4 vision right now as they need to keep this going and try to clean up the rounds here, because the more they allow this mirrored team comp to take it on defense, the harder it's going to be when the sides switch.
Yeah, and I do actually think that was probably a smart play to just go for that extra kill. It was very close. I do think if they just made one switch of just taking the attack a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more early, I think it would have been far better. But finding that fourth kill actually puts Acacia in a really rough position. There's only 2 rifles and an op. The other 2, a Bulldog and a Spectre, not ideal here. So Lionheart not taking the round, but doing a serious dent to the economy, which is going to set them up for a pretty good last couple rounds here in the half.
Pretty good rounds here, but I love this. This is why Furbo needs to stay alive. He's able to entry beautifully, but that ultimate, it was going to rotate them away. Milchak, unfortunately, cancels his ultimate, teleports right back into the player. Not the best play. But with that slight misplay from the Omen, the defense still is doing a decent job as they have spotted out one in mid. Redefy is going to get gunned down, and the bomb, however, will also go down. This spike now plants. Let's see if they can manage to clutch this up. DJ does have a ultimate right around the corner with an op in hand, has this vision, grabs out Crucial, and that is going to be the knives available here. Bladestorm now popped, and let's see if they can rain hellfire down with these knives. But that's one. Jarios is there for the second, and it's the running gun DJ who makes this now go to 5-6.
Oh, I was gonna say there in the little pause that, you know, bringing an operator into a retake like this is very, very scary, but all the cards just fell exactly in their way. DJ finding that very risky opening pick onto the KO setting by Generator. Right as they do that, they spot the KJ tossing the molly onto Spike from Hell, which gives away so much information. It says that one of the last 2 is under Hell. They go through, they double peek it. Sure, one does fall, but they do find the Killjoy, but they also hear the Jet shoot as well. So that gives all the information they need. They found the last 2 that were sitting on site, and they were able to take that 2-on-1 swing at the very end. Very clinical. Also, a little bit lucky, but sometimes at the end of the day, luck is a skill, and if you're lucky, you take the luck and you run with it. But looking now, Lionheart changing up a little bit, no longer favoring that very aggressive A push. Now the default as they find one in B main.
They're going to grab one B main. That flashbang coming around, but the blind! Vons! He doesn't need a C to get you killed, and here he goes again, but the timing is all or nothing. Shock Dart will drop him to 5, but he's still standing, and Vons is going to walk away easily after that double down, and that is a beautiful KO play. Exactly what you expect from this rank at this tier of the competition. $3,000 is on the line, 2K to the person who takes first, 800 to the person who takes second, and 100 to first and fourth. So at this stage, you still have no money on the line. You have to not go into losers bracket too early, and if you do, it's going to be a hard fought to get your way all the way back up.
Oh, Vash, I actually stood up. I couldn't stay seated after that. Vaughn's finding those 2 kills immediately puts Lionheart into a very tricky situation. This is the last round of the half. They really needed this to bring this to a 7-5, take some sort of advantage into the second half, but it looks like this defense is unwilling to give them any room.
10 seconds left.
10 seconds left on the clock. They need to find something. Jaden, 5 seconds left. The lockdown's coming through. They're taking so much damage. Only 82 milliseconds left, and they're just going to get mowed down. Vaughn's finding the 3rd for the round, closing out the round and closing out the half.
Closing it out now 6-6. We tied it up here, so a decent comeback coming around here for the side of Acacia. But here is what we need to see from Lionheart. They have the same mirrored team composition, so anything's really capable. But I want to point out who's been popping off the most and who does better on which side, and that has to be Redefy on Omen. I think Omen is very attack-sided because his ultimate can't really be used too defensively except for rotations, but DJ is the guy who's been popping off for the defense. Now on attack on Jet. Honestly, that's a bad omen. If you're going to have to see that, this transition could be deadly moving forward.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And also there is still the matter of we've already seen Lionheart in a more defensive situation with their holds during retakes. So I do think that DJ is going to get a lot more value, but Lionheart have shown they're very proficient in holding these sites. So it's going to be a very 50-50 in my opinion. And 50-50, make it 2 as Vaughn's, after getting a 3K in the last round, finds 2 to start this half.
Finding it out. DJ, though, opening it up, trying to get those trades, but Vaughn's always good for the double, really just leading it in. And still, this team on attack, they're knowing how to play aggressive. It worked the last round, and even on the defense, they were taking the best offense you can. But they're looking for info here, Soren. They're looking for any kind before they push in. No owl drone though for Jaden, so they're just gonna have to go in with the info dart, but the timing of that falling is gonna get both of them gunned down by DJ. Beautiful plays by this team.
Yeah, absolutely tragic. That dart was really nice. I would have actually spotted all 3 without giving too much information, but the smoke falling yet again. Sometimes lucky is a skill, and if you're lucky you just take it, as they just get mowed down the moment they try to dart anything. Not all that surprised. We did say that we're going to find a lot of value coming from the Jet. I do believe they got 2 kills in that last round. DJ putting up some nice numbers off the bat, despite, in fact, with Vaughn's, who found the double kill early on as well. So a lot of value from the very attacking side here. And Milk Shack, yet again, with the Marshall, just mowing down someone trying to push through aggressively in A main.
Yeah, pushing aggressively here. Jaden right around the corner is going to be rushing in, but the Classic won't be able to find much, but there's the right click to swing it down, grab the spike, and be very aggressive here. But with that Spectre, he's going to have to make something work. They need this round. They have to put it underneath their belt. When that smoke clears, so is going to be their lives. And that's 1. That's 2. Reloading. He's caught between a rock and a hard place. The shock darts hitting him for 20, looking for even more. But attack, they're actually in a bad position. They have a guy flank. It's the Omen. And Redefy, ready to defy these players with the running gun. Only good for 1. And from the side, it's the flank. That's a thrifty. And we're tied up 7-7 at the half.
The perfect response coming out from Lionheart. That does a lot of damage to them. They stop the anti-eco because that was a thrifty. That was a really good round for them. Really well played. That opening pick onto the spike holder in market absolutely set them up. They were able to get that Spectre, and just the hold coming out from that defender makes that round entirely possible. They find 2 immediately after. Absolutely crucial, plus the flank coming out from Redefy. It's classic all around. Very well played, and it's actually going to force a little bit of a change of pace here from Acacia as they try to push through B main, but that Odin hasn't been seen in the last couple rounds, but is immediately going to be used here and is going to find value immediately. Oh, this should be a massacre.
Will it be? Vaughn's with the shot takes him down. Rossi now having to pick up the pace. Unfortunately, is going to have his own place at a gravestone. This is a 2v3, and they need to really work this around, but crucial. Might be able to do it. They do have the weapon advantage. They won that last round. They have the Phantoms. They have exactly the type of weaponry they need, but this is an Odin in the hands of Vaughn's. And I just need to see him hold it down. No armor, so that Marshall can come up big. But that's not a Marshall. That's an op. Furbo opping round 3 at the half. And Drios is down. Vaughn's has to manage to clutch a 1v3 against huge weapons. And unfortunately, the weapons in the hand of this Omen are massive.
Yeah, I mean, finding that kill, and that's a perfect response. We saw them lose that pistol, but immediately finding the anti-eco, immediately finding the bonus directly after, it is crucial. But here's the thing. We actually saw them keep both the Operator and the Odin. They're in a pretty good spot financially. Normally, in this situation, we see the rounds get split 2 for 2. We see the winner of the first round lose the next 2 and then win the 4th one. This is that 4th round. This is crucial because this is the closest to a 50-50 we're going to have at the start of the half after the split first 2 rounds. If somehow Lionheart can win this round out, go 3 in a row, they're in a very, very critical spot to take this half quite convincingly, as they basically make it so Keisha just never gets a starting foothold in this half, and that could be very, very scary, especially as they were able to fully buy out.
What? DJ just got robbed. That is swiped out from underneath his feet. Say swiper, no swiping, because someone's exploring for some more kills. His Redefy is just that guy at the top. He is 18-8, above anybody else in this game, matching MVPs. But let's see it yet again, as these guys on the attack still want to hit mid and A.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure. They've taken a lot of space, but the defense, they know they have the man advantage. They don't need to be pushing up aggressively, and they will actually spot these two in market, so they're going to expect a little bit of a push, causing a little bit of a rotation, but they still have the advantage.
Still got the advantage, but how long is that going to last? Look at that wall bang potential. There's one. Jaden with the Odin coming up huge. You know, it's funny is this defense team didn't start using the Odin, but they sure know how to finish using the Odin. Furbo right around the corner with the knock. Nice shot. Takes that milkshake, and they're ready for some more.
Walls made of paper, this map.
Walls are going to be made of paper, but looks like we're going to get paper mache with everybody just getting gunned and sprayed. I love what we're seeing here, Soren. It's great. Honestly, with the direction this game's going, I don't think we're going to go to OT. And I jinxed it. See you there.
Knock on wood right now, because we've seen crazier things happen on this map. But I mean, it does look quite convincing. Lionheart are just coming out of the gate swinging. Sure, they lost the pistol, but ever since then, they have looked practically dominant. That Odin op pairing, the Odin is practically able to hold down the entirety of B main by itself, and the Furbo on the jet with the operator is just able to take so much space all around the map that even if they find a pick over towards A, the attack cannot even trust and rest on their laurels and hope that mid is open, because Furbo's been rotating so quickly and efficiently. He's been everywhere.
Yeah, been everywhere, but am I crazy? DJ's dash was not great, but Redefy's flick is. That is going to be Milkshake getting taken down yet again. And here it is, another push-up. The Blade Storm is available. We have the lockdown, locking them out. And this is going to counter them, actually getting them the picks. Vaughn's down, but that ultimate as well falls to the Hunter's Fury. We are seeing the head now getting peaked. And unfortunately, the Shorty is not going to be able to break that in time. Lots of info gathered, and the knives, they can fly, but they have to land. And too far from the nest they fall, as Drios is to clutch this 1v4. Sitting in wine, and has something to whine about as he can't even clutch it. But post-mortem, though, gets the pick.
Yeah, and I mean, this is almost looking like a statement piece map. It just looks so clinical. Very, very unfortunate from DJ there. They jump up, use the updraft with the knives to get so much value and see if they can spot someone in on like the corner by window up in heaven. And the moment they updraft, they get knifed and silenced by the KO. Can't really find anything, gets stuck into a rather weird position. One of their teammates falls behind them and they're put into a 2v5 or 2v4, excuse me. It's just a little bit tragic all around the board, but it's also showing how just clinical Lionheart have been. Every single move they've been doing seems intentional. They have a set plan, they have the strategy, and they are executing it perfectly. But they're going to run into some issues, seeing as this no command is going to shut down, all the utility on these sites.
Yeah, it's going to shut them down, but it's still working out decent for them. DJ now running and gunning in, and it's the ultimate from behind to actually get them distracted. That's why Omen on attack is so clean, but we're going to have to see how it happens yet again here. And there it is, a flawless round coming from the depths there, because they were not taking that so easily, and somehow they managed to bring this back pretty well.
Yeah, a little bit of Cash's curse from me. I said that Lionheart were taking that really, really strongly, and then that no command kind of shut them down. And like you said, that set piece with the Omen, TPing into Boathouse and then immediately pulling the distraction of the two sitting there and just being able to push through and find them. Very, very nice. Very well executed. It's going to be a little bit difficult though, because while that was a very good round, that was off the back of two rather very expensive ultimates. So they're not going to have access to them for a hot minute. Meanwhile, the defense is sitting on two. The Blade Storm in the hands of Furbo and Crucial with a no command of their own, but Furbo doesn't need the knives because the operator is just finding so much value every single round.
Yeah, all of these rounds not looking the hottest, but we're talking about heat. It's DJ bringing it, but that one way will be able to cool him down a little bit as this round already slightly in the favor of defense. They managed to grab that one early on tiles, but I still see that these guys want to split it off, searching for clues, 4v5. And when you are 4v5, you can't split up this efficiently, but yet they're still trying. Redefy right around tree, ready to make a mess of anybody who gets in his way.
Yeah, they did hear that Odin over on B main, practically what they would expect, and that is going to force a bit of a rotation. All five sitting towards A1, or excuse me, all four that are left sitting towards A1, sitting towards Cubby, over towards mid. And actually, Redefy takes their eyes off them. They might be caught out here.
30 seconds left.
Might be, and oh my god, it's just Redefy defying the odds and getting a spray, looking for another one, but it's DJ grabbing him down, being able to whip away, but the wall bang, that's it. Now it's just two remaining as this Omen has to clutch it up.
I have the
Big
spike.
shake. He's got the spike. He's
10
got the
seconds
smoke.
left.
But does he have the ability to stick this down? Shock Dart is going to be connecting, and right in your face, it's an Odin. Jaden's grabbing it, defusing the bomb, and while he defuses, he's teabagging the player. That's efficiency 101.
Absolutely, and it looks like they're going to save both the operator and the Odin there. Perfect pickups for them. Lionheart answer very kindly. I will say DJ playing that very, very smart. They had the one player on flank, or DJ themselves were on flank, were able to find the 2 kills, make that a lot more costly for Lionheart than they probably would have wanted. But at the end of the day, 2 kills is only 2 kills. You need to find more value, and right now, that push towards middle just seems like a bit of a death sentence every round. The moment they run into Furbo, they immediately go down 4 to 5. And that situation, it becomes very, very tricky to push through onto any site, especially when you know there's still an operator in hand, there's still an Odin in hand. So they need to find a way around it. It looks like their method is just going to be this A push yet again. And it seems like the strategy is more of just hoping that whatever site they push doesn't have the Odin, doesn't have the op. But actually, the defense, if you look at the mini-map, seeing as they're not hearing anything towards B, is actually going to start a bit of a substantial rotation. The op is going to make their way up to heaven on A. Meanwhile, the Sova is actually back towards defender spawn, ready for the quick rotate if needed. And it's going to be needed as the push comes through here.
Push is going to be coming through, and a shot whiffed by Furbo. Luckily, Crucial is here to try to get one. Traded off, however, by Vons. And
Cover going
with
out.
DJ now down, going to be pretty tough to push right past this, but they're gonna gun it down anyways. Run it down, gun it down, see what you can do. And from the site, it's gonna be Redefy defying nothing as Jurios drains him away from the map. 3v4 in the retake with the Blade Storm. We've seen it happen before by DJ, but can Furbo also pick up that burden and run the baton down?
Yeah, so it's going to be tricky. They're going through heaven. You know how much I do not like this very aggressive all-man through heaven attempt, but they're going to try, and they're going to pop the Blade Storm but find nothing for it.
Not being able to find anything. That's gotta hurt. Got to hurt, but it's okay because they know exactly what's going to happen next for them. They got to inch their way even closer and closer. But I gotta say, 9-11. These players aren't forgetting how to play it, and they are absolutely kicking the butts of the people beneath them and to the side of them. Anything is really possible here, but I'm loving the retake that is happening from LH. They might be able to seal the deal, take it away from Acacia. And Acacia did set it up for themselves early on, but now it might just be over unless they can constantly push back these players, and already they're doing that.
Yeah, Furbo immediately not finding a kill, but will fall down. Redivai actually finds another one. No operator to be found. He's just going to force them into this very aggressive mid push. And seeing so much presence toward mid, they're just going to take B main by force.
Wow.
Massacre.
Absolutely. They took it by force, but they demonstrated why that matters. And from top mid, it's going to be Milkshake taking him down. Rosie not looking too red as everybody is dead. And this is another buy round coming around here for the defense, but they have to just secure it. They need this round. They have two ultimates to try to help them. The Null Command and the Lockdown are two of the strongest retake ultimates in the game. But unfortunately for them, it just seems to be shut down by players like DJ Vons and Milkshake here. So
Yeah, absolutely. And I do think they need to make a little bit of adjustment. Both the KJ and actually the KO, excuse me, has been doing the same of playing really deep in the site or playing really aggressive. Oh, that's going to give so much information. They're going to know that they're sitting there, but the shot will get whiffed. And oh no, they're going to wait and take site and just try to hold this deep. But that's going to be really tricky because if this attack side can push through really aggressively and take it before they can find a couple picks, you're not going to get any value out of the lockdown.
yeah, not taking that value, but with a play like that, it forces these guys out of the way here. Immaculate gameplay. Jaden now ready to rock and roll. Just looking for somebody to push into his crosshair. Spots out one, is not able to connect the shot. Von's on the flank in mid as the ultimate, the Null Command, finally comes out here. But attack is okay because they have the post plant set up with the Sova, but looks like the Stogie is going to be put out here. Stoby not in the game anymore. In this flank from Vons, that's going to be one. That's going to be a pick. And it's all over though, as they still get gunned down, but no ultimates to help them push in. And the bomb, it actually isn't planted yet.
30 seconds left.
Shadows traveling.
Yeah, it's going to be very tricky. Spike is not down, so all the pressure is still on the attackers here.
Last player standing. Spike down.
They're actually
A.
running out of time. There's no time to rotate. Milkshake has to play as
Enemy
aggressively.
remaining. Clutch.
Wow. I mean, that's pretty good aggression. You said that
Yeah.
you had to do it, and you said, okay, I bet, my turn. And he turned it on, turned him up, and absolutely just turned off the enemies there. So now 11-11, we are tied again. And this could be anybody's game. I might have jinxed it by saying that it could go to OT, but I'm going to blame you for that, Soren. So thank you for taking the fall. Let's see what can happen as these guys are really just inching their way towards either GG or no re. It is a best of 3, though, but Haven, very similar to Ascent in the playstyle.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is actually a very scary position because despite having a really good start to the half, Lionheart, again, on a weak bye, are not in a position to really win this round. So they're going to just try to do as much damage as they can. And they're going to find Drios a little bit, do some significant damage. But seeing that very aggressive push through B main, that's going to force the attackers to just take A by force. And they're not going to find anything. There is really no one holding the site. The only one doing damage to them is their own team through that fragmentation grenade coming from the KO. But now they're kind of trapped in. The defense is surrounding them. It could be a meat grinder.
Could be a meat grinder, but it seems like everybody's getting grinded out by Vons. Double down yet again. Some reason Vons is just here for the Eons, getting those double down in the last one standing. Rosie is going to be dead as well. Attack now securing match point advantage, but this is the buy round. The final buys, they wrote everything on here. Furbo's picking up the op. We got Jaden with the Hunter's Fury. Redefy with the ability to relocate with his ultimate. And the timeout to seal the deal. Both teams get 1 minute to think about the final round. Or it's OT or Haven.
I mean, yeah, this is really it. This is the best time to call it. I actually think it probably would have been better to call it a little bit earlier, seeing as this is now the 4th round in a row that they've lost. They've had a really good start. They themselves went on a 4-round run streak at the beginning. This looked like this could be a very shut tight case and just go the map too early for Lionheart, but they've kind of fumbled the bag a bit. It's been a little bit scary. Their defensive holds have not been good. Their retakes have not looked particularly amazing either, seeing as every time they've done it, they've either lost picks very early or they've made those very terrible, very aggressive pushes through heaven, all man on deck, just running through, which is always just a meat grinder. It's never good. So they need this timeout. They need to reassess what they're doing. They need to figure out some strategy that will shake up this map and put Acacia in a really weird spot that they will not expect so that they can take advantage of it. If they don't, I think this is just a map too. I think we might just be going to Haven if, Lionheart just cannot find anything new to bring to the table. DJ finding that operator, though, is going to shake this up. This is the first op we've seen on attack yet.
Well, looks like it is going to come up big, taking out the top frag here at the second to last round. The timeout, not exactly ideal. They managed to put some eggs in the basket, but now those eggs are cracking everywhere as A-site is kind of open to lay a nest and make sure that that post plant will be heavily defended.
Yeah,
DJ.
absolutely.
He actually dropped the op here, giving it to his teammates so he could be a little bit more aggressive with this Blade Storm. A smart play, and he's got a Vandal so he can still be aggressive, and there's Crucial going for one, and that's the ultimate as well, but Vons cannot dodge it this time, and DJ ducking underneath the op shot like Neo. Needs to see if he could do it again.
Oh, very well timed as well. They wait for that lockdown to be utilized until the Hunter's Fury gets popped first, and they waste 2 shots. Makes it so they cannot get rid of this Killjoy. Forces them into a bad spot.
No charges left.
Forcing him in the bad spot, but still managing to come up large here. It's right around the corner. Furbo, he's going to try to tap it, and that's the Hunter's Fury. It's been being saved the entire time, but I don't know if you know this, but you're running out of time here. And it looks like you're running out of life as well. That is the game 1. Ascent now done. Pretty scary position here, Soren.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Lionheart was looking just so good there. They were looking so clinical, but it just seemed to fall apart at the seams. I really don't like how they seem to have a really set strategy. I was praising them for having that set strategy. They knew exactly what they needed to do in almost every situation. Until they didn't. It seemed like the moment there was an adjustment made by Acacia, they just kind of fell apart. They didn't know what to do. They didn't make the right adjustments. I really didn't like that we saw pretty much the exact same setup. The only player that was really moving around was Furbo with the operator, who was getting so much value out of it, but they always knew to expect, the Sova on B with the Odin, or KO on B, ready to push up aggressively through B. And they always expected the KJ. The KJ did not sit A, I think once at all in that second half. It was very, very almost rigid coming out from Lionheart, which is fine early game when you're, have that set strategy. That's what you want to do. That's how you want to win the game. But when your enemies start throwing curveballs at you and you start getting thrown off place, especially like in that last round with the operator, not being able to adapt, not being able to adjust is just a death sentence. So I'm not surprised we're going the map 2 after a very nice comeback from them. But I'm going to need to see a lot of change coming out from Lionhearts because this is a good team. This is an old Skybell winner. This is they came into this having to forfeit their first week's match and still make playoffs. This is a great team, but they're not going to win. They're not going to make it to the next round of winners like playing like this.
Yeah, they're definitely not. They fell off in, for argument's sake. Players like Redefy really did pick up the pace there. But moving on to Haven, it's just big ascent. So that's what Haven is in my mind.
Yeah,
it's got a very similar play style. Obviously, ops are going to be coming up a little bit more. But when we saw players like Furbo and DJ popping those ops up regardless, anything really can happen. But that, of course, is the question of the day. Will we see a game 3, or is it going to be 2-0 sweep for the first best of 3 of the day? And my question goes out to chat. You guys give us your predictions in there and say, who do you think is going to be taking it? Personally, I think that based on what we saw that comeback on, Acacia looks real strong here. Now, you don't have to agree with me, but I want to see something a little bit different. So everybody get ready because we're going to be right back with a break and then bada bing, bada boom, agent select and game 2 underway. coming out. Spots Minari, takes him down. Only one bullet, decides to reload right in front of Green. Tries getting it halfway, and he actually sticks it all the way to half. And he wins those young men with the win. What a clutch. On one, but they're out. But here comes the nightmare. It's making them very afraid. Spike is now down. Lucky holding that W key. Getting a double kill with the spray down. This man's ready to go, and it's all up to Zell. He sprays it down, but that nade, it's doing some work. He doesn't know where this Reyna could be, but Reyna's giving away her position, and Lucky getting a 4K with one spray and then a clean clutch playing. And right now, Truly with this tour de force is gonna spot one and only able to get it, but that's gonna be a double, and that's a triple. God. That's what we like to see.
Unseen.
Oh, handedly. No.
Bring
them back into this game.
Now going for it. The ultimate's now pushing in, and all the dumpage. Lemon able to get a just mow down of a spray, getting all these picks today.
Yeah, I mean, and this is exactly the thing that we want to be seeing out of Lemon. He's going for the ace here, and he's going to try to close it out with the overdrive. Ace for Lemon off the back of really beautiful high tempo.
Let's see what's going to happen moving forward. We do have a Paranoia getting thrown out, and what a spray down. He gets himself 3. He gets himself 4. Jector, you're just better at that, and now defenders get the match point.
Oh, man. Separate the defense. Oh, no. And the spray down.
It's got to be in Fire's hands. Of course, the Vandal, very powerful, able to get himself 2 picks, and able to get all of them. What a beautiful play.
This could be tragic. Finds 2, 3, 4. Come on.
And slow things down a little bit, but now Santee in a 1v3, this is going to be very tricky. Able to find one here. He's going for the second one, and he's got it with the classic out. He's got to find the 3rd kill, a 4-piece for Santee, actually able to close it out and put them up.
They're gonna save it for one more. But okay, Legend just gonna go ahead and line them up and shut them down. Killer and LA Loops.
And here we are. Welcome back to now game 2. We're on Haven, and we're going to see who's going to be the best of the best. To lock down the first best of 1 here, it's going to be Acacia versus Lionheart. I am your host, Edu, joined by my beautiful co-caster, Soren. Soren, there's the Astra we talked about behind the scenes.
We were talking a little bit in pre-lob, and we were just talking about how we would love to see just a slight change up. You know, when the teams are 1-to-1, there's no difference between the team compositions. It can get a little bit stale. It can get a little bit boring, seeing as, you know, it just comes down to the play style. It doesn't, or not the play style, the players behind the agents. It doesn't come down to the play style because you're expecting pretty much the same style coming out of both teams. But switching it up immediately, we got the Astra pick, we got the Omen pick, so even if it's such a small detail, just the controllers can completely change how the map is played, especially these two. Omen, a very attack-heavy playmaking controller, really good on the attack side, a little bit weaker on the defending side, but Astra is a pretty good all-around pick. Her most useful part, though, is that global utility that Omen just doesn't have. Astra, can put pressure down just by placing smokes anywhere around the map. So you could be expecting, you know, something over towards A, but it could just be a smoke. It could just be a pull. But just knowing that there is someone around the map that could be putting pressure somewhere else with no backing behind it whatsoever completely forces the defense or even the attack to constantly be watching their backs. I think it's an amazing pick. I love her on Haven. She's one of the best, I think, on Haven, seeing as this is, like you said before, it's just a bigger ascent. It's just a much bigger map that you have to play around. So having that global utility is so useful. I love it. I love seeing it. I love the difference. Even if it's just the controllers, I will take it at this point.
Yeah, I mean, you got to take what you get, and unfortunately, they already got at that first round here. Ascent going in the hands of Acacia, pretty large, but let's see how they're going to be able to do it on this round. Now inching their way closer and closer to G to the G. They have to manage to just find these picks. Anything's possible, but already it looks like one has a tech pause.
A little unfortunate.
Just a little bit.
Yeah,
and
but...
yeah, we'll figure it out. We'll see what the tech pause is going on. Maybe their mouse isn't working. Maybe they're not working. Maybe they're at home playing video games.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate, but it gives a little bit more time to look at the map, look at the difference here, and just see what we should be expecting. We're already seeing the attack side lean over towards C, so I would not be expecting, or excuse me, I would not be surprised if we were to expect, a very aggressive playstyle coming out from this attacking side. We see the Jet, we see the Breach especially, which just has so much util behind it that you could just take sites so excruciatingly fast. And as I said before, the Omen on the attacking side has just so much value. So this attacking side got to be very deadly. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of just run it down plays from them. But over on the defense, having the Astra, like I said, it has that global utility. Much better on the defense. You could be holding A site and still be smoking for your team over on C. So just having that presence on the map is going to find so much value. I do think this is the half that is going to decide the entire game. I think if this Astra pick especially can find ways to stall out this attack and the attack cannot play as aggressively as it wants to, I think we're going to see a real early struggle coming out from Lionhearts here. And if they struggle early, we kind of already saw what happens when they start going on a losing streak. Ends up being 5 rounds in a row, and even with a timeout, they can't bring it over. So if they cannot find it early here, if they can shut Lionheart down, I think we might be seeing a very quick 2-0, but that's all dependent on this controller pick, I think.
Yeah, it depends on who's going to be picking what, but Astra versus Omen, that's the question. The answer soon to come, as these guys need to start picking up the pace and ready to just mark their place in this bracket in the playoffs here. Because if you're playing off, you're going to have to play better than the others, send them off into the lower bracket and clutch it up. Obviously, though, there are 8 teams competing right now. There are a lot of people that are trying their best to really decide where they're going to be going moving forward. No team has actually moved on quite yet, because it's all best of 3s coming today. So honestly, knowing the amount of difficulty that a lot of these teams kind of bring to the table, even if Lionheart is the best of Skybell series, this is a different tier. This is a different roster of challenges in their favor. So I need to be seeing how are they going to be able to take those challenges and still cook up something nice for us today.
Yeah, no, absolutely. These are 2 very strong teams too. So it is going to be a bit of a brutal match. I would not be surprised if, Acacia do just take this, because while Lionheart, like you said, has won Skybell in the past, I mean, Acacia is the number 2 seed going into this tournament. They had a really, really strong start, and sure, Lionheart's, seeding probably could have been a little bit hindered by that first forfeit that I keep mentioning in week 1. But even still, that means Acacia still put up a really, really strong, season so far. So I would not be surprised to see Acacia bringing out, even if Lionheart were probably one of the better teams in the past here for IGL. But I think that just shows the level of competition we have here. This is the playoffs. Every team is good. Every team has deserved and earned their spot in this tournament. Top 8, it's brutal. Anyone could be anyone. Upsets are bound to happen, and it's just a matter of play. And so far, I think we are seeing Acacia come out strong, but there's nothing to say that Lionheart can't bring their way back either.
Yeah, and Lionheart might be able to, but this text pause is still going on here. Almost done, but honestly, I never realized there were monkeys up there. One sec. Hydra, Observer, go back. Let me look at those monkeys.
Oh, you're absolutely. I never noticed.
I've never noticed these monkeys here.
It's part of my,
Ever.
It's one of my favorite parts of like tech pauses and just tactical pauses.
Where are they looking? What are they doing?
That's a wall. They're just looking at a wall.
Wow, those monkeys are idiots. All right, they should look somewhere else. But yeah, no, it's pretty nice to see all those little things in the map. But talking about the little things in the map, it's the little things that matter here moving forward. Sometimes I get stuck. If you're smoked or flashed, the slightest bump on a corner could be life or death. So I like the amount of detail that Valorant has put into their map design. I know that it takes a little bit more time here, but we do have a little ways to go. This is, of course, taking up a lot of the tech time that is allotted over to the side of these defenders here. So if that tech pause keeps on moving forward, they won't be able to get another one, and that's going to have to either force them to play without a player or force their hand. So I'm not really sure if anything is capable of shifting this back in their favor. And apparently
Yeah.
my cat wants to play fetch right now. Go get it, Obsidian.
Yeah, using up the tech time is never amazing. It makes it really risky because if there is an issue later on, it makes it very sketchy. You either have to fix it quickly, fix it between the rounds, or like you said, just play off aggressively. And it looks like they are finally going to put an end to it. We finally see the end of the tech pause. The timer should start here in just a few seconds. The round should be getting underway. And despite all that extra time to think it looks like we're going to be seeing a rather standard start, exactly what we saw them setting up to do early. A very fast, aggressive push down C, though there are 3 defenders in garage and on C site. So they're going to be running into a rather large defensive force here, including the Astra, who's just going to double star that entry in the site.
Yeah, they're double starring it, but let's see the star of the players. It's going to be Furbo rushing in, spotting out one, but not being able to kill him. Instead, Redefy grabs it. Drios doubling it up, grabbing a nice wall bang. And this is not looking too good. Vaughn's always good for 2. Make it 3, and defense will take that handedly.
Oh, that's exactly what I said. That's exactly what I said in the tech pause, is that this is a really good. I like both team compositions, but the Astra pickup is just so good against the Omen. Having that double star, being able to stall out that attack. This attack that wants to push aggressive, they have all the util they need to take these sites quickly, aggressively, and relentlessly. But if they run into that Astra util, they cannot push forward. It allows time for those rotations to come through. It can be very, very rough for Lionheart as they're going for now a fast garage push. And yet again, if this stalls out, yet again, it's going to be a very difficult half for Lionheart here on the attacking side.
Yeah, pretty difficult, but
spot
if
it.
anybody's capable, it's going to be them. Let's see this right now. It's everybody pushing into garage and trying to cook this up, but are they going to be good enough as Vaughn's right around the corner? What a shot, though. Right click, it's Furbo on the turbo, holding the W key down, right click where he needs to. And this is all they wrote. But it's DJ on the double, going with the Marshall shot, picking up a different gun. But unfortunately, it's low on ammo. They do have the spike, but they do not have too much to fear. But the run and gun, Redefy grabs another, and it's a 1v2. Make that a 1v none as another round ends.
Very, very nice kill coming out from the defense there, finding the one sitting up in window. I mean, or just outside of window, excuse me. Was very nice. Probably could have easily switched around if only they were able to pick up that Spectre on the body. Unfortunately, they weren't. Kept them with classics to their hands, and as much damage as you can do in those anti-eco rounds without a bit of a miracle and probably a little bit of magic sprinkled on from the classic right click, you're not going to be able to outfire the Marshall and the Spectre in that situation. But we are seeing, yeah, you can absolutely try. It's just going to be rather difficult. And we are going to be seeing a full buy minus 1 heavy shield for a light shield in the hands of Jaden over on the attacking side. Mostly sheriffs and specters for the defense now, so they're in a rather tricky spot. But this site, and honestly this entire map, has some really tight angles on it. So if you wanted to be on a defense with some specters on any map, this is probably the one to do it, besides maybe Split.
Yeah, Split, it's where you kind of have to split up, search for clues. And so far on the attack side, we're looking at a big A push. This is an attack-sided map, so the fact that they lost Pistol is the only reason that these 2 rounds have gone in their benefit. But looking at Furbo right around the corner, ready to be that entry that you know. Furbo running and gunning, looking for something.
Yeah, very nice set play. Site, excuse me, is practically, there's only one sitting in heaven, and Furbo is going to find one spraying through the smoke.
I want to spray, but let's see who's spraying next, as they have to try to make this work. It'll be pretty tough here, but they might be able to do it. What a spray, Furbo! Triple killing it up, and the rifles in hand add into a 4K collapse. That's exactly what you need to be seeing. It's what they desperately needed to keep this game in the motion. But here we go into the next round. Is I'm loving what we're seeing from the attack. That entry from Furbo, you can tell that these guys don't want to lose it quite yet. You know, I said that I would buy everybody who won coffee on the line, so
Oh, that's a risky bet. But I absolutely agree. Lionheart doing exactly what they wanted to do, exactly what the strategy is. They push site aggressively, had all the lineups they need. You know, just playing through, getting the dart back site, getting the flashback site, the Sova, and the breach, finding so much value. But DJ on the operator, shutting Furbo down, taking the Blade Storm off the map as well, makes this very tricky for the attackers to push through now.
Tricky for the attackers, but they are trickling down and getting ready to rock and roll. Right around the corner, it's Crucial coming up large. It's DJ grabbing another Crucial on the double kill down, grabbing Drios as well. Shock Dart, Util zapping away. Bomb will get planted today as these guys have to inch their way close. But I just honestly, every time I see this map, I think, wow, if they had a Gecko, this would be so much easier to plant the bomb.
Yeah, absolutely. Gecko finds a lot of value in the current meta, not available to them in this current patch. Vons, though, shutting down the garage push through. They can hear the KJ. And Razi just stuck in a very awkward spot. And DJ from sight finds the 4K with the Blade Storm now. I mean, absolutely critical. A little unfortunate from the attackers that the two with ultimates that could have really helped out in that half just immediately got taken out. Neither one really able to impact the round. And despite using the Blade Storm, Vons was able to get enough value to find their ultimate of their own. The Rolling Thunder now online is a great tool for both the attack and defense, but having it in the hands for a retake now, that's going to be dangerous. It's going to force the attackers to play around it here.
Yeah, forcing them around the attack here, not exactly great, but I'm looking at what we got from the side of defense. They have ultimates like the Rolling Thunder to be used. They just had DJ pop off with not only the op, but also the Blade Storm. And if attackers want to take anything, they have to shut down DJ. He's the man who's been setting them down. And if you're going to get put down, you need to start getting up again, or they're going to keep you down. And I need to see how they're going to be able to do that. But Von's ultimate in hand, one away from the Astral Divide, and nothing really to compare against besides maybe Crucial getting a double kill to secure his, maybe grabbing an orb, planting the bomb. But that's still a lot of points to try to gamble into this round.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like the attack's going to favor a push through B, but there's actually a lot of utility on B right now. This is going to be very tricky. The moment they enter in, they're going to be at a severe disadvantage. Turret and both mollies from Killjoy. The entire setup is on hand. And DJ is also there with the operator now. Those rotations finding so much value, is putting so much pressure. As well, the Rolling Thunder is invested. That's actually going to stop the plant as well.
Wow, stopping that plant and gunning him down. But here we go. Von's right around the corner trying to make it work.
30 seconds left.
Let's see this happen. Anything's capable. Milkshake is going to grab another one. Clean as ever.
Oh, such a sad misplay from him there.
Oh, Drios draining out Jaden yet again. Looking for some more here. 10 seconds on the clock.
Left.
Crucial is low.
He's low, but so is this KJ. But there's no time. Cannot risk it. And that bot is staring at him.
I, as a KJ main, I love KJ's turrets. They're amazing. They're great for holding angles. That's also why I happen to also hate KJ turrets, because they do things like that. But I do actually like what the attack had planned there. It was a little bit different because it was not fully invested, but if you paid close attention, the attacker that was stuck in that cubby right outside of B actually dropped the spike. I think it was the breach there, dropped the spike and was waiting for it, because over on C, the Omen had pushed all the way up and actually had their ultimate out and was going to pick up the spike and do a very, very quick rotation over to C, get the spike down, and force the defenders into a very awkward position where now they have to very quickly rotate over to C, and they're going to have to run past the attackers to get there. But so fortunately for this defending side, they were able to find the Omen before they could get the ult off, and it completely shut them down.
Shut them down, but Vons is also going to do it. Grabbing Crucial, a crucial pick to not have. And there's Milkshake trying to go right in. Spots out one, but gets spotted by that Omen ultimate info. And let's see if this Astra is able to do something here. Trying their best, inching their way around. Furbo right around the corner. Needed to grab this, but Soren don't know if they're going to be able to actually plant that bomb in time. Furbo has to have everything on his back. Getting the double down. Milkshake is going to get 2, but can't grab any more. Now gets gunned down.
Oh, Milkshake trying to do everything they can. They do find 2, which is going to make their pocket just a little bit heavier with some extra credits, but it's not going to be enough. But we are seeing the full buys yet again come out. We're seeing that DJ is picking up the operator yet again. Not surprised in the slightest. And actually, we might see a little bit of a bloodbath as it looks like the attack is pushing in through A, specifically through lobby. And right now, it looks like DJ's in a very prime position to capitalize off of a bit of a set play with their breach here and peek with the operator down A short. There we go. Finds that opening pick, goes in for another. Gets rid of the Sova drone, and DJ just pushing through again, finds yet another. They respond with a Sova drone of their own. They won't see any in lobby, but that will be able to clear and give so much information about the 3 down long. They're trapped in. It's a meat grinder for them right now, but rather than trying to capitalize, maybe push too aggressively, the defense is just going to back up, maybe rest on their laurels just a little bit, and see what this attacking side does as they reset. Slow on the draw. Looks like it is going to pull a bit of a rotation out from the defense. Sova going up towards heaven. Breach now making their way over to that B connector. And it looks like Furbo is just going to go for it. Smoke in, dashes. They are going to do a little bit of a set play, get a little bit of breach utility, and Spike is going to go down. And there we go. Vaughn knows that they're going there. Spike does get planted, though. And so much utility being invested in holding this site early. I don't know if they're going to have anything for the actual retake itself. They're going to try to clear out heaven, or excuse me, hell. They won't be able to, but Stoby finds 2. Furbo trapped in hell, can't do anything. Stoby finds 3 for the round. Astra Wall was invested, but Hunter's Fury is now online. They're going to give that over to the KJ to help them out get their ultimate as well. And that's quite a convincing retake from the defenders. Yet again, like I said, investing so much util early on to get the spike down. They just didn't have enough to respond when the actual retake happened. But coming through, we're seeing a very standard setup here. We're seeing the default come out from the defense. We're seeing this breach set up in the exact same spot as last time. They're probably hinting at the fact that they're going to do the same concussive blast down short and just hope that pushes the attacking side away, expecting an operator. Meanwhile, DJ now sitting over towards C. Won't find anyone down long as this is a mad dash push through B, and it looks like a little bit of pressure over towards garage as well. Furbo just gonna run in, is getting just mowed down by that KJ turret. Does some significant damage, and the Hunter's Fury is going to get invested, do some extra damage to him as well. DJ finds one with the op, switches over to the frenzy, finds it. Milkshake finds another, and DJ with the operator is just mowing him down. Rosie, the last one standing, over in garage, does find Drios, but now they know exactly where they are. There's nowhere for them to run. DJ does actually fall, makes this a 1v3, makes this a winnable round almost, but Vons closes it.
Yeah, close that out, but defense, they desperately needed that. And honestly, I say desperately needed that because you look at the score, their money was kind of floating back and forth here with how many times they've gotten picked off, especially players like DJ. This aggressive play has always kind of been punished towards the end there, but LH, they got to do something differently. Right now, only Redefy and Furbo are the ones with a positive KD. They have to call a timeout to say, hey, Jaden, Rosie, Crucial, what is going wrong here? 2 kills on the breach, 2 kills on the KJ, 3 kills on the Sova. You know, add those up, you can't even equal the top frag of DJ right now. So everybody's kind of getting pushed back here. So anything really can happen as they are going to try to inch their way closer and closer to getting that half back. But this is a perfect time to give that call out of the timeout because, you know, this is the chance where you get to turn it around, tie it up at the half. But if you get to 7, you lose that half no matter what.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is very scary. This almost exactly what I said, you know, during that tech pause is coming true. Right now, this Astra, along with DJ, who has been just so crucial early on, getting very early picks, has made it so that Lionheart pretty much almost immediately either gets stalled out due to the Astra util or go down 4-5 thanks to the operator in that Jet's hands. And that's making it very difficult for them to pull out their game strategy. They want to be taking site aggressively. Every time they've been able to do so, they have looked rather good, but they're constantly going in at a disadvantage, whether it's because they're now going into a much more stacked defensive setup because the rotation was stalled out, or they're immediately going 4-5.
Yeah, I mean, if it works for them, you know, that's the thing. You have to try to take as many rounds as you can, and DJ is making it so much harder for them each round. That KJ will still be at the bottom of the scoreboard, but guaranteed at this point. DJ, though, kind of stuck here, will be able to jump over, pop the Blade Storm, and allow Stoby to open it up, getting the pick. Vaughn's grabbing another, and now it's just going to be the one player, the Omen, looking for something. Will take a little bit of damage, and barely walks away with 30 HP. And now the headshot angle, but none of the aim. Flawless round for these guys yet again.
And that's very scary, seeing as that was the round that was right after the timeout. That was the full buy as well, so whatever strategy they cooked up in the timeout almost certainly was what was just played out in that half, or excuse me, not half, that round. And now they're back to Sheriffs, they're back to Classics, they're scraping the bottom of the barrel to get any sort of advantage they can. And it's going to be a little bit difficult because now, like you said, it's 7 rounds to 2. There's no way to come out of this with an even neutral round count. At this point, it's just trying to mitigate damage. I don't know if they're going to be able to do too much. DJ peeking through with the operator with 1. Finds 2 with the collat!
Wait, that is stuck to him, though. The dart hit him. So now he's going to have to rush in, giving away the information, but still managed to do it with the frenzy. Not an ace, however. But you know, even if it's not an ace, at this rank, at this gameplay tier, you don't need to ace it to prove that you're good at the game. You just have to do plays like that with the frenzy and pop off. So these guys know what they're doing and ready to do it again.
I mean, yeah, absolutely clinical. I mean, this defensive half from Acacia is just so solid. They have just had every answer possible to Lionheart's attack. And again, this is the better half for Lionheart compositionally. This Breach is not going to be able to find as much value on the defense. This Omen's not going to be able to find as much value on the defense. And this Jet, who only, top frag, only has 8 for them, is not going to be anywhere near as valuable. So seeing them struggle so much here is not a good sign.
Not a great sign, but there's DJ using one of his op shots to take out the bot. Is going to still be able to secure one more. Now has to go for the reload, but everybody's dead. It's really, yeah, except for Redefy, who's managing to take that one life he's got and make it go far. Now it's him and the Breach to really cement themselves in. Crucial has that spike, needing to plant it down, maybe also needing to get a kill, considering we are nearing the end of the half and they've only been able to pop 1 ultimate. That is not ideal. They are being forced out of the woodworks here, but they will need to start picking up the pace with these last 2 rounds remaining. But nice flank coming out from Stoby. And that's going to be 1 pick down. Last one, Redefy to make it work. Spots out 1 and seems to just be getting diffed by the Jet mobility.
Oh, yeah, that's why you got to practice your tracking. That's why you got to practice the tracking in aim labs. A little tragic for him. That is 9. But, I mean, we were talking about it before. There was a little bit of caster curse in the last map. There's maybe even a little bit of caster curse in this map itself. But, I mean, we're close. If Lionheart can somehow pull 1 round together, they're not even going to be able to full buy this round. But if they can pull this last round of the half together, it's 9-3. And we've seen crazier happen. Maybe this is just their defensive side map. Maybe, just maybe. But it's going to take a lot of grit and determination and some serious change-ups in their strategy in order to do so. And as we saw in the last map, I don't know if they're capable of doing that in the current state. So it's going to take a lot. But there's still a lot of Valorant to be left to play. It looks like right now they're going for a rather similar setup, which is not foreboding at all. Of course not. But they are just going to put a lot of pressure over towards Garage. They're going to get spotted as well by that alarm bot.
Yeah, will get spotted out here, but even if you could spot a guy, doesn't mean that you could kill a guy, as that is a little bit of a trade for both sides. LH finally being able to pop off. DJ on the flank will now notice that the bot is there, decide not to push it, keep the
Spike
info
planted.
as limited as possible for these players. But again, these guys not really sure how to play around this corner, needing to work themselves around it, but this is a tough one for sure.
Ooh, the Rolling Thunder is going to get invested. Might just catch Roki off guard. Will they clear the corner?
Yeah, they'll clear the corner. Clearing everybody. DJ flying through the air. But here's the post plant. He gets it half regardless. But DJ just going to be aggressive with it. Has that classic up close and right click 1, right click 2. That's a 4K yet again. A double 4K for DJ.
Switching sides.
I mean, that was so good for them too. They had the
Just
perfect
let them
post plant
try
set
to
up, but
catch
DJ has just been almost surgically dismantling and picking apart that attacking side. I mean, I don't think we're that surprised. They put up some good performances on the last map. I think they were not top frag for the lobby, but they were top frag for their own team. I'm not all that surprised, but man, they just seem like a different monster. I said in our pre-lobby that if DJ and Vons came into this map as hot as they left map 1, could be a very one-sided map, and it has come true. DJ and Vons, 21 and 12 kills each, both of them sitting at the top of their respective leaderboard, and the leaderboard of the entire lobby, to be fair.
Yeah, they're putting themselves up in here, and I think we're ready to see it happen again, though. Crucial this time, taking that double down, taking out DJ, taking out the players that are in the way. Let's see if they can do it again.
Yeah, that is going to be a little bit costly for the attack. It's going to stall it out, especially losing the jet and the breach. That takes a lot of the bite out of their attack, but they still have smokes up. They do still have the Sova, which is not amazing for taking sites. More better for gathering information, but it's still possible. They do not have a terrible rifle disadvantage on their hand that they have to overcome. It is all still pistols, so a couple of well-placed shots, a couple of good timings, and this could easily fall back into their favor.
Yeah, and you say the word easily there, so let's see if they're going to be able to bring that easiness to the board here. 10-2 at the half. They are grabbing one pick, 3-3 now in A site, completely empty. No Killjoy util to actually worry about because KJ is in a bucket. Let's see if they can do it again. Spike will get planted down. Anything is capable here, but I want to know, are you going to be good enough to really lock this down? Owl Drone spotting out one, does not spot the second before it goes down, and this is a pretty aggressive push for the side of the defense, with one person desperately trying to get this flank going.
Ooh, the breach is weak. Stoby finds the first one. Makes this very possible.
Last player standing.
Makes it possible, and you can see why. Kind of melting their way through it, but I need to see how they could do it yet again. Right from above. Looking for something.
Shadows traveling. What's another death?
Oh, no! And that's the first knife of the playoffs. Making sure that it connects beautifully. Taking down yet another one. But if you're going to be the first knife of the playoffs, you're not going to be feeling too hot about that.
No, especially not. I mean, Lionheart, they did so well. They pushed out aggressively. They found those opening 2 kills. They took all the bite out of that attacking side. They had the advantage 4-2. And yet again, they fumble the bag. That's the pistol gone. It brings them 11-2. And now they're going to try to force up. They have slingers in hand, but there's Spectres and a Guardian on hand for the attacking side. They're making their way over towards A. They have the full setup. There's no one even there to stop this push. And this might just be a massacre, especially as this KJ is expecting it. Never mind the KJ.
One enemy remaining.
Wow. Milkshake going triple kill down with the Guardian. Drios cleaning it up, and now it's just going to be this guy who's managed to hold his own but can't hold an angle as DJ flying through the air. 180s with the right click in the classic, and flawless is the round. 12-2. This is nothing as close as what we expected in Ascent, but the thing about Ascent is it teaches you what your players on the enemy team like to do the most, so they are gunning these guys out of there and ready to keep it going. So I am pretty much just terrified if you were on the side of defense. LH looks like they're going to be spending some time in the losers bracket. Whether or not that's going to bring them all the way back to the finals, that's going to be up to them. We have no idea what's coming up next.
I mean, yeah, but seeing as they bought out Stingers in the last round, it's going to be a very risky buy. But Rosie is going to find 2 with the Sheriff, bring it pretty even, but Stovey is still just finding so much value.
Oh my god, how did DJ get out of that position and still be able to return the fire, return the damage? Dodge the shock dart, dodge Rita Fai's positioning, and now is ready to dodge nothing more as the bullets come flying and take out Rossi. Looking for another though, right above this climb. This time the Classic not being able to pick it up. The BMing coming out from the Silva, but if you get your first kill in 10 rounds, you might want to start BMing here as Jaden finally gets his 4th. Stovey able to pick it up, and that is a round the defense desperately needed. They are still in this game, but they first have to defuse it to make sure that they can get into the next round.
Yeah, but they're playing a very dangerous game here. I mean, that was still technically the bonus round. I mean, sure, it wasn't a full bonus because, you know, there was the full Stinger buyout in the round previous, so no one really had any rifles on hand. But seeing as they bought out yet again to stay alive in this winner's bracket, or at least the winner's side of this tournament so far, they're going to be rocking a very scattered buy. There's going to be a Judge. There's going to be a few Vandals. But light shields around the board, a Guardian, and going up against the now attacking side with a full buy, full shields, full Vandals. It's going to be scary. It's going to have to require perfection coming out from Lionheart to even stay alive to, you know, go on to the next round in winners. But I don't even think that their buy is going to be able to allow them to have that perfect round that they need to stay in.
Yeah, and as you said, a perfect round, a perfect buy is really just what is setting this game apart from the others. Let's find out. With the now rifles in hands of defense, can they bring this game to a halt? We do have a Judge up close. This is the Omen. He is spotted out, and they are spraying and praying, but the Judge is able to capitalize on one pick. DJ still very aggressive, will be able to spot out one person in the corner, not able to connect the shots though. Spike will get planted by the player of Drios here, but no matter what happens, it's just about how you can play it around. And nice movement, better aim. That's what we see from DJ, but it's a 2v2, and Killjoy Silva versus Silva and Astra. Jaden on the bomb looking for something. We'll try to back him up, and this Astra will make it a lot harder to try to get that bomb with the shock dart. Perfect geometry, swinging around the corners and ready for another one though. Jaden, can you return the shock dart? Can you play the shocking game?
Oh, here's the value from Astra. They have no idea where they are.
Oh, and that's how it ends.
Attackers win.
Clinical. I mean, very well played. That last round was perfection. The Astra and the Sova, exactly what you want to have when you're in that post-plant situation from. It's a very clinical finish to a very clinical, I mean, entire game here on Haven. And despite how close map 1 was, it just seemed like Acacia was on a different level there in map 2 on Haven, and I am not surprised in the slightest to see them go into the next round at the winners bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, not surprised, Acacia, for them to really sprout out and do the damage that they needed to. Obviously, a clean round coming out from the worst Minecraft wood, but I want to know, can they be able to really keep that kind of streak going? Because they are going to have to compete against Team Fish Taco, because Team Fish Taco managed to beat out Final Form. If we want to talk about the bracket, that's what we're going to do right now. So in the duration that we had watched these games go, Munchkins was taken out by UCSC Gold in C2. In C1, Handsome Jits beat out Monarch Esports, and in C4, Team Fish Taco beat out Final Form, leaving Handsome Jits versus UCSC Gold and Acacia versus Team Fish Taco. That is going to be the upper semis moving forward in day 1. But who are we following next? We'll stay real close here as we are going to be inching closer and closer to where this game is going to be going. But obviously, my question for you, Soren, who would you rather watch? Would you rather watch Team Fish Taco versus the people that we just saw today, Acacia, or would you rather see Handsome Jits versus UCSC Gold?
I'm really interested in seeing Handsome Jits versus UCSC Gold. I mean, personally, I always love, you know, moving over and seeing some different teams compete. But I'm really, really impressed because looking at the bracket across the board, it was 2-0s.
Yeah.
This is the top 8. These are the best of the best, the cream of the crop here we have in divisions, and it seems like the cream is rising above everything else as every team that moves on to the semis just kind of blows away their opponents, which I think is going to mean that this winners bracket and even the losers bracket could be very, very close. I think as we get into the semis, we get into the losers bracket, I think these are going to be extremely close games. I think we're going to be seeing Titans clash, either clawing to stay in or clawing to stay into that upper bracket. But man, I want to see UCSC, excuse me, Gold and Handsome Jits, because if we just saw a banger of a game from Acacia, I want to see what the other side of this bracket has in store for us.
Absolutely. But we're going to have to wait and find out who's going to be readied up and ready to rock and roll, as we have two teams really just demonstrating what they can do today. So stick around, everybody. We have a lot more gameplay to be watched in the upper bracket, and then we're going to end off today in the lower bracket. So anything's capable. Let's take a peek at those semifinals in just a little bit, but stay tuned, and thank you guys for watching so far. Minari takes him down. Only one bullet, decides to reload right in front of Green. Tries getting in halfway, and he actually sticks it all the way to half. And he reads those Young Min with the win. What a clutch. On one, but they're out. But here comes the nightmare. It's making them very afraid. Spike is now down. Lucky holding that W key. Getting a double kill with the spray down. This man's ready to go, and it's all up to Zell. He sprays it down, but that nade, it's doing some work. He doesn't know where this Reyna could be, but Great is giving away a position, and Lucky getting a 4K with one spray and then a clean clutch. And right now, Truly with this tour de force is going to spot one and only able to get it, but that's going to be a double, and that's a triple. God. That's what we like to see. Handedly, no! Bring them back into this game. Are now going for it. The ultimate's now pushing in, and all the dumpage. Lemon able to get a just mow down of a spray, getting all these picks today.
Yeah, I mean, and this is exactly the thing that we want to be seeing out of Lemon. He's going for the ace here, and he's going to try to close it out with the overdrive. Ace for Lemon off the back of really beautiful high tempo.
Let's see what's going to happen moving forward. We do have a Paranoia getting thrown out, and what a spray down. He gets himself 3. He gets himself 4. Checker. You're just better at that, and now defenders get the match point.
Oh, man. Separate the defense. Oh, no. And the spray down.
It's got to be in Fire's hands. Of course, the Vandal, very powerful, able to get himself 2 picks, and able to get all of them. What a beautiful play.
This could be tragic. Finds 2, 3, 4. Come on.
And slow things down a little bit, but now Santee in a 1v3. This is going to be very tricky. Able to find one here. He's going for the second one, and he's got it with the classic out. He's got to find the third kill. A 4-piece for Santee. Actually able to close it out and put them up.
They're going to save it for one more. But okay, Legend just gonna go ahead and line him up and shut him down. Killer and Lelouch down in one shot.
Push, but Lulu and Chill, he's able to get 2, and that's gonna be the final shot he hears. Of course, a little bit of a flashbang coming around. Kai jumping on top of bench, making a lot of noise. These attackers are on point, and this is where Kai shots. But what a shot! He no-scopes it, he wall bangs, and he aces it. That's what battling it out, but here we go. Brady from the top of heavens, able to try to do some damage. Last man standing here. What is going to happen now that we got Zambi? He knows that one is underneath him, but Kai is down. Last man, and he gets 2. Last guy, he's got it, and Gio, he's the man to get the pick. Beautiful play, but oh no, does he have enough time? It's going to be down to the wire.
Oh my lord, he actually pulls it.
0.15. That is not okay. He no scopes it. He wall bangs and he aces it. That's what we love seeing. Kai is excited. His mouse movement is it down, but that nade, it's doing some work. He doesn't know where this Reyna could be, but Reyna's giving away her position, and Lucky getting a 4K with one spray and then a clean clutch up.
Yeah, I mean, and this is exactly the thing that we want to be seeing out of Lemon. He's going for the ace here, and he's going to try to close it out with the overdrive. Ace for Lemon.
1-for-1, it's an ace from Mikey if he can get it, and he's gonna ace it. Mikey, MVP of his team, going in hard. Win it again.
You will not kill my
Nice res coming out. Spots Minari, takes him down. Only one bullet, decides to reload right in front of Green. Tries getting in halfway, and he actually sticks it all the way to half, and he makes those Young Min with the win.
clutch.
What a clutch on one, but they're out. But here comes the nightmare. It's making them very afraid. Spike is now down. Lucky holding that W key, getting a double kill with the spray down. This man's ready to go, and it's all up to Zell. He sprays it down, but that nade, it's doing some work. He doesn't know where this Reyna could be, but Reyna's giving away her position, and Lucky getting a 4K with one spray and then a clean clutch playing. And right now, Truly with this tour de force is gonna spot one and only able to get it, but that's gonna be a double, and that's a triple.
God.
That's what we like to see.
Single-handedly bring
No!
them back into this game.
We're now going for it. The ultimate's now pushing in, and all the dumpage. Lemon able to get a just mow down of a spray, getting all these picks today.
Yeah, I mean, and this is exactly the thing that we want to be seeing out of Lemon. He's going for the ace here, and he's going to try to close it out with the overdrive. Ace for Lemon off the back of really beautiful high tempo.
So let's see what's going to happen moving forward. We do have a Paranoia getting thrown out, and what a spray down. He gets himself 3. He gets himself 4. Checker, you're just better at that, and now defenders get the match point.
Oh, man. Separate the defense. Oh, no. And the spray down.
It's got to be in Fire's hands. Of course, the Vandal, very powerful, able to get himself 2 picks, and able to get all of them. What a beautiful play.
This could be tragic. Finds 2, 3, 4. Come on.
And slow things down a little bit, but now Santee in a 1v3, this is going to be very tricky. Able to find one here. He's going for the second one, and he's got it with the classic out. He's got to find the third kill, a 4-piece for Santee, actually able to close it out and put them up.
They're gonna save it for one more.
Oh!
Okay, Legend just gonna go ahead and line him up and shut him down. Killer and LA Luch down in one shot.
Push, but Lulu and Chill, he's able to get 2, and that's gonna be the final shot he hears. Of course, a little bit of a flashbang coming around. Kai jumping on top of bench, making a lot of noise. These attackers are on point, and this is where Kai shots. But what a shot! He no scopes it. He wall bangs and he aces it. That's what we're battling it out. But here we go. Brady from the top of heavens, able to try to do some damage. Last man standing here. What is going to happen now that we got Zambi? He knows that one is underneath him, but Kai is down. Last man, and he gets 2. Last guy, he's got it. And Gio, he's the man to get the pick. Beautiful play. But oh no, does he have enough time? It's going to be down to the wire.
Oh my lord, he actually pulls it.
0.15. That is not okay. He no scopes it. He wall bangs and he aces it. That's what we love seeing. Kai is excited. His mouse movement is it down, but that nade, it's doing some work. He doesn't know where this Reyna could be, but Reyna's giving away her position, and Lucky getting a 4K with one spray and then a clean clutch up.
Yeah, I mean, and this is exactly the thing that we want to be seeing out of Lemon. He's going for the ace here, and he's going to try to close it out with the overdrive. Ace for Lemon.
1-for-1, it's an ace from Mikey if he can get it, and he's gonna ace it. Mikey, MVP of his team, going in hard. Win it again.
You will not kill
Nice
my
res coming out. Spots Minari, takes him down. Only one bullet, decides to reload right in front of Green. Tries getting in halfway, and he actually sticks it all the way to half, and he makes those Young Min with the win. What a clutch on one, but they're out. But here comes the nightmare. It's making them very afraid. Spike is now down. Lucky holding that W key, getting a double kill with the spray down. This man's ready to go, and it's all up to Zell. He sprays it down, but that nade, it's doing some work. He doesn't know where this Reyna could be, but Reyna's giving away her position, and Lucky getting a 4K with one spray and then a clean. Clutch playing, and right now truly with this tour de force is gonna spot one and only able to get it, but that's gonna be a double, and that's a triple. God. That's what we like to see.
Unseen. What?
Handedly!
No!
Bring them back into this game!
Now going for it. The ultimate's now pushing in, and all the dumpage. Lemon able to get a just mow down of a spray, getting all these picks today.
Yeah, I mean, and this is exactly the thing that we want to be seeing out of Lemon. He's going for the ace here, and he's going to try to close it out with the overdrive. Ace for Lemon off the back of really beautiful high tempo.
So, let's see what's going to happen moving forward. We do have a Paranoia getting thrown out, and what a spray down. He gets himself 3. He gets himself 4. Checker, you're just better at that, and now defenders get the match point.
Oh, man. Separate the defense. Oh, no!
And the spray down B.
It's got to be in Fire's hands. Of course, the Vandal, very powerful, able to get himself 2 picks, and able to get all of them. What a beautiful play.
This could be tragic. Finds 2, 3, 4. Come on.
And slow things down a little bit, but now Santee in a 1v3, this is going to be very tricky. Able to find one here. He's going for the second one, and he's got it with the classic out. He's going to find the 3rd kill, a 4-piece for Santee, actually able to close it out and put them up.
They're gonna save it for one more. But okay, Legend just gonna go ahead and line him up and shut him down. Killer and Lelouch down in one shot.
Push, but Lulu and Chill, he's able to get 2, and that's gonna be the final shot he hears. Of course, a little bit of a flashbang coming around. Kai jumping on top of bench, making a lot of noise. These attackers are on point, and this is where Kai shots. But what a shot! He no-scopes it, he wall bangs, and he aces it. That's what we're battling it out, but here we go. Brady from the top of heaven's able to try to do some damage. Last man standing here. What is going to happen now that we got Zambi? He knows that one is underneath him, but Kai is down. Last man, and he gets 2. Last guy, he's got it, and Geo, he's the man to get the pick. Beautiful play, but oh no, does he have enough time? It's going to be down to the wire.
Oh my lord, he actually pulls it.
0.15. That is not okay. He no-scopes it. He wall bangs and he aces it. That's what we love seeing. Kai is excited. His mouse movement is it down, but that nade, it's doing some work. He doesn't know where this Reyna could be, but Reyna's giving away her position, and Lucky getting a 4K with one spray and then a clean.
Yeah, I mean, and this is exactly the thing that we want to be seeing out of Lemon. He's going for the ace here, and he's going to try to close it out with the overdrive. Ace for Lemon.
1 for 1. It's an ace from Mikey if he can get it, and he's going to ace it. Mikey, MVP of his team, going in hard. Win it again.
You will not kill
Nice
my
res coming out. Spots Minari, takes him down. Only 1 bullet, decides to reload right in front of Green. Tries getting in halfway, and he actually sticks it all the way to half, and he makes those Young Min with the win. What a clutch on one, but they're out. But here comes the nightmare. It's making them very afraid. Spike is now down. Lucky holding that W key, getting a double kill with the spray down. This man's ready to go, and it's all up to Zell. He sprays it down, but that nade, it's doing some work. He doesn't know where this Reyna could be, but Reyna's giving away her position, and Lucky getting a 4K with one spray and then a clean. Clutch playing, and right now truly with this tour de force is going to spot one and only able to get it, but that's going to be a double, and that's a triple. God. That's what we like to see.
Unseen. What?
Handedly!
No!
Bring them back into this game!
Now going for it. The ultimate's now pushing in, and all the dumpage. Lemon able to get a just mow down of a spray, getting all these picks today.
Yeah, I mean, and this is exactly the thing that we want to be seeing out of Lemon. He's going for the ace here, and he's going to try to close it out with the overdrive. Ace for Lemon off the back of really beautiful high tempo.
Let's see what's going to happen moving forward. We do have a Paranoia getting thrown out, and what a spray down. He gets himself 3. He gets himself 4. Jector, you're just better at that, and now defenders get the match point.
Oh, man.
Separate the defense. Oh, no.
And the spray down beam.
It's got to be in Fire's hands. Of course, the Vandal, very powerful, able to get himself 2 picks, and able to get all of them. What a beautiful play.
This could be tragic. Finds 2, 3, 4. Come on.
And slow things down a little bit, but now Santee in a 1v3. This is going to be very tricky. Able to find 1 here. He's going for the second one, and he's got it with the classic out. He's going to find the 3rd kill, a 4-piece for Santee. Actually able to close it out and put them up.
They're gonna save it for one more. But okay, Legend just gonna go ahead and line him up and shut him down. Killer and Lelouch down in one
Little
shot.
push, but Lulu and Chill, he's able to get 2, and that's going to be the final shot he hears. Of course, a little bit of a flashbang coming around. Kai jumping on top of bench, making a lot of noise. These attackers are on point, and this is where Kai shots. Oh, what a shot! He no-scopes it. He wall bangs and he aces it. That's what
Battling it
we
out, but here we go. Brady from the top of heavens, able to try to do some damage. Last man standing here. What is going to happen now that we got Zambi? He knows that 1 is underneath him, but Kai is down. Last man, and he gets 2. Last guy, he's got it. And Gio, he's the man to get the pick. Beautiful play, but oh no. Does he have enough time? It's
I
going
don't
to be
think
down to
so.
the wire.
Oh my lord, he actually pulls it.
0.15. That is not okay. He no-scopes it. He wall bangs and he aces it. That's what we love seeing. Kai is excited. His mouse movement. Is it down? But that nade, it's doing some work. He doesn't know where this Reyna could be, but Reyna's giving away her position, and Lucky getting a 4K with 1 spray and then a clean clutch up.
Yeah, I mean, and this is exactly the thing that we want to be seeing out of Lemon. He's going for the ace here, and he's going to try to close it out with the overdrive. Ace for Lemon.
1 for 1. It's an ace from Mikey if he can get it, and he's gonna ace it. Mikey, MVP of his team, going in hard. Win it again.
You will not kill
Nice
my
res coming out. Spots Minari, takes him down. Only 1 bullet, decides to reload right in front of Green. Tries getting in halfway, and he actually sticks it all the way to half. And he makes those Yun Min with the win.
clutch.
What a clutch. On 1, but they're out. But here comes the nightmare. It's making them very afraid. Spike is now down. Lucky holding that W key. Getting a double kill with the spray down. This man's ready to go, and it's all up to Zell. He sprays it down, but that nade, it's doing some work. He doesn't know where this Reyna could be, but Reyna's giving away her position, and Lucky getting a 4K with 1 spray and then a clean clutch up. And right now, Truly with this tour de force is going to spot 1 and only able to get it, but that's going to be a double, and that's a triple. That's what we like to see.
Unseen. Unseen. What? Single-handedly. Oh, no.
Bring them back into this game.
Are now going for it. The ultimate's now pushing in, and all the dumpage. Lemon able to get a just mow down of a spray, getting all these picks today.
Yeah, I mean, and this is exactly the thing that we want to be seeing out of Lemon. He's going for the ace here, and he's going to try to close it out with the overdrive. Ace for Lemon off the back of really beautiful high tempo.
Let's see what's going to happen moving forward. We do have a Paranoia getting thrown out, and what a spray down. He gets himself 3. He gets himself 4. Jector, you're just better at that, and now defenders get the match point.
Oh, man.
Separate the defense. Oh, no.
And the spray down beam.
It's got to be in Fire's hands. Of course, the Vandal, very powerful, able to get himself 2 picks, and able to get all of them. What a beautiful play.
This could be tragic. Finds 2, 3, 4. Come on.
And slow things down a little bit, but now Santee in a 1v3. This is going to be very tricky. Able to find 1 here. He's going for the second one, and he's got it with the classic out. He's going to find the 3rd kill, a 4-piece for Santee. Actually able to close it out and put them up.
They're gonna save it for one more. But okay, Legend just gonna go ahead and line him up and shut him down. Killer and Lelouch down in one
The
shot.
push, but Lulu and Chill, he's able to get two, and that's gonna be the final shot he hears. Of course, a little bit of a flashbang coming around. Kai jumping on top of bench, making a lot of noise. These attackers are on point, and this is where Kai shots a warning shot! He no-scopes it, he wall bangs, and he aces it! That's what
Battling
we
it out, but here we go. Brady from the top of heavens, able to try to do some damage. Last man standing here. What is going to happen now that we got Zambi? He knows that one is underneath him, but Kai is down. Last man, and he gets two. Last guy, he's got it. And Gio, he's the man to get the pick. Beautiful play, but oh no. Does he have enough time? It's going to be down to the wire.
Oh my lord, he actually pulls it.
0.15. That is not okay. He no-scopes it. He wall bangs and he aces it. That's what we love seeing. Kai is excited. His mouse movement is it down, but that nade, it's doing some work. He doesn't know where this Reyna could be, but Reyna's giving away her position, and Lucky getting a 4K with one spray and then a clean. Clutch up at
Yeah, I mean, and this is exactly the thing that we want to be seeing out of Lemon. He's going for the ace here, and he's going to try to close it out with the overdrive. Ace for Lemon.
1-for-1. It's an ace from Mikey if he can get it, and he's gonna ace it. Mikey, MVP of his team, going in hard. Win it again.
You will not kill my
Nice res coming out. Spots Minari, takes him down. Only one bullet, decides to reload right in front of Green. Tries getting it halfway, and he actually sticks it all the way to half, and he makes those Young Min with the win. What a clutch. Not one, but they're out. But here comes the nightmare. It's making them very afraid. Spike is now down. Lucky holding that W key, getting a double kill with the spray down. This man's ready to go, and it's all up to Zell. He sprays it down, but that nade, it's doing some work. He doesn't know where this Reyna could be, but Reyna's giving away her position, and Lucky getting a 4K with one spray and then a clean. Clutch playing, and right now Truly with this tour de force is gonna spot one and only able to get it, but that's gonna be a double, and that's a triple. That's what we like to see.
Unseen. What? Oh, handedly. Oh,
Bring
no.
them back into this game.
Are now going for it. The ultimate's now pushing in, and all the dumpage. Lemon able to get a just mow down of a spray, getting all these picks today.
Yeah, I mean, and this is exactly the thing that we want to be seeing out of Lemon. He's going for the ace here, and he's going to try to close it out with the overdrive. Ace for Lemon off the back of really beautiful high tempo.
Let's see what's going to happen moving forward. We do have a Paranoia getting thrown out, and what a spray down. He gets himself 3. He gets himself 4. Jector, you're just better at that, and now defenders get the match point.
Oh, man.
Separate the defense.
Oh, no.
And the spring down B.
It's got to be in Fire's hands. Of course, the Vandal, very powerful, able to get himself 2 picks, and able to get all of them. What a beautiful play.
This could be tragic. Finds 2, 3, 4.
Come on.
And slow things down a little bit, but now Santee in a 1v3, this is going to be very tricky. Able to find one here. He's going for the second one, and he's got it with the classic out. He's going to find the third kill, a 4-piece for Santee. Actually able to close it out and put them up.
They're gonna save it for one more. Oh! Okay, Legend just gonna go ahead and line him up and shut him down. Killer and Lelouch down in one
The
shot.
push, but Lulu and Chill, he's able to get two, and that's gonna be the final shot he hears. Of course, a little bit of a flashbang coming around. Kai jumping on top of bench, making a lot of noise. These attackers are on point, and this is where Kai shots a warning shot! He no-scopes it, he wall bangs, and he aces it. That's what battling it out, but here we go. Brady from the top of heavens, able to try to do some damage. Last man standing here. What is going to happen now that we got Zambi? He knows that one is underneath him, but Kai is down. Last man, and he gets 2. Last guy, he's got it, and Gio, he's the man to get the pick. Beautiful play, but oh no. Does he have enough time? It's going to be down to the wire.
Oh my lord, he actually pulls it.
0.15. That is not okay. He no-scopes it. He wall bangs and he aces it. That's what we love seeing. Kai is excited. His mouse movement is it
Minari takes him down. Only one bullet, decides to reload right in front of green. Tries getting in halfway, and he actually sticks it all the way to half. And he beats those young men with the win. What a clutch. On one, but they're out. But here comes the nightmare. It's making them very afraid. Spike is now down. Lucky holding that W key. Getting a double kill with the spray down. This man's ready to go, and it's all up to Zell. He sprays it down, but that nade, it's doing some work. He doesn't know where this Reyna could be, but Great is giving away a position, and Lucky getting a 4K with one spray and then a clean clutch up. And right now, Truly with this tour de force is going to spot one and only able to get it, but that's going to be a double, and that's a triple.
God.
That's what we like to see.
Unseen. Unseen. What? Might single-handedly. No.
Bring them back into this game.
Are now going for it. The ultimate's now pushing in, and all the dumpage. Lemon able to get a just mow down of a spray, getting all these picks today.
Yeah, I mean, and this is exactly the thing that we want to be seeing out of Lemon. He's going for the ace here, and he's going to try to close it out with the overdrive. Ace for Lemon off the back of really beautiful high tempo.
So, let's see what's going to happen moving forward. We do have a Paranoia getting thrown out, and what a spray down. He gets himself 3. He gets himself 4. Jector, you're just better at that, and now defenders get the match point.
Oh, man.
Separate the defense. Oh, no.
And the spray down B.
It's got to be in Fire's hands. Of course, the Vandal, very powerful, able to get himself 2 picks, and able to get all of them. What a beautiful play.
This could be tragic. Finds 2, 3, 4.
Come on.
And slow things down a little bit, but now Santee in a 1v3, this is going to be very tricky. Able to find one here. He's going for the second one, and he's got it with the classic out. He's got to find the third kill, a 4-piece for Santee. Actually able to close it out and put them up.
They're gonna save it for one more. But okay, Legend just gonna go ahead and line him up and shut him down. Killer and Lelouch down in one
Little
shot.
push, but Lulu and Chill, he's able to get 2, and that's gonna be the final shot he hears. Of course, a little bit of a flashbang coming around. Kai jumping on top of bench, making a lot of noise. These attackers are on point, and this is where Kai shots. But what a shot! He no-scopes it, he wall bangs, and he aces it. That's what we're battling it out, but here we go. Brady from the top of heavens, able to try to do some damage. Last man standing here. What is going to happen now that we got Zambi? He knows that one is underneath him, but Kai is down. Last man, and he gets 2. Last guy, he's got it, and Gio, he's the man to get the pick. Beautiful play, but oh no, does he have enough time? It's
I
going
don't
to be
think
down
so.
to the wire.
Oh my lord, he actually pulls it.
0.15. That is not okay. He no-scopes it. He wall bangs and he aces it. That's what we love seeing. Kai is excited. His mouse movement is it down, but that nade, it's doing some work. He doesn't know where this Reyna could be, but Great is giving away a position, and Lucky getting a 4K with one spray and then a clean clutch up.
And here we are, this time game 2 of the day, series 2 that is, and we have the team that we just saw kick the butt of the poor team, dropping them down. Lionheart not able to move on. They're in the lower bracket, but I'm joined by Soren, and we have a new challenger, and that's going to be in the face of Team Fish Taco. So, Soren, are you ready to have some fun here?
Yeah, I am. I mean, we were talking about in the pre or at the end of the last series, we were hoping to get to the other side of the winners bracket, but unfortunately, we had 2 different occasions of no-shows, including the other semifinal. So we got Acacia back. We saw them put on a really good performance in series number 1 against Lionheart, and I mean, we said it before, but this is the cream of the crop. So Lionheart, even though they looked like a little bit of a pushover in Haven, are not. They're actually a really solid team. So to see them, just kind of push them off to the side and, stamp their place into the semifinals here is quite impressive. But they are going up against one of the best teams that we have here in IGL, point blank, period. Team Fish Taco, TFT, very consistently, I think, in like top 2, top 3 of our tournaments. They've been really consistent in the division. So, I mean, we're going to have a battle here in series number 2 as both of them stamp or try to stamp their spot in the winners final so far.
Yeah, you got to stamp your spot here. You got to make sure that you hold your own. What we just saw from Acacia was very powerful on the map of Haven, winning it out. What was that? 13-2. So
Yes.
if something 13-3, I think. So if it's something similar like that, obviously Team Fish Taco we know is a very powerful team, but they got 2-0'd by the current seed number 1. And if you guys don't remember, that is going to be the Handsome Jits team. So anybody who really has something to say has to say to that team in this bracket, as they are consistently moving up and beyond here. But with that being mentioned, we got to see how they're going to be able to move forward, since UCSC Gold had to kind of did a very strange play by FFing in the upper semis, going down to lower semis, and almost guaranteeing them a spot against the weaker players to try to battle it out. So it's a very unique way to play. It could have been something tactical, but as we also know, the team of Munchkins apparently would just walk down that yellow brick road and out of the game here, because they were in the lower bracket when they FF'd. But let's see if the map of Haven on Texas servers is going to bode well for either side. Team Fish Tacos versus Acacia starts right now. So let's get into Agent Select and see what they're going to be bringing to the table here, Soren.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, we are starting off on Haven, though we are getting a little bit of a switch up with Pearl and Fracture the next 2 maps up. But we're starting here on Haven, and I think we're going to be seeing a pretty standard composition to what we saw in the last game. And it looks like we're going to see the exact same coming out from Acacia, which, not surprised. They had such a dominant, I was going to say dominant entire game from them. So I'm not expecting to see too much change ups and strategies and team compositions at all. But this is the first time we're going to be seeing, the side of Team Fish Taco on this map on stream at least. And it looks like it's going to be pretty much a mirror matchup except for the difference of controllers. So I'm not going to go on and on about it because I already went on and on about it in the last game. But I mean, we've already seen how effective this Astra pick can be, especially when going up against a very aggressive composition with the Omen and the Breach. If Team Fish Taco fall into the same trap that Lionheart did, they can't push through the Astra utility, they can't find their way on the site, they can't play as aggressive as they would like to be, we might just have a repeat of series number 2. And I don't think it will happen. Team Fish Taco, a really good team. I know they're also a very flexible team. So I'm hoping we have a much better contest here, but it looks like Acacia are really set up to do well, at least here on the starting half.
Yeah, on that starting half, I need to see what they can bring. It is going to be a very similar team composition as well. The exact same, actually, coming out for defense. And it's a mirrored matchup. So we haven't seen Team Fish Tacos compete today, but knowing how they know how to really rock it down, having the only difference be the Omen versus Astra, which we kind of hit on a little bit in that timeout of the start of last game, the game 2 of the first best of 3 series. It had to come down to who is the more suitable agent, and I would argue Astra on Haven is slightly better than Omen for being able to support the team, but an aggressive player would do much better suited on that Omen. So it's about who's going to be playing it out here, and we saw how Mixshack able to just really line them up and frag them out. So anything's really possible here, Soren.
Yeah, absolutely. It is going to be a battle of the 2 play styles. That aggressive Omen on the one side, the much more supportive Asher on the other. It's going to be a duel, but it's going to all come down to the gameplay. And it looks like we're seeing this aggressive push like we saw in series number 1, but a little bit more tactical. They're going to set a lot of presence up in Garage. They're even going to shoot at the Breach, push them back away from window, as they're going to hear 2 people in Garage. And it looks like they're going to very slowly try to make their way into C, but Milkshack is just going to mow down one, smoke up, and wait for another push.
Yeah, they're waiting for that other push, but already one going down. The Jet no longer able to entry it out. This default not looking too hot. Ali has to back it up, and this is looking pretty clean for Acacia so far. They are on the defense, and we know how powerful defense can be, but it's an attack-sided map, and let's see if hitting up that A site is going to be working, as we are going to follow our teammate and our wonderful observer Freezes. Let's find out. Haxa running and gunning, taking out 50 damage for himself. And from the side, Stoby doing the damage, wall banging it up. DJ grabs another, but fragging out with the Frenzy. And this frag and Frenzy is going to get the spike down, but has to hold against 3 more.
Does have quite a bit of utility to try to hold off the retake here, but Breach really good at holding one angle specifically, but there's also one up in heaven that can do some damage. Just find one though.
One enemy remaining.
Trios takes the loop around, does find the kill, will get the defuse. It's much riskier than it was supposed to be, seeing as that was a 3v1, but Trios is able to secure it. Secure round one for the defenders.
Round one for defense looking already pretty clean here. Ready for some more information.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to see a pretty similar setup. We're going to see this default come out yet again from the attacking side, but Spike is still down towards window, so this could be a very quick rotate over to A. It could also be aggressive push towards B, but we already saw Acacia really likes this KJ setup on Garage and B. It's really, really tactical. It allows KJ to cover pretty much 2 of the 5 entry points onto the defensive side. It's really, really clean. It's also incredibly difficult for the attackers to try to push through, but it is looking like a default 2 towards C, 2 towards A, and the KJ just putting some presence up towards Garage.
Yeah, putting that presence up and locking him down. It's going to be Haxa now already rotating over with just whatever they can afford. Sheriff in hands, not ideal, but could be good enough. DJ with the double down. Marshall in hand, making sure that he is able to serve up some damage. Drios will be able to spot out one, but that is going to be a Marshall and a Sheriff close range combat that you don't want to try to re-peek it. Haxa leading the charge, running right in. Will not be able to spot out anything, but actually gets a leg shot down on a Drios. That's the slight amount of damage that you need to push these players back. But here they come into Garage, back into grass. It is just a back and forth of deciding where to go, but it's all danger. And those danger levels are rising and rising. And that is why DJ with the triple already taking out Crescent. And it's just these two to hold it down. Frag grabs one, and C-Site seems to be
30
open.
seconds left.
Vons hears them though, so they're ready. Will take a little bit of a duel. Will give away a lot of the location. Will know where the spike is planted as well. And now they're just entrapped in. There's so much utility. DJ finds a fourth.
Wow. And Vons is going to be able to clean that up. DJ nearly acing it, but I've said that so many times. It's not really it doesn't even phase me when I say DJ is popping off here. And let's see if they're going to be able to do it yet again. So much on the line, and they are ready to rock and roll, keeping that movement. But I gotta hand it to them. They're managing to really just put that pressure on quite handedly here. And my question for you, Soren, do you think that this is going to be replicatable now that the rifles are in hands of the attacking side?
I will not lie. It's a little scary for both teams. It's a little scary because if you look at the kill counts across the board, everyone on the side of Acacia has a kill. At least one for most, but DJ with 6. That is very top heavy, but that is not even the worst of it because Frag on the other side is the only one on the attacking side with a kill with 5 into their pocket. So with rifles in hands, I think they have the advantage, but the rest of their team really needs to start showing a presence here, needs to start getting on that kill board, get on the scoreboard, and show that they are in it to win it. Because if Frag is the only one fragging, this could continue to be very one-sided.
Yeah, and it might be all that she wrote here. Not a lot of opportunities for them to remain. Could be possible, but Haxa, beautiful knives. Or beautiful spray takes out the kniving player. But if you're going to connive a knife, you're going to have to hold down mid. And that is Mikshak getting traded out by Drios with his team on there. Spike is now down in the windowsill, but still, we have a little bit of a clutch potential. Somehow defense is nearly winning their bonus, but they know how to check their corners together. And a swing and a miss. Drios doubling it up. And it's just going to be Ali to find the final 3 kills.
And they're marked. They do have the Phantom, but they're now weak. Any Spectre, I think 2 bullets will be able to do it. And there it is. Clean as you'd like. That will be the bonus going their way. And like I said, I mean, there needs to be more kill potential. Only Ali and Haxa got a kill besides Frag in that last round. There is just so much pressure coming from this defensive side. They're not resting on laurels. They're taking aggressive fights. They're taking the aggressive peaks because they know they're going to win those fights. They're going to win the duels. And at the beginning, last series, excuse me, the entirety of Lionheart was punished by DJ just finding those opening picks early again and again and again, and it's looking like it's a very similar story here, but without the kill potential of the rest of the team to assist and trying to claw back some rounds, it's looking very scary.
Yeah, a detriment of detriments here. DJ with that op already grabbing K-Roast. Now this is Crescent's time to shine, but unfortunately the only thing he's going to get is a shiner, a big punch to the eye there. Headshotting it up from Vons. DJ on the flank. Spots but misses. Frag is going to be able to grab that and the op now in the hands of Haxa. 2v4. They're going to want to save this gun because it's not the best kind of round to try to clutch it up, but how are you going to save a gun like that with only backup being the sheriff in the hands of Frag? Obviously Frag's fragging out here 7-3, but the only person with more than 1 kill on his team, no guarantees.
Yeah, and it looks like this is actually a really nice setup from the defense. They know they now have the operator. That's a huge kill potential in their hands, so they're not going to be playing aggressive. They're setting up for crossfires and just punishing them for trying to take some sort of advantage and even try to get the spike down here.
And wow, can't even get the spike down, and that op unfortunately is going to go right back in the hands of the defenders. DJ pretty happy about that, but this is the buy round coming around for the attack. They need to stop the momentum being built up by Team Acacia here. This is of course a team that's pretty solid in the seeding during those group stages, but are really just demonstrating why they matter so much to win it out early. However, my question, Soren, do you think that they can bounce this game back?
I mean, it really can. I do think that a timeout is needed. I think a timeout was definitely needed in Series 1 when Acacia got the lead. I'm really worried that if there's not a second to pause, a second to breathe here for Team Fish Taco, that this boulder, this snowball going down a hill is just going to become bigger and bigger and bigger, and it's going to become an insurmountable task. They need a second, they need a break, they need to reassess how they're going to try to break down this defense, but it looks like they're not going to take it. They're going to go for this very aggressive push through A. There's only one defender on site, so this is rather nice, and that's going to be the Rolling Thunder invested as well to try to clear it, but site's already cleared. That doesn't hit anyone, so that means the defense is still in a prime position to stop this plant and play for the retake.
Yeah, they're primed, ready to rock, ready to roll, and they're trying their best here. DJ right around the corner, trying to just find that one shot if possible, but they have the flash. But what a shot! You poke your arm out and you're gonna get deleted. That's DJ with an op in hand and ready to do it again. The Oppenheimer, the death, has become destroyer of worlds, as Crescent now has to try to clean it up, but it's so hard to do when DJ is on your back. That's another one, but here is the push, managing to dodge it. 1 bullet remaining and just rushing in, unfortunately doesn't check hell, and this is all crumbling beneath their feet. 1v2. Drios running and gunning in, spots out one, swings and misses, but from the side it's Ali being able to clean that up, and attackers, they needed that desperately.
They do. They really did need that desperately. It's really nice. That stops the bleeding a little bit. That means they're going to be able to get a full buy into this round, or just about a full buy. It looks like one's going to have to settle for either a Guardian, a Bulldog, or just a submachine gun. But that does not do too much to affect the economy of Acacia. And also, I'm going to say it again, it was really off the back of the kills from Frag. He still had to put up numbers. He had to stop and put a halt to that push through connector. Without him there, I think that entirety of that retake is just so clinical that they push through and they find the kills they need it to. So, sure, good win, but they need to do more to try to stop this almost very aggressive defense.
Yeah, it is an aggressive defense here, but that's mainly on the back of DJ. Oh my god, just shoot. Oh, but there it is. Having to go off the info, will get taken out. If, you know, dramatic irony. I definitely expected that Colat to come through, but Big Shake going for it in the... Oh, we're out of ammo, out of life. That's the pick. But they still have just one remaining. It's Haxa, and we know Haxa likes to act like he's cheating sometimes, so maybe he might be able to toggle on and clutch this up. But he's going to have to plant the bomb, work his way around all of these people pushing him in. Got the owl drone for info. And that bot is going to get spotted, and that's going to open it up. Haxa cleaning out Drios, will get spotted by the bot. Grabs another, hit by the dart though. He's got no idea. All the information is sticking him down. He's shock darted, and he's going to have to see you in the next one.
And they are going to save the op. Very nice play. I actually like what Haxer did there. They took that 1v1 fight that they were expecting in Garage, and actually were able to get the lockdown and hand off of that kill. So there is now an ultimate. There's actually an ultimate in 4 hands for the attacking side. The ult economy is firmly in their favor, but unfortunately in that round, just not able to get into a spot where the lockdown would bring any value to the round. It would just be a waste. But now with 4 going into this round, this is probably a prime position. Even if it's not a perfect buy, we see the hero rifle come out for frag. I would not be surprised if we're going to see a few ultimates get popped here. Bladestorm, the first of which being utilized.
Yeah, Bladestorm is going to get popped. Crescent desperately needing this. Does not know that Milkshake actually is directly behind him. And Crescent has yet to spot out this Astra, who's been taking it very patiently. Opens it up to get the pick, and that allows DJ to come in and come up large. Stoby and DJ cleaning up, where Milkshake managed to just hold that back. But now, 6-1. This best of 3 is going to end quickly if this momentum is anything to be decided. If this avalanche doesn't get stopped and that snowball stops tumbling down, it's going to be GG.
Excellent play there. Have to point out Astra, Milkshake, just absolute godly trigger discipline there. I don't know if you noticed it, but they could spot the barrel of the stinger from the Omen in the smoke. The barrel of the gun was sticking out. He had not pushed through the smoke yet. They could just see it, but they did not shoot at it because they knew they hadn't been given away yet. So they waited until their teammates either got the kill or they pushed out through. Perfect, because the moment they would have shot, they would have given away their position and they would have been in a really bad spot to take a 1v3. Excellent play, really good discipline from them, but we're seeing a very big changeup from them. They actually kept off a B site. Spike is down already. The attackers have full control, but they're going to get pincered in. There's a defender, on either side.
Defenders on either side, the run and the gun, and the gunning it down. The Stoby with the double kill down. I am a cup of coffee because he is absolutely caffeinated and cleaning house. Frag around the corner. We'll get a 1-tap. We'll get a 2-tap, but it's over. There is the round yet again. The defense now even higher in the streak.
I mean, yeah, unfortunately not a 7 streak off the bat, but only losing 1 in 8 rounds is nothing to be shy at. And I really think it's the kill pressure. I mean, Frag, again, 11 and 8, the only one who's gone above 5 kills for the attacking side of Team Fish Taco. It just seems like, and it's in the playstyle as well. You can see it whenever Acacia, any member of Acacia, pushes through, they have the confidence to know that they are going to win the team fights because they've been doing it so consistently. They are playing fearlessly, they are playing confidently, and at the end of the day, when you're facing teams of this caliber, sometimes confidence is the thing that separates teams that are this close. And right now, the difference is not very small. It is very one-sided.
It definitely is one-sided here, but they might be able to bring it back, but no real guarantee.
One enemy
With
remaining.
nice shots coming out from Vaughn and DJ, but it's Haxa back again in that 1v4 position, back again trying to clutch this up, but nope, no time to even attempt to push the bomb site. DJ is getting pretty aggressive here, might lose the op, but no, it's not Haxa's opportunity to push in, and this is yet another round, 7-round deficit, 8-1. We saw them 10-2 it last time, and this timeout has to be called, but honestly, I expected this much earlier.
Yeah, I would have hoped it a lot earlier. It's round 9. It's 8-1. It's been one-sided isn't even the words. I think that's being almost generous. It's been domination coming out from Acacia here. Absolutely just making this a statement map, especially because this is not the first time today we've seen them dominate on Haven. I would be really scared if I'm another team in this competition, because at the rate this is going, they're going to stamp their spot into the winners finals. If I am on the other side of the bracket, even if I'm on the loser side, first ban if I come up against Acacia here is Haven, because this is absolute dominance. They just have this map down to a T, and even with this timeout, I'm afraid that without the kill pressure coming out from the rest of their team, Team Fish Taco, this might just be a GG go next angle for this half. They're going to have to really bring it back and try to pull something out of a hat on defense to even have a chance to take this map and bring to map 2.
Yeah, and they need that desperately. It is not being the best for them. No cap about it. It's just a tough game. Team Fish Taco coming from the top. Now we're looking at players like K-Rose unable to secure a single kill, only 1 assist. Frag is the only one getting picks, and it's stress, but ultimates are close. They might be able to use some of these to get themselves on the site, especially the lockdown and the rolling thunder, but I don't know how they're actually going to be able to choose which ones of those are the most important. But I love the positioning from Crescent, running up and already close range. Here comes the rolling thunder to try to push these guys back in, and it's going to open it up for Crescent to actually push in, maybe stop that lockdown.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
A lot of damage, and it's working.
Fine kills, and that ends up being a 2v2, but actually one's locked down in mid. Oh no, both get locked down. The one down long can't do anything yet. The Ash of the Divide as well is utilized, but my god. It's so unfortunate from them. They're able to just get picked off 1 for 1. Oh, they had all the advantage in that too. The entirety of the defense was stacked up on A to start off that round.
Yeah, the entire defense is really just stacking it up, but it's hard. It is not a common way that the game goes here, and I gotta hand it to them. Stress has to be building up for these guys. It's a lot of information that is kind of forcing these players back away almost consistently here. So I don't know. Where would you put these guys on the scoreboard for sure? I honestly think that these guys are proving to be even higher in the seed that they were previously. Acacia coming out big in day 1 of the playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. Coming in as second seeds, we're expecting them to be good, but I think this is a different level than what we were expecting. I just read like a book, honestly.
Read like a book and bringing that book down. There it is, yet another one. It's just, they just have to keep that going, and I think they want to, and they might just be able to. DJ spotting out one, but not being able to hit the shot. Tries to bait it out and will grab away, but this is now 3 against 3. This is the closest we've seen these rounds really get recently. This early on, the early picks, the 2 for 2, but C-Site has to get past the player Drios to clutch this up.
Absolutely. And their setup is here on C2, so while they are alone, they're not truly alone. As typical of KJ.
You should run.
Oh, we got the ultimate though. That lockdown should be able to lock him out, as we do have Drios on the flank going straight for it. Flashbanging it up, and that's Drios with a double kill down. But oh no, the ultimate, it is not going to be able to do too much, as Vons still cleans it up, breaks the Killjoy lockdown just in time. I really thought that we could see the attackers take 1 round there, but now we're going into the last round of the half, and it is a decimation. Are we going to see 11-1, Soren, or can this end 10-2?
I'm sorry, I'm still shocked by that spray transfer. I mean, I think Vons there was shooting at the ultimate and took it out, and then immediately swapped over to the KJ and got the kill there too, despite the KJ having the jump. I'm sorry. I mean, yeah, I think we're probably going to see an 11-1. This has been one-sided to say the least, and even with the timeout, it has done nothing to stop the momentum of this defense. Acacia shooting and punching way above what we expected them to, even though they were so high up in the seeding. I'm really struggling to see how a team can compete with them, especially on this map.
Yeah, this map's not looking too clean here, but they might be able to finish the job, clean up whatever they can, because they are kind of running it down, working their way through. DJ up on the top. DJ is going to get spotted and actually loses that gunfight, not wins it. And that's a beautiful pick. They managed to have the bomb advantage. The post plant is coming up real here with the ultimates available for the Jet, Omen, and the Hunter's Fury to do anybody who touches the site. Haxa now pushing into mid, will get spotted out, but oh, cooking it up. Crescent trades out with Vaughn, and Crescent now has to make the run for it, but Stoby's grabbing Haxa, and somehow the bomb's still ticking away. It's Milkshack going straight in, and 10 HP, managing to finally go down. Drios on the double kill, down 3 bullets, no time, and K-Rose secures this round. 10-2 is the half, and Soren, I might see a comeback, but 10-2 curse doesn't exist for a reason.
I mean, yeah, it takes an extraordinary effort, almost perfection, because if you lose pistol, in theory, you end up losing the anti-eco, and then you're immediately at match point. There was very little room for error. Why there's a little bit, there's a dash of room, but it's very tight here. Any mistakes that could pop up mid-round could absolutely spell the end of this map way earlier than what Team Fish Taco truly expected. But they're now on the defensive side. They are in a position where, if they can just outstrat their opponents, if they just can pull something out that Acacia is not going to expect, they could easily bring themselves back in. Maybe not win, but they can at least make this a competitive map. And it looks like they're just going to go for a really aggressive push for the attack here as they just take site by force.
Taking that site by force, but that is beautiful coming out from Team Fish Taco. Their defense already underway, cleaning house, cleaning them out, and now it's a 1v4. You got the Astra sitting in long, looking for somebody to really damage them out with, but there are no guarantees in the game. The sport is bloodied and the game is close as Mikshak is going to be taken down, and already defense now finally winning a pistol has to do it again though, as they have as many rounds as the attack needs to end this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Really well played for them. That's the exact response we need coming out from Team Fish Taco. A very convincing opening round for them. But again, it's only the pistol. I mean, sure, if it was won by Acacia, it'd be spelling more doom than anything. But just winning the pistol isn't enough. They need to not only win the pistol, they need to win the anti-eco. In theory, they really should even win the bonus. So it's not about the single round they just won. It's about compounding on. Did they not spot him?
I guess they didn't spot him there.
Oh, the barrel just got in the way. And they're going to get punished for that. Crescent finding two, the push through garage as well. They're not going to spot Spike, so they're expecting the last two to have it, but it's actually trapped towards spawn in the middle of mid. If they get spotted out, this could be a very quick round.
Yeah, pretty quick round here. Anything's real possible, though, as already two players are down, and that was a massacre down mid, to be honest. Like, as aggressive as they can be, but it's a save round. They didn't buy anything outside of maybe some util, which they still get to carry into the next round here. Drios pushing up in mid, actually grabs out Crescent, but on the reload, Ali's going to capitalize and punish, as here is just Vaughn's 1v4. Will get spotted out and wall banged, bloodied and battered over in grass. Defense, though, happy they managed to take two, but this is where the rifles come out and where the game starts shifting in the favor of whoever lost pistol.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the round where you expect, the side of Acacia to win out. I'm actually kind of surprised here. I'm surprised seeing that we're gonna get a buyout from DJ, who I was almost expecting to just hold, maybe buy a lesser rifle and possibly save for an operator here, which, to be fair, is not the best on the attacking side, but seeing as how much value they have gotten from the operator in the past, I'm surprised we're not seeing it again. But the judge getting the value.
Wow. That gun is going to grab the value here. Right around the corner, Crescent looking for some more. And he is going to get taken down by Mikshak, and there it is. Kairos will try to run it down, run it in. But no guarantees, as 1-for-1 has already been dealt. The Jets have dropped, and unfortunately both Jets have hit it hard, and they might not be able to hold that defense. But with DJ down, the attack really doesn't have a lot of options for pushing in unless they use a lot of util from players like Vaughn's here, or in a lot of information gathering from Stoby. But when the defense sells it by pushing into a sewer and treat it like what flows through a sewer, that's what you need to be seeing it, as the bomb will get planted, and this round looks heavily in the favor of these attackers.
Instantly brings it back into their favor. Hacks are trying to do what they can, but there's so much util. There's such a good crossfire. Yet again, it's going to be a tough pass for them to try to push through. Will get pushed back. But Vaughn just smoked off, but it doesn't matter. Stoby's there.
That is crazy to have them actually drop like that. And 2 rounds away. This is, of course, game 1 of this best of 3. So having this kind of open up pretty swimmingly here. Danger is flowing for the side, and honestly, I don't know how to feel about this game so far. It's a lot of pushback, a lot of people just getting thrown around. But I gotta hand it to the attackers, Acacia. They have really come up big, come up into their own. But however, rifles on both sides. We are even seeing an op in the hands of Crescent, and Crescent is a great opper.
Yeah, they're going to need to be in order to even replicate the performance that we saw from DJ on that first half with the operator. But if they can find the same value as DJ did, this could be a rather easy half for them. They already found 2. They were expected to lose the bonus, so we're not all that surprised. I'm more concerned by the fact that they were led astray by that fake. And I actually don't think they spotted the Astra with that drone, so they have no idea that Mitchak is still there. But I think they've learned their lesson from last time, and they are not going to try to push up aggressively again.
Yeah, they might learn their lesson, but see if they actually learn to use from their lesson here instead of just realizing that a lesson happened. You know, sometimes there's a difference between acknowledging that you went to class and acknowledging what the class taught. But let's find out. Drios pushing in, trying their best to do what they can. Mikshak grabbing the pick on Alley, and A-Site seems to be consistently pushed in. Attack, very happy about this. This might be where they get match point unless we could see a retake underway. But everybody's still over towards B, Grass, Garage, and C.
There's also no ultimates on hand for either team, so this is going to be solely down to utilities here. Meanwhile, 2 of them on the defensive side are taking their time. The KJ, the Breach, just now getting to site. It's going to be a little bit difficult, especially as time has been ticking. Spike's been down for a solid few seconds now.
Yeah, solid few seconds. Could be doable, but here's the drop. K-Rose will be able to spray a bit, taking as much damage as he's dealing, but from above, it's Crescent going in, getting the snipe down, but that bomb's ticking away, and the knives not connecting. DJ gets the trade, and the bomb, it's planted for him, but there's no time, and it looks like Frag goes for the save. Not sure what he was thinking, because that bomb goes boom, and you're just going to be the dynamite that goes with it, and that's a clutch from Drios yet again. Match point advantage, ultimates online. You got the Astral Divide, you got the Hunter's Fury, and the only thing the defense can rock with is Sheriffs and a From the Shadows relocate in the hands of Alley.
Yeah, it's not amazing. It's not wonderful. If you're on the defensive side, if you're Team Fish Taco, it probably does feel a bit like a GG Go Next, because despite the fact you had a really good starting opening half here, I mean, the kill pressure coming out from DJ, from Stoby, from Drios, even from Mixshake, who's not even, you know, in the top half of the board. Anyone that pushes through is just going to get punished, and they're actually investing the ultimates almost immediately here. And
Yeah,
it doesn't matter. They're
immediately
gonna find the
punishing.
kills.
They're not going to find it, but they can look for more. That might be beneficial, but no guarantees. This is not the easiest game. But there it is. Frag, defense coming out. This eco round's working beautifully in their favor as Frag's on a triple kill down, but oh no, that bomb is still gonna get planted, but all the weapons in the world are able to arm these kiddos up. K-Rose now with the Sheriff has to kind of go in only with the Sheriff because he's not able to go all the way to C and pick that up. But attack KJ, that's gonna guarantee 13 seconds of free time, but Frag's guaranteeing even more frags for the team. One away from the ace, waiting out this ultimate. If Frag takes out the Astra, it's gonna be the first ace of the half. Actually, the first ace of today. But no, can't get caster cursed. I'm sorry, Frag. Unfortunate, but Haxa might just have to finish it off, defending his teammate, and he can't defend the teammate. And there's no time. He's out of it. The game ends on time, and we are going to be moving on to the next map of Pearl here, Soren.
1 second decides it. 1 second left on the clock, just not able to. And despite it being really, really scrappy, the last 2 rounds that they needed to win being lost to time, they are able to pull it out after a dominant, truly dominant performance on the defensive end. I mean, gotta give props. DJ coming alive, 18, 13, and 6 for him. It's a huge map from Acacia, real big statement piece for him. And I mean, well deserved. We're gonna be going over the Pearl next, and it's gonna take a lot, because at this point the mental might even be a part of the factor here, as that was, despite the 2 rounds they won in the second half, that was still not a close game.
Yeah, it was not close. We're not seeing too much stress building up here for the side of Acacia. They had it pretty easy when they on their map pick of Haven, but now going into Pearl, we can see a little bit of something different happening here. But of course, if you guys want to see what else is going on behind the scenes here at IGL or in the open divisions, make sure to check out Bracket or head to IGLeague.com, because after grand finals get started sometime this or next week, we should be expecting the opening for the open division season 2 to start being available. So if you want to get in on a tournament worth $3,000 just in prize money alone, then you are going to want to check it out over at igleague.com. But that's the intermission time. We're going to see you guys in Agent Select moving on to Pearl here. So good luck, have fun, and we'll see you in just a minute.
He no-scopes it. He wallbangs and he aces it. That's what we love seeing. Kai is excited. His mouse movement. Is it down? But that nade, it's doing some work. He doesn't know where this Reyna could be, but Reyna's giving away a position, and Lucky getting a 4K with one spray and then a clean. Clutch up at...
Yeah, I mean, and this is exactly the thing that we want to be seeing out of Lemon. He's going for the ace here, and he's going to try to close it out with the overdrive. Ace of Lemon.
One for one, it's an ace from Mikey if he can get it, and he's gonna ace it. Mikey, MVP of his team, going in hard. Win it again.
You will not kill
Nice
my
res coming out. Spots Minari, takes him down. Only one bullet, decides to reload right in front of Green. Tries getting in halfway, and he actually sticks it all the way to half, and he reads those Yun Min with the win.
clutch.
What a clutch on one, but they're out. But here comes the nightmare. It's making them very afraid. Spike is now down. Lucky holding that W key, getting a double kill with the spray down. This man's ready to go, and it's all up to Zell. He sprays it down, but that nade, it's doing some work. He doesn't know where this Reyna could be, but Reyna's giving away a position, and Lucky getting a 4K with one spray and then a clean. Clutch up at the right now, truly with this tour de force is gonna spot one and only able to get it, but that's gonna be a double, and that's a triple. That's what we like to see.
Unseen, unseen. What? Might handedly. No.
Bring them back into this game.
Are now going for it. The ultimate's now pushing in, and all the dumpage. Lemon able to get a just mow down of a spray, getting all these picks today.
Yeah, I mean, and this is exactly the thing that we want to be seeing out of Lemon. He's going for the ace here, and he's going to try to close it out with the overdrive. Ace for Lemon off the back of really beautiful high tempo.
Let's see what's going to happen moving forward. We do have a Paranoia getting thrown out, and what a spray down. He gets himself 3. He gets himself 4. Checker, you're just better at that, and now defenders get the match point.
Oh, man.
Separate the defense. Oh no!
And the spring down B.
It's got to be in Fire's hands. Of course, the Vandal, very powerful, able to get himself 2 picks, and able to get all of them. What a beautiful play.
This could be tragic. Finds 2, 3, 4.
Come on.
And slow things down a little bit, but now Santee in a 1v3, this is going to be very tricky. Able to find one here. He's going for the second one, and he's got it with the classic out. He's got to find the third kill, a 4-piece for Santee. Actually able to close it out and put them up.
They're gonna save it for one more. But okay, Legend just gonna go ahead and line him up and shut him down. Killer and Lelouch down in one
Little
shot.
push, but Lulu and Chill, he's able to get 2, and that's gonna be the final shot he hears. Of course, a little bit of a flashbang coming around. Kai jumping on top of bench, making a lot of noise. These attackers are on point, and this is where Kai shot. But what a shot! He no-scopes it, he wallbangs, and he aces it. That's what we're battling it out, but here we go. Brady from the top of heavens, able to try to do some damage. Last man standing here. What is going to happen now that we got Zambi? He knows that one is underneath him, but Kai is down. Last man, and he gets 2. Last guy, he's got it, and Gio, he's the man to get the pick. Beautiful play, but oh no, does he have enough time? It's
I
going
don't
to be
think
down
so.
to the wire.
Oh my lord, he actually pulls it.
0.15, that is not okay. He no-scopes it, he wallbangs, and he aces it. That's what we love seeing. Kai is excited, his mouse movement. Is it down? But that nade, it's doing some work. He doesn't know where this Reyna could be, but Reyna's giving away a position. Minari takes him down. Only one bullet, decides to reload right in front of Green. Tries getting in halfway, and he actually sticks it all the way to half. And he makes those Young Min with the win. What a clutch on one, but there.
And we are back. It's the map of Pearl. Open up that clam and grab your fancy little piece of trophies, as these guys need to make it work. And I just realized the map is called Pearl because in the center, what the statue is holding is a giant pearl. I never connected the dots.
Honestly, me neither, but it does make a lot of sense. And I want to talk about this because I'm immediately really excited. You know, I'm one for team compositions. I could talk about team compositions all day, and we're already seeing some interesting ones. We're seeing the double initiator on the side of Team Fish Taco. Pretty standard, I will not lie. We're getting to see the KO, we're getting to see the Fade, both of which are really strong on this map. KJ, of course, the Jet. Nothing too surprising on the side of the attackers, but over on the side of Acacia, we're seeing the Harbor pickup. We're seeing the Viper pickup. The double controller setup is amazing on this map. I love seeing it. It makes taking sites incredibly difficult. Harbor, I go back and forth on, is not the best agent in the game, but in very niche situations can still find a lot of value. And I do love the Phoenix hover and even the
Select your
Raise. And I actually do think a Raise would be really good, especially with this team composition. You know, being able to follow in behind the Sky dogs and the Sky flashes. But we are going to see the Jet get picked up. So very different compositions in terms of what the double pick is for them. But overall, I think really solid all around. I think everyone in this lobby is on a really good pick for them. I'm really excited to see what we get in Pearl. Hopefully, just maybe, we won't get another stomp.
Yeah, I don't want to see another stomp. I want to see these guys really pop off, be able to merge themselves together and do the best that they can. No guarantees if these guys are really able to do what they can for damage-wise, but again, these guys are doing such a clean job at keeping themselves as even as you can really ask for. But let's see here, as when it comes to the team composition, they're relatively even, but the double controller meta from Drios, Mikshak, I think is the better meta here outside of double initiator, no matter what. But we're actually seeing single controller Astra on the side of Team Fish Tacos here. And I think it might be okay, because I know, Soren, you love Astra, but I don't know if Astra is really the best pick for this map.
I agree. I think Astra is an okay pick on this map. I do actually think that she's one of the lower tier picks, though, and Stoby in a really bad position.
Yikes.
Yeah, real bad
Immediately
position.
spot it. Yeah, I do think she's okay, but I think an Omen or even a Brim would be better here as the main controller paired with the Viper, or paired with a Viper, for instance. But as a solo, I don't think Astra is terrible. The amount of smoke she has and the global utility of it finds a lot of value.
Yeah, lots of value, speaking of which, is happening over in mid right now. Defense mowing through anybody who's showing up. The bomb is going to get planted. K-Rose trying their best to really keep this on their rows. Let's see this happening.
Yeah, there's not a lot of util across the board. Hacks on a really good off angle though.
Last player standing.
Requires them to hit their shots though. Very unfortunate as DJ finds that opening kill, leaves Kairos alone.
Oh, K-Rose getting it down. DJ with the trade, and that is going to be a bomb to be defused here. But Beauty Incarnate is all that we have so far. Acacia is securing pistol yet again.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused by Hax's positioning there. I like having that off angle, but the setup that they had for site was really good for a post plant, which I would have expected them to be either playing in Strange or in that back alleyway. I don't know why they pushed up so aggressively, because if situations like that happen and they get into that fight and they do not win the duel, that post plant setup is basically dead in the water. They can't do anything with it. It's just a waste of money. So little surprised. I would have rather them push up either through R or back through a main in order to keep some value for it.
Yeah, and there we go. 1 HP on Vaughn's remaining, as he is going to be able to walk away from Crescent's cold dead body, but Just because his body might be cold does not mean that the gameplay ain't heating up here. Here's Vaughn's right around the corner looking for another one. Haxa in art, about to be real artistic with this gun. Needing to now paint the walls red as he's going to try to make some space. Down one player and forcing up with whatever rifle they can. It's the SMG versus anything they can afford. But honestly, it's force v force. And when you have an unstoppable force versus an unmovable object, the only thing that happens is a duke out in mid. And it looks like that might just happen with DJ. Hearing the footsteps, they're walking right into him. He spots one out, but being aggressive might be the death of him. And it is. K-Rose gets the pick, and it's all or nothing 4v4. And this round is actually looking pretty solid for Team Fish Taco.
Absolutely. There's a bit of a duel going on over in B. Haxa finds the opening kill to Lurk, getting a lot of value. That will also allow the Astro to set up exactly where they need to. And now the site is theirs.
left.
No one is really there to contest this. Though Haxa does fall, that opens up proceedings here. Drios now allowing this flank to come through, but they're just going to be playing for post plant.
Yeah, they got to play for those post plant, and they're doing a decent job at it. To be fair, I really enjoy the way that they've set themselves up, but 3v3, I know that with a Cove available, it should just guarantee that they are able to get it halfway. But no, the nade forcing them off. Not actually going to be able to spawn him out here. But this could be a round of the Aegis to tie it up 1-1, take the money back, and they do. They swipe it away from these defenders, and this is definitely going to be a different game than what we first experienced.
Yeah, absolutely. Very good response coming out from Team Fish Taco. And kind of exactly what we need to see. That will make it this half is actually quite even. Because much like we saw earlier in the first series, when this happens, when these first two rounds get split, it usually ends up splitting 2 for 2. Usually the team that wins the first round and loses the second ends up winning the fourth. But it's going to come down to them. They're probably going to lose this one, but they need to do it convincingly. They need to take a few of these Spectres out of the hands and some of the Vandals out of their hands as well.
Wow, but look at that. DJ cleaning house with a double down. Exactly what you expect to be seeing from that player. But now with that DD down, we are seeing a level playing field. 3 versus 3. The attackers do have some rifles, but Stoby, not one to get shut out quite yet. Might be able to make it work, but I love the fact that guns are available in A main. If they leave, they're giving up so much utility and weapons over to the side of defense. Now, Soren, I think they want to go grab those guns. No matter what, they will be able to pick it back up. Even if it's risky, they could push that as a team, secure some guns, and go for the retake.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's going to be a minute because they are just holding this. But I think the moment they realize that the push is not coming through, they're either going to aggressively try to take it. Maybe even if it's a 3v1, if they could take 2 rifles or 2 Spectres into the next round or into this retake, it will be very beneficial for them. I think it's going to come down to when they hear that spike plant. The moment they hear that plant go down, they're going to take those Spectres and they're going to beeline it over to B. And at that point, it's going to be a little bit risky. If the attacking side try to go for a post plant, play back towards long, which it looks like with the setup they're actually going to try to do, seeing as they're planting it for long, if they end up coming around through the attacker's spawn, they could catch him off guard.
Yeah, and that's kind of what you need to see here. Catching players out of the way and being able to really pick up the pace, beautiful. But they are picking up those weapons as I predicted. They have now stingers in their hands as well as, I believe, just sheriffs as the backup. But armor still available in the players' hands here. And this is a huge flank, but they have to walk right into that alarm bot. And that will give away all their positions. And then it just becomes who can really aim better long range. And I think we see the answer to that. Haxa and Ali weapon diffing it and differencing these players up. This is such a clean best of 3 so far.
Yeah, absolutely. But that does mean that a few rifles were taken off the board, which is good for them. That also, with the kills, allows DJ to afford an operator and heavy shielding, which is really massive for them. We saw how much value DJ gets out of this operator on the defensive side. I think it's going to punish the attacking side, especially making almost B an unpenetrable force, because you know that if there's an operator, which, you know, seeing as how DJ played the entirety of the last map, they should be expecting it if they have enough money. It makes this B main push almost non-existent. They're gonna have to prioritize mid like we see here, or they're gonna have to prioritize A.
Yeah, might be able to though. Prioritization definitely matters. And look at this, right around the corner, Mick Shack, just going for what they can.
Yeah, they're going to spot the KJ setup as well. It's a really good one. I actually use that in my own games. I love it. It keeps all of the pressure out of mid because the moment you see that, you're also expecting the KJ to be nearby. So really good play for them. I like the poking, the prodding, seeing what they can do. It also makes them worry about mid. So maybe, you know, they can force a rotation out, but it hasn't. DJ with the operator still waiting patiently here.
Yeah, waiting pretty patient, but a pretty patient game doesn't secure everything yet. But look at that. DJ somehow still managing to stay alive, but no! Through the screen is gonna get gunned down. And with the screen now turning off, it looks like we're seeing these guys turning up as they're just running it down. That's a one tap from Mick Shack, taking him down 3 against 3. The nade will be able to damage Stoby a bit, but if Stoby swings, Crescent will be able to punish. This is beautiful for these attackers, but it's Pearl. It's an attack-sided map, and we can see why Team Fish Taco wanted it.
Yeah, absolutely. This retake's going to be very difficult for them. They do have rifles in hand, though, so they can cause some damage. Vons finds the opener. They haven't cleared back halls, though. Oh, no. It's a sneak job. They find one. Now Drios, the last one standing, only has the harbor wall. Can he sneak it?
I think they can, and it looks like they did. Good job from them indeed, and honestly I think they might be able to keep that going for them. It's a decent round, but anything is capable as they are inching their way even closer and closer towards a tied game into a pushback for money wise. Surprisingly, they were able to take that round while still not having the best money, and these attackers are still going to have a slight advantage, but they were not ready to lose that.
No, I'm sure they're not happy, especially as that definitely deserved to be their round. But it was also their round to lose. That does mean, you know, they're going to be rocking some light shields and sheriffs. Actually, a heavy shield and a classic from the side of DJ. That is going to be the Blade Storm getting popped as well. So some investment coming out from the attacking side here. And there we go. Crescent finds the opener, though.
Crescent is going to find that opener, ready for some more. They're doing a damn good job. What a pick. Crescent and Kairos are just coming up big, but it's flawless for the attack. Kind of expected with that weapon deficit here, Soren.
Yeah, absolutely. A little disappointed that that Blade Storm doesn't get any value. It's just gonna get popped and go away. But at the end of the day, they still have 3 ultimates online. The Viper's Pit, the Harbor ultimate, as well as the Seekers from the Sky. All really good. Some not the best when it comes to the defending side, I must say. But at the end of the day, the double controller does give them a slight advantage. So I do think that was mostly a response, maybe a little bit of anger actually coming out from Team Fish Tacos after being stolen from losing that round just prior. But it's going to cause them to win that quite convincingly. A little bit of a cheeky play coming out from Crescent as they try to updraft and find a kill on the main. They don't spot anyone, none of the 3 that pushed up. But that also means they shouldn't be expecting this aggressive push through A main.
Yeah. Oh, DJ going straight in.
Might be able to catch him off guard. Oh. Finds the trade. DJ finding that opening kill brings it to a 4v5. The no command was invested, and that information is going to be given away thanks to that KJ turret. They're going to get collapsed in on. It's actually going to force the attackers to sit closer towards the defender spawn.
Sitting it back, but oh, what a spray! That's gotta hurt. Hopefully they can do it again, though. Not sure how I was feeling about it.
Much better response coming out from Team Fish Tacos, now taking the lead convincingly after finally winning a rifle v rifle round. And I mean, this is the exact response we want to see. After having a really rough map one, immediately taking the advantage here is what we want to see. We want to see them play aggressive. We want to see them play their style without being punished for it. We want to see them take these leads because even though they're winning convincingly, Acacia still seem like they're in it. At no point does it seem like any round is lost within the beginning opening seconds. So it means we have a good round, good half on our hands. And we might actually see a fight from both teams here.
And we just might, but let's see what they can do going into it. Big push up, Crescent right around the corner. I like the ultimate coming out here. Stoby still anchoring down. He doesn't care if he dies, but he should. That's one player no longer able to help with the retake as this team is totally taking control. Team Fish Tacos loving what they're doing here and keeping that consistency flowing.
Paxa. This is just a man on a mission right now. Completely different from map number one. Immediately just fragging out.
Last player standing.
Vons gets mowed down by Stairs, and now there's just one defender left to do it. The only one with anything better than a pistol, but the Stinger against Vandals is just going to be too much. That's going to be not a flawless, but a convincing round nonetheless. And this is actually really good. We're going to see the timeout come out through for the side of Acacia, which is already improvement to what we saw in last map. We were really kind of hounding on Team Fish Taco for waiting 9 rounds into an 8-1 slaughter to call a timeout. Now we're 7 rounds in, but they were able to pick up 2, so there's still only a round difference of 3. Seeing this timeout, not that surprising. We're gonna take a second, rethink, re-strategize, see how they want to deal with this just almost pure offensive power that Team Fish Taco has suddenly come in on. And just see how they're going to deal with it, because it is quite a lot for them. Right now, they are just getting picked off early, much like they did on their defensive half in map 1, and they're just not able to punish any of this aggression coming out for them. So a good reset is what they need, a mental reset as well, because I'm sure after losing so many one-on-one gun duels, the mental maybe not be in the best place right now.
Yeah, mental's definitely not looking too hot here, but anything is capable. They're doing the best to really just lock this down, but I'm loving what we're seeing so far from TFT. They're able to just keep their team together and definitely not losing the mental. You talked a little bit about how their mental might be crushed, but I can tell that it is still standing very heavily here, and gotta hand it to them. They know how to lock this down.
Yeah, the resolve is there. Definitely a lot better than I thought, especially after a bit of a stomp. But seeing as the last 2 rounds of map 1 were won quite scrappily, they could have easily won both of them. I think it might have just given them just enough hope to keep them in this game. But as we get here into this round, the Viper's Pit over on B is going to be invested, but maybe a little bit early, as now we're seeing a lot of presence over towards A, but the rotation is coming through. But they got to expect that this Viper's Pit is already on B, so they're either going to be thinking to just push through mid, take some picks, and reevaluate where they're going to go, or they're just going to brute force this. They could just push straight through this Viper's Pit.
Yeah, they might, but no guarantee. I think that they don't want to hit onto B quite yet. They need some more information before they fully commit to it. And I know that with these picks, they can just go A. It's the Harbor, it's the Killjoy, and it's a split up site. So Drios is going to have to become the dream for his team, cleaning up anybody in his way. And unfortunately for him, he's going to have to do that while probably not being able to hear very well. But no, he dodges it, and he's ready to hold close. Here's one, but no, he's allowing K-Rose to just swing and not miss, taking him down. And it happens again and again. Team Fish Tacos, they want to take this to a best of 3 easily.
Spike planted.
I mean, yeah, and it's got to be said, I think almost every single kill that came out in this round so far has been on someone who hasn't even been looking. Or they have been, but they were, had the advantage and they still end up losing it. It's very, very tragic. You're definitely seeing the mistakes, the cracks form in the side of Acacia here, as Team Fish Taco are just looking to get another flawless. It's looking quite convincing for Team Fish Taco, and I would not be surprised. It looks like map 3 is on the horizon, because despite having a really good Haven, this is looking a little bit shambolic.
Wow. And that is it, though. Kairos finishing off that round and making sure that they get a flawless. But I'm looking at that mini map, and everybody just got murdered in the same spot. So stress not exactly being the best. I think that they might be able to keep this going. It's a risk, but nothing that these guys don't want to try to bring back. Obviously, they're gonna probably need to call timeout because we're looking at players like Stoby who were popping off. Now 0 and 8 on defense. Killjoy attacking Killjoy, not a better position for you. So I don't know. It seems like something has fallen back, or maybe just TFT has really turned themselves back into a team that you have to reckon with. Oh.
Just a firing squad down B main. They immediately find that kill, but now they're expecting it. They know they're going to have the rifle advantage, so they're just going to push the issue.
Oh my god, DJ's going for it. Nice flash. Nade forces him back, but this is the round that we need to see. This is the change of play style that's desperate to force these guys back onto the top. Oh, and they know they're getting flanked. They got the spike, though. They don't have to stick around. They can just bail. But with an HP heal coming out from Vons on Adrios, this is going to be a tied up 2 versus 2. And it's all about the aim duels in the post plant, because I know they can't prevent that bomb from going down here.
No. Kairos, the top frag for the team, really coming alive in this map. Needs to do the most to stop this push. I don't know if they'll expect them to be here. It's a really weird off angle for them. Oh no. They're not going to check it. Oh no.
Wow. Well, that's stressful.
A little tragic, even. As that's just another round that is lost almost due to carelessness and just not clearing angles yet again. It's looking a little bit dire for Acacia here.
Yeah, a little dire, and definitely finishing it off pretty well. So it's not ideal, but things are happening for them, and we're seeing how that is going to be working their way through it. I'm kind of stressed for them no matter what.
Yeah, because it definitely seems like the mental is a little bit off here, because they're winning or they're losing gunfights that they would have won in map number 1. And they're pushing up really, really aggressively, single-handedly, much like that. And they're just getting punished once after another. It's looking very, very bad. They're, again, now in a 5v3 situation. And I just want to mention, because very different tone to map 1. At least in map 1, the fights were coming out, but it was not a one-sided affair in terms of round to round. Round to round, they would finish, there'd be 2 defenders left standing, there'd be 3 defenders left standing. We have had consistently 4 to 5 left standing on the attacking side, pretty much throughout this entire map. The rounds themselves have been one-sided, which is never a good sign.
Yeah. Wow. Here we go, though. 2v4 retake underway. Defense not looking too hot. Drios walking into the crosshair. Ali's gonna get that pick down. Stoby is now gonna just get burned away, and already Stoby, what is happening? I gotta ask him if he knows my buddy Owen.
Yeah, it's a little tragic. 0-10 on the KJ, like you said. Just not what you want to see in the slightest. It's really, really tragic all the way across. And it's really hard, to even try to predict what's going to happen or try to recommend adjustments. Because even when they are making adjustments, because it's very clear they are trying to make some change-ups. But they're just not winning duels. And at the end of the day, if you can't win a 1v1 duel, no matter what you do and change in strategy, you're just not going to be able to pull it off.
Yeah, and they're definitely not pulling it off. It is terrifying, to say the least here. But let's see if it's going to be good enough. They're now rushing in DJ around the corner, trying to find one. And Crescent's actually going to grab Trios. And Crescent's grabbing 3 in total, flawlessing it up. And they've managed to just take the cake here from Acacia. And Acacia, they're not looking too hot, but it's the last round of the half. It is attack-sided, but I did not expect this to even get close to a 9-3, let alone 10-2.
Yeah, no, I think I even mentioned that it was showing signs of it being a close game, but it has kind of all fallen apart. And part of it is the kill pressure coming out from Taco. I do believe the fact that map 1 just kind of fell apart for them because they were not able to get the picks they needed as a team. They had Frag getting all of them, which is not what you want. You don't want that one-man affair on top of the leaderboard. Now looking at map 2, the kills are spread almost evenly, and Frag is actually at the bottom, almost being carried at times. The entirety of the team is now fragging out, and it's making it difficult for any alterations to be made by Acacia.
Wow. Any altercations, but all of the sprays, and there it is. Frag now down, and here is just up to these 3 to clutch it. We have the null command, making sure that everything is null and void. K-Rose sitting inside of dugout, digging himself a hole here as Haxa, with an up, decides to go for the flank, holding down anybody who wants to push through. The wall bang not being able to connect, but does give enough information. It's a CT push for sure. And there's only one on site, though.
Yeah, everyone else is playing off. They are in a pretty good post-plant position. The Killjoy lockdown does get invested, and Haxa has an operator, so this is going to be very tricky, especially if they're holding this close angle. But they have the utility to try to stop it.
Okay,
One Haxa locked down.
Oh no. Oh, they're just going. They're running it down. They're gunning it down. They're absolutely pushing these players out. And that is DJ grabbing it with the bomb. It can't get defused, unfortunately. And it is going to be the last round, ending to the bomb blowing up. 10 to do at the half here. You know, I've seen a lot of major comebacks in my life, but I don't know about this one.
I mean, no. I mean, this actually is the exact same half score that we had in map 1, just with the complete opposite team. It's just going from one absolute breakdown to another. And strangely enough, it's the same sides as well. We expected this to be actually a pretty convincing defensive, or that was supposed to be a very convincing defensive half for Acacia because they had such a good defense on Haven, but it's just not there. It was not there the entirety of that last half. But now we're on attack, and I'm a little bit worried because you kept mentioning it. Stoby comes into this 0 and 12. On the KJ, you're not going to get too much more value out of it.
Yeah, no real value coming in here, and especially since DJ just got taken down that early, losing your jet, it's stress. But Crescent right around the corner, just taking his time, trying to see if anybody wants to peek in. Drios will be able to get spotted out, taking a shot, and the stun does not connect it. But here we go, finally on the board, and let's see if this player can stay on the board, maybe even bring the game back. Well, last one standing. Oh, no, no.
It's a little unfortunate. It's not amazing. That is going to be round number 11. So Team Fish Taco actually have the opportunity to practically close this out, because not only did they win their 11th round, they're going to get a full buy. They actually have Crescent on the Hero Vandal, and they're forcing Acacia into a full buy. And if they end up losing this one, they could go to match point, and they won't be in a really good position to even buy out for the next round. Yeah, there we go. Almost a complete full buyout from Acacia. If they don't win this, it's going to be terribly one-sided going into map point.
Yeah, terribly one-sided. Might just be the end of days here. Oh, nice spray. That's what we kind of want to be seeing.
I mean, yeah, that's an amazing response. Immediately finding all 5, only dropping 1. They pick up that hero rifle that was in the hand of Crescent, who was only able to pick up 1. They now have all Spectres. They have the advantage going into this next round. I'm not going to say anything because Caster's Curse is real, and I am a terrible perpetrator of it. But I might, if it continues like that, I might just be a believer, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, which we hope we can see that coming out from them. I don't guarantee anything yet, but with how this game has been going, I think that anything is really a possibility. They managed to take a round there, but losing it on second, 2 rounds away from GG, no re, and Stoby will get spotted out and chased down by not only a Sky Dog, a Fade Dog, but also a Jet. Here's that jet finally being able to accumulate onto that long spot. Stoby holding the right. McShank there.
Spike
Vaughn's planting the
planted.
bomb. Everybody's everywhere all at the same time. But how are you going to be able to entry with DJ? He's just gunning down anybody who spots you.
Ooh, there we go. DJ finds yet another alley. The last one towards sight. We'll actually find one on the classic, with the classic,
Last
excuse
player
me. But
standing.
Crescent, 30 health to their name. A sheriff in their hands is going to have to do something magical here.
Sheriff in their hands there. Decent attempt and keeping it real, keeping it going for them. Can they do that again is always the main question. Not the easiest, but if anybody can do it, it might be these guys.
And we are going to be seeing a tech pause come out here. I was going to say they probably need a tactical pause, but a tech pause, I guess, will do it as well. And, I mean, I was going to say a tactical pause is needed because at this point, you're so close. You're at 11. They win 2 in a row. You saw in the last map how very easily, you know, after going 2 in a row, you could just barely scrape by and lose the next 2 and, you know, end up coming out victorious. Or, excuse me, win the next 2 and come out victorious. So, the best thing to do in this situation would be to cut off the momentum. I am having a stroke. My apologies. Call for a tactical timeout. That's the words I was trying to say. Cut off the momentum. Make them stop. Make them think. Give yourself time to stop and reevaluate. Cut that momentum off. Bring it into this next round. It's going to be full buys across the board. You actually have a bit of an advantage. And just use that as a reason to just cut that momentum and play out the half as it's supposed to be. Because if you're bringing it this close, the only thing that's going to decide it is momentum. Keep them down. Keep them out. And you could easily close this out.
Yeah, can easily and will easily. 2 different things. Anything's capable here, but they are ready to just get in, do the damage if they can. But I got no guarantees for these guys. It's pretty stressful. They managed to take that 1 round using the rifles they had on the back of DJ, really just popping off on that jet. I got to hand it. It's not going to be hard for this defense side to just seal the deal, especially now that they have rifles in hand here.
Yeah, no, it's going to take a lot of willpower to try to even claw themselves back in. I mean, they're in a point where if even 1 round is lost by the attackers, or if they lose 2 in a row, because right now their money's actually in a pretty good spot. But if they lose 1 round, they're going to be in a really tricky position, and they're not going to be able to full buy out. And
Right.
at that point, it will be match point. So there's no room for error, really. They need to constantly win, and they need to constantly win dominantly. Because if they keep losing or winning rounds, but there's only 1, 2 players left on the board, unless those players are getting a lot of frags to pad out their own economy, it's going to be scrappy, and they might not be able to afford a full buy. And in this round, even if you win, if you can't full buy out next, that's it. That's the mistake. That's that little critical error that is going to cause the map to be lost. So there's no room at all, even in the slightest. And it looks like they're going to continue with this B hit. There's going to be that pressure from the attacker attacking Killjoy towards mid like we saw in the last round. But it is practically a 4-man stack. Not an aggressive push, but a 4 stack towards B.
Yeah, full stack here. They're just running and gunning it down. Anything's capable, but I'm not seeing how these attackers can really hold their own against this team. It's really just pushing them all the way into the back line. What do we got here? Crescent right around the corner, making their way through it.
Yeah, Frag finding a really, really nice opening pick makes this very, very sketchy for the attacking side. And seeing as they saw all 4 there, that's going to cause a lot of utility to get thrown at this B site, and it's going to force the attackers to reevaluate their situation.
Yeah, let's see it though.
Looks like they are going to go for a bit of a rotation, make their way back towards
30
spawn,
seconds
over
left.
towards A. But actually, the Astra alley is there and could pick them off. They should hear them. He's actually just going to push back on the site and just accept them in with open arms, as now with timer down to 15 seconds, they have no other choice. It has to go down here.
And there it is. Haxa double killing it up with the spray. Make it a triple. 5 bullets remaining, 5 seconds on the clock. And it's up to you to really hold that down. And nice save. You got a few rounds to make this work here, McShack here. I don't know how to feel about them.
Match point.
Yeah, it's a little tragic. It's all kind of collapsed. That is exactly the round that needed to come out from Team Fish Taco for them to secure it. They are going to be going up against yet another full buy, so it's not done and over. They could still easily lose this round. But man, that was so convincing. That opening pick from Frag was kind of nutty for them to bring that to a 4v5. And it looks like it's completely forcing them to reevaluate how they're taking these pushes. There's now a lot of presence towards mid. And there was a little bit of a presence towards A main, but it doesn't matter. It's just a push through mid.
Yeah, push through mid, kicking the butt of anybody in their way, looking for even more. And that's Frag, blinding one. Here comes the counter flash to entry, running and gunning, but Vaughn's going to gun him down. And this is already looking okay for the attackers. They have to finish the deal. They have to clean this up, but no guarantees here. Vaughn's now with the teammate, having to rotate all the way around, trying to just hit this site.
They are going to be hitting B, seeing as they got most of those kills through B connector. They're expecting this to be a little bit weaker, but they are pushing right into a KJ setup. So not the best, though they do not have the KJ trip down. And actually, KJ's rotating off. They're expecting a hit towards A. They're not going to be here for this hit. Site is going to be theirs. Like, they're going to invest the Seekers so they know exactly where the last two are. This is looking really good for the attacking side.
Yeah, pretty solid here. Drios going in, going for what he can. Hax is going to be able to put down some information, trying to maybe spot out one, but Vaughn's clean as ever, grabbing it up, flashbanging it around and making sure one person is blinded. Ready to do it yet again. This retake is all or nothing. Ali goes in, grabbing one, takes out Vaughn's, looking for more. And this is the Astra who needs to come up astronomically larger than they have any round prior. Ali, second of the board here. KDA of 15-4. Who can clutch it? You might be able to. That's another one. Consuming one, gets another one. The clutch is definitely capable. We'll tap that bomb and decide to stick it down. But oh, the lucky shot shuts down the clutch. Beautiful try by the Astra.
Yeah, it's really nice. The only issue I'm spotting is, okay, they should be able to full buy across the board. Like I said before, even if they win the round, if they start dropping 4 kills and win, that's still really sketchy for them. That puts their economy into a really weird position. Luckily, last round, they did have enough in the bank to save up for a full buy. So we're going in, yet another full buy on the board, except for Crescent on the side of Team Fish Taco, but does have a Blade Storm in their hand. So it's a little sketchy, but it's still full buy across the board. This is still a very winnable position for them. I say that, but Ali just punishes the aggressive push from the Jet.
Punishing it out and doing it again. These guys know how to clean the house, and they are cleaning it. But can they do it again? That's always the question. Stress is building up from these guys, and gotta hand it to them. They know how to push them all the way off this point.
Not ready yet.
Here we go. Defense. Already managed to grab out DJ. Without DJ, it's going to be lying on the back of Drios and Vaughn. And they're just going in, inching their way, one step at a time, taking as many pot shots as they can, but Ali is unfazed. But ooh, Crescent phased as well. Right through his face is going to be a bullet, and Ali's looking for another. There's one. Oh, wall banging it up.
They're in a pretty good spot, 2v2, but they never got spiked down.
Down A.
And
Yeah,
now
and that spike is sitting on top of dugout. Oh no.
Big Shack has to do everything here.
Oh, and that's going to take that round. Beautiful job here, and that is going to be a defeat for the side of Acacia, moving us now into the map decider of what I believe to be Fracture. So, I don't know. What do you think about Fracture here, Soren, moving straight into the game 3 going on?
I don't know. this has been a really weird series. This has been two dominant maps back to back, but from either team. I think this really Fracture is such a unique map because it's all about playing around and taking space, but it's about the defenders taking space rather than the attackers. And I think that would be more favorable to like the composition that we saw from Acacia on Haven, where they were taking this very aggressive op duels on DJ. So I think maybe there's an advantage, but we just saw them kind of get obliterated by doing that same strategy on Pearl. So I'm not sure. It's going to be a 50-50. I think either team can really pull this through, but this is exactly what we wanted. These are two really solid teams. Acacia is first seed. I think Team Fish Taco is third seed. So we finally got a battle of the Titans that's, I mean, I was going to say not one-sided. It's almost too one-sided where it's not at all. So it's up in the air for me. But I think Acacia might get it. I think Acacia can pull back from this.
Yeah, Acacia, they had such a powerful start here, and now that we're moving into a next map, it could be anybody's game. I do want to point out that was the map pick for Team Fish Tacos, and if you got fish in your name, being underwater is going to give you a little bit of a benefit, and you can see that 5-13 really cleaning up house. But of course, we're going to find out if they can really just keep this going. Right now, the score is fractured 1-1, and on fracture, we're going to have to see how these teams are going to be able to seal the deal in this best of 3 series. So, Soren, I think we're ready to go into a little bit of an intermission and take a great chance for this game 3. I want to see an OT. I know it sounds weird, but I'm kind of excited for one.
I would love to see it.
Minari takes him down. Only one bullet, decides to reload right in front of Green. Tries getting in halfway, and he actually sticks it all the way to half. And he wins those. Young Min with the win. Clutch. What a clutch. On one, but they're out. But here comes the nightmare. It's making them very afraid. Spike is now down. Lucky holding that W key. Getting a double kill with the spray down. This man's ready to go, and it's all up to Zell. He sprays it down, but that nade, it's doing some work. He doesn't know where this Reyna could be, but Reyna is giving away her position, and Lucky getting a 4K with one spray and then a clean clutch. And right now, truly, with this tour de force, is going to spot one and only able to get it, but that's going to be a double, and that's a triple. God. That's what we like to see.
Unseen, unseen. What? Single-handedly. No.
Bring them back into this game.
Now going for it. The ultimate's now pushing in, and all the dumpage. Lemon able to get a just mow down of a spray, getting all these picks today.
Yeah, I mean, and this is exactly the thing that we want to be seeing out of Lemon. He's going for the ace here, and he's going to try to close it out with the overdrive. Ace for Lemon off the back of really beautiful high tempo.
So, let's see what's going to happen moving forward. We do have a Paranoia getting thrown out, and what a spray down. He gets himself 3. He gets himself 4. Jector, you're just better at that, and now defenders get the match point.
Oh, man.
Separate the defense. Oh, no.
And the spray down B.
It's got to be in Fire's hands. Of course, the Vandal, very powerful, able to get himself 2 picks, and able to get all of them. What a beautiful play.
This could be tragic. Finds 2, 3, 4. Come on.
And slow things down a little bit, but now Santee in a 1v3, this is going to be very tricky. Able to find one here. He's going for the second one, and he's got it with the classic out. He's got to find the 3rd kill, a 4-piece for Santee. Actually able to close it out and put them up.
They're gonna save it for one more. But okay, Legend just gonna go ahead and line him up and shut him down. Killer and Lelouch down in one shot.
Push, but Lulu and Chill, he's able to get two, and that's gonna be the final shot he hears. Of course, a little bit of a flashbang coming around. Kai jumping on top of bench, making a lot of noise. These attackers are on point, and this is where Kai shots. But what a shot! He no-scopes it, he wall bangs, and he aces it. That's what
Battling
we
it out, but here
we go. Brady from the top of heavens, able to try to do some damage. Last man standing here. What is gonna happen now that we got Zambi? He knows that one is underneath him, but Kai is down. Last man, and he gets two. Last guy, he's got it, and Geo, he's the man to get the pick. Beautiful play, but oh no, does he have enough time? It's
I
gonna
don't
be
think
down
so.
to the wire.
Oh my lord, he actually pulls it.
0.15. That is not okay. He no-scopes it. He wall bangs and he aces it. That's what we love seeing. Kai is excited. His mouse movement is it down, but that nade, it's doing some work. He doesn't know where this Reyna could be, but Reyna's giving away her position, and Lucky getting a 4K with one spray and then a clean.
Yeah, I mean, and this is exactly the thing that we want to be seeing out of Lemon. He's going for the ace here, and he's going to try to close it out with the overdrive. Ace for Lemon.
1 for 1, it's an ace from Mikey if he can get it, and he's gonna ace it. Mikey, MVP of his team, going in hard. Win it again.
You will not kill
Nice
my
res coming out. Spots Minari, takes him down. Only one bullet, decides to reload right in front of green. Tries getting in halfway, and he actually sticks it all the way to half, and he makes those Yun Min with the win.
clutch.
What a clutch. Not one, but they're out. But here comes the nightmare. It's making them very afraid. Spike is now down. Lucky holding that W key. Getting a double kill with the spray down. This man's ready to go, and it's all up to Zell. He sprays it down, but that nade, it's doing some work. He doesn't know where this Reyna could be, but Reyna's giving away her position, and Lucky getting a 4K with one spray and then a clean. Clutch up
Playing, and right now, Truly with this tour de force is going to spot one and only able to get it, but that's going to be a double, and that's a triple.
God.
That's what we like to see.
Unsee. What?
Single-handedly.
No!
Bring them back into this game.
Are now going for it. The ultimate's now pushing in, and all the dumpage. Lemon able to get a just mow down of a spray, getting all these picks today.
Yeah, I mean, and this is exactly the thing that we want to be seeing out of Lemon. He's going for the ace here, and he's going to try to close it out with the overdrive. Ace for Lemon off the back of really beautiful high tempo.
Let's see what's going to happen moving forward. We do have a Paranoia getting thrown out, and what a spray down. He gets himself 3. He gets himself 4. Jector, you're just better at that, and now defenders get the match point.
Oh, man.
Separate the defense. Oh no!
And the spring down B.
It's got to be in Fire's hands. Of course, the Vandal, very powerful, able to get himself 2 picks, and able to get all of them. What a beautiful play.
This could be tragic. Finds 2, 3, 4.
Come on.
And slow things down a little bit, but now Santee in a 1v3, this is going to be very tricky. Able to find one here. He's going for the second one, and he's got it with the classic out. He's going to find the third kill, a 4-piece for Santee. Actually able to close it out and put them up.
They're gonna save it for one more. Oh! Okay, Legend just gonna go ahead and line him up and shut him down. Killer and Lelouch down in one
Little
shot.
push, but Lulu and Chill, he's able to get 2, and that's gonna be the final shot he hears. Of course, a little bit of a flashbang coming around. Kai jumping on top of bench, making a lot of noise. These attackers are on point, and this is where Kai shots. But what a shot! He no-scopes it, he wall bangs, and he aces it. That's what
Battling
we
it
love
out,
seeing.
but
Kai, here we go. Brady from the top of heavens, able to try to do some damage. Last man standing here. What is gonna happen now that we got Zambi? He knows that one is underneath him, but Kai is down. Last man, and he gets 2. Last guy, he's got it, and Geo, he's the man to get the pick. Beautiful play, but oh no, does he have enough time? It's
I
gonna
don't
be
think
down
so.
to the wire.
Oh my lord, he actually pulls it.
0.15. That is not okay. He no-scopes it. He wall bangs and he aces it. That's what we love seeing. Kai is excited. His mouse movement is it down, but that nade, it's doing
And here we are, Fracture, Game 3, best of 3 in the series. And there's a lot of gameplay to be watched. However, based off of that last game, anything is possible here as we are going to be inching our way one step closer to the end of this series here. We saw Game 1 go handedly over to the side of Acacia. Then the second round on Pearl. It was instead Team Fish Tacos to bring back the heat, and now it's on Fracture. And I'm Edu, joined by my boy Soren. Soren, where do we think we're going? The ultimate tiebreaker, 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, like I said in the post match for the last map, it's going to be very 50-50 in my eyes. And I think that's being shown here in the agent select already. It's pretty much a split down the middle. It's pretty much the same compositions across the board. The only real difference that I'm both intrigued by and also a little bit confused is the Rays being picked up by DJ. Which is a little bit off because we haven't seen DJ on almost the opping role of the Jet. But DJ has also been rather proficient when it comes to being the space-taking Jet as well. But especially on the defensive side, the pure value that they've gotten on the op on Jet has been insane. So to see them switch over to a agent that really does not favor the opping role as much, a little bit surprising to me, but I also feel like that opens up a lot of doors, especially as the rest of this composition really does kind of benefit off of that really aggressive, take a lot of space play style, especially with, you know, the Brimstone, the Breach, the Fade. So I'm excited to see it, but over on the side of Team Fish Tacos, starting on the defense now, I'm not that surprised we're seeing a very similar setup over on defense as we are seeing on attack, except for the Jet. So much like in the last series, I kept talking about, and even on map 1 here, I kept talking about the matchup between the Omen and the Astra. I think the duelist setup here is going to be the matchup to watch out for, that Raze versus Jet.
Yeah, Raze versus Jet, and jumping in here. You know, I like the difference between the duelists because at the end of the day, I do think that Raze brings a lot more to the map of Fracture. There's a lot of choke points, or a nade and a fade combo can really just mess up an entire team. Jet, however, has a slight advantage of being very aggressive over towards that A site, or over towards that B site, sorry. In Arcade, being able to jump in a high, being able to push off Gen. Really, both of these duelists can pop off at the same time here, so there's no guarantee that anything is going to happen, but let's hope that it works.
Yeah, and we are seeing a bit of a slow start coming out from the attackers, both favoring the arcade and satellite side of the map. And I'm actually a little confused because this whole map is basically decided about how much space the defense takes. And while they are taking a lot over towards B main, there's not a lot at all being taken over in arcade or anywhere over on A. A is actually quite susceptible to being pushed into, seeing as Haxa really only has a few trips. And I was going to say the camera, but the camera's gone too. So a little bit tragic for them. But it's going to be interesting as right now the attack is taken a lot of space that the defense should really have on hold already.
Yeah, where these holds are going, it's pretty stressful. And there it is, though. The spray and no misses, gunning them down. And let's see what can happen. Jurios now with the trade. Cypher versus Cypher. The site is going to be hitting up over towards that site on A. And they're rushing through Dish here. And they might be able to dish out some damage as we do have a nice bit of util. Lots of stuff getting tossed around. But where is Frag? Check your corners because he's 1, 2, but not 3 as he's deep in this. And this is all about the one taps. 1v1 Brim versus Fade. With 11 seconds to go, they have to get that bomb planted, and I think Ali might be able to just get a clean shot. Stovey down to 8 HP, so unlucky, but can clutch this with a pop and swing and pop and lock in. Who's gonna clutch this today?
Oh, it's gonna be real close.
Wow.
Just enough damage. Just enough damage. Luckily, only 8 health for them. Ali is able to close it. And I want to point out Frag there, finding the 2 kills. I was going to mention during some downtime during that round, but after that first couple kills, there was none. But I'm really excited. Frag really didn't have too much of an impact in game number 2, despite their team being quite dominant. But over on Haven, despite their team struggling pretty much the entire map, they were putting up some significant numbers on the breach. So I'm really excited to see them pick breach back up, pick up the initiator role yet again, because I think they could really have some serious impact, especially seeing as I think breach is practically the king of fracture. I can't think of another agent besides maybe like Neon with some compositions and some teams that has a bigger impact on this map.
Yeah. Here we go, though. See if they're going to be good enough. Like what we're seeing. Players pushing up, looking for something. DJ will have that high ground. Or sorry, the low ground. Haxa has the high ground. But weapon advantage aside, we are seeing that the defense pretty happy about their current position. Able to clutch that last round. Stoby did a clean attempt there.
Yeah, I again am worried, much like I was for, round number 1, where there's not a lot of space being taken by this defense. Really only a little bit taken over towards Dish and some being held down A main. So a little bit of a cause for concern.
Yeah, let's see this happening, though. People running through. And that is going to do a lot of damage. People now getting all that they can in, and what a push. Vons with the classic grabbing one. Stoby pushing up and grabs yet another. And unfortunately, it's from main. Ali guns him down with that Spectre. Here we go, doing it again. Another one and another one. And 2 are down. Lots of investment here from the defense. And, still going to be okay moving forward. But here's the buy round. We all know it. We all love it. It's Fracture. Let's see if Acacia can bring this back.
Yeah, and I'm happy to see Frag back at the top of the leaderboard. Yeah, another double for them, holding down that site. And I mean, very, very nice overall coming out from Team Fish Tacos. Little bit concerned, McShack not getting a kill yet on the board. Little concerning, but now they have the rifle round. They have all Vandals and a Phantom over on the attacking side. I think, though, we need to see a convincing attacking round for them. I need this to be 4 or 5 left standing from them, and that's a really good start for it. But Frag might just catch him off guard here.
Yeah, could catch him off guard, but look at that positioning, and it is going to happen. That's only one, though. McShack trading it up. Haxa from above with that Ghost, being able to take off another 2 versus 3. Make that 1v3 as this player, Ali, has to yet again clutch it up. Breaking this will give away the information. Cypher has known. I just love how that one trip broke in that Cypher said, hold up. I hear something kind of like a Skyrim bandit, but this time they know to constantly be looking at that. Could take the zip to flank, but there's not a lot of time, and instead he's going for the post plant, fragging out, maybe grabbing himself a Vandal to save for the next one.
Yeah, and I'm kind of glad they're not pushing through, because it just seems like a firing squad on the other side, as all 3 besides the Fade, who's washing down Sands, is waiting patiently for them. And there we go. Drios will find the final kill. Ali will finally fall, but that's exactly what we needed. Maybe not as convincing as I would have liked. I would have preferred 4 or 5 being left standing, but we'll take 3 as a convincing win nonetheless. And that also will make way for Team Fishtaka to buy out now. And Crescent with the Operator, I don't think was as impactful as DJ was on the defense with the Operator in last map. But, I mean, going up against a team that just loves to almost run it down at times, or a team composition that loves to run it down at times, it's going to be very brutal for the attack here.
Yeah, brutal indeed. Might be able to work it through. I'm liking what we're seeing here.
There we go.
Freezes.
A little bit of pressure over towards a Dish. Does clear out the camera, puts that on a 30-second timer. But it's just going to be a little bit of pressure. It will also cause a small rotation, and they're actually going to make their way across the zip line. Cypher slowly pushing up Arcade. There's only 2 directly on site here. If they just make this a mad dash push, they could take this site quite aggressively.
Might be
but
able
there's an
to.
Operator. Slowly making their way through, and there we go. Ultimate's being invested already.
Might be invested, but they could do a decent job kicking the butts of these players here.
Crescent still hasn't been spotted with this operator
Spike
either.
planted.
Caster's Curse, I guess, finds him.
Yeah, finds him right through the smoke too. Haxa looking around it. We do have Ali doing a decent job as well, but this is not easy to clutch these up. Trios will get pushed back. Big fluck, and DJ was not able to connect it. 3 versus 3, and DJ finally turning his aim on and getting that shot down on a Haxa. They're just playing around the bomb. Unfortunately, DJ is going to get taken out all alone. But look at that post. That is what you need to do. Sit in an ultimate and just tank it. Beautiful play by Stoby. We're tied up 2-2. This game 3 is immaculate.
I mean, if you're gonna get the kills, if you're gonna die, you might as well get the kills anyway. Finds 2 while standing in the ult, and I don't even think for that last millisecond there, that last bullet, they could even see thanks to the ultimate. So a little bit of luck on the draw, but like I said in Series 1, sometimes luck can be a skill, and at that point you take it and run. That's gonna bring it 2-2 for the round count here, and notably, the attacking side has the momentum here. They also have the ultimate advantage, and now they have the man advantage too. Another one falling in the dust. Crescent tries to play aggressive, gets punished for it falling early into the round, bringing this to a 4v5.
Yeah, moving that to a 4v5. Decent attempt. Here we go. Pushing right up. Frag. Might be able to get that frag out, and no, panic spray. DJ capitalizes, grabbing him down. 2 are now down for the defense, and Ali with that Guardian has to guard this team to make it work for themselves. Haxa now pushing forward, and anything's capable, but no guarantees here. As Vaughn's grabbing one, Mixshack grabbing another. It's all up to the fade. K-Rose here, and let's see if this pro from a long time ago can clutch it up yet again. Not at all. A flawless round, desperately needed by Acacia, and delivered pretty handily and quickly.
I mean, yeah, very, very useful. And I will also note, they didn't really invest anything too much into that last round. I believe a single ultimate. No, not even a single ultimate. Sorry, as Stoby is still 5 out of 8 away until the ultimate in Hands of the Fade. And they still have both the Brim and the Raze ults in hand as well. So they're in a really good spot, both financially and in the ult economy. But they are now going up against yet another full buy and yet another op in the hands of Crescent, now propositioning up over towards A. But the only one there is the Cypher. So I don't know if they're going to get that aggressive push that they're hoping for.
Yeah, they might not be able to, but given the benefit of the doubt, they might be able to bring this back. Obviously, op in the hands of Crescent, it's a big gun. And these guys, even bigger players. So I want to see what they can do. Let's see how they can actually pop it off, lock it down, shut them up, and shut them out.
Yeah, there's a pretty good defensive setup here on B. They're expecting something towards B, and they will be spotted through the Cypher cam. Lots of utility being utilized to push them off, including the Rolling Thunder. That's actually going to hit their own teammate.
He's going to shut him down there, but good attempt. These guys are trying to make it work for him, but it's the ultimate. DJ gunning him down. Showstopper stopping them all. K-Rose was able to spot out one through the smoke, grab a DJ, but it's the op in the hands of Crescent that makes this retake incredibly difficult. Even if they use the Nightfall, it's not something you can really push into. So let's find out if they're going to be good enough, if they can throw these players off again and keep it back online.
Yeah, 4v2 though, very, very tricky, and it looks like it might just be a save angle, and it absolutely will be. Crescent is just going to be holding doors, meanwhile the Fade is going to be holding mid, and just hope and praying that there's no aggressive hunting, because if they can be caught out with Operator in hand, that might just be an Operator gone in the wind. But overall, very, very well played. That's going to bring the round count 4-2 here, as Team Fish Taco looking like they're stalling out a little bit, though. That was, I believe, 3 ultimates getting invested, if I remember correctly. I think at least 2 of them being involved. No, only 2. The Showstopper and the Brim ultimate, the Orbital Strike, being invested. But those are 2 very big, impactful ultimates. So losing them, a little bit unfortunate, but they do still now have the Rolling Thunder, so they can still make some rather large plays. But that does almost get countered out by the Nightfall in the hands of the Fade over on the defense.
Yeah, they might be able to keep that going. It's an if or then, and obviously taking that slight lead, being able to save the op in the hands of Crescent is what they kind of have to do. They're broke again. They have no money. They have Sheriff Stingers, a single Vandal to really make it work. But I don't know. I can't guarantee that these guys are going to be able to really lock this down.
Yeah, no, it's looking a little bit scary for them. They need to start pulling this around. I would not be surprised if we saw a timeout. I'm hoping to see a timeout here soon, just so they can try to reevaluate, because if they end up losing this round yet again, it brings it 5-2. And last time we saw a map go 5-2, they were able to stomp this Acacia team on Pearl.
Wow. And that's what we're seeing, though. Cleaning it up and picking them off. That's perfect gameplay. And they have to do it now again here.
Ooh.
Let's see if it's going to be good enough.
Crescent's aware of him. I don't know if they're going to be able to get an angle with the operator. Never mind. That will spot them out. So Crescent is actually going to favor the operator here. The power behind it is going to overcome. Meanwhile, Fade, the last one, sitting on site, and actually will spot Cryos. And Drios finds the Jets. Stoby on site finds the Fade. Can't do anything about it. Securing 5-2.
They did manage to secure those 5-2, but I need to see what else they can do here. It's stressful for these guys to just lock this in, but 5-2, it's no op now because Crescent couldn't hold it. He's got his ultimate. He's got the Blade Storm to try to clutch it, but the money is flowing for this side of attack. They have all of the guns that they really need and just keeping them back.
Yeah, I almost think that the operator pickup may have been a little bit of a mistake, almost as a hindrance rather than anything. But Crescent, now with the Blade Storm, is going to push up aggressively and will not find anything. Milkshack just immediately mows him down while concussed. Vullens finds Kraos, who pushed with him. It's a massacre over towards ropes, and now these last three defenders are setting up towards tower and towards main, or towards spawn, excuse me, and are just going to do the best that they can to hold B, but they aren't aware that the rotation's coming out. All 5 attackers making their way very quickly over towards A.
Yeah, running it down. A site needs to be taken pretty quick here, and I think they are going to be able to get it for free. Nobody can hold them back as they are getting these picks available, and let's see if they can just keep this going.
Looks like they're going to be planting for a main, so I'm expecting at least 2 to 3 sitting in there. There's one still sitting dish. Actually, 2 are staying on site. Maybe they're hoping that they can catch them off guard here, but they're in a really prime position to at least play for time, if nothing else. But they do still have the man advantage. Looks like it's just going to end up being a save after all. Yeah, they're going to poke Broad, see if they can possibly, persuade them to poke out a little bit. And Frag actually will find one, bringing it to a 3v4, but the time has ticked. There's not enough time on the clock for them to try to re-enter site and try to retake. 4 attackers left standing, 3 defenders hiding away on site. They're just going to have to save because right now they're in a rather rough spot financially. And there we go, the timeout. A little bit late. Again, I would have liked to see it after going 5-2 down, but 6-2, close enough. And they're going to have to seriously reconsider what they're doing because it's just not working. No matter what site they're stacking, I do believe that the op pickup actually might be a little bit more of a hindrance than a help. They have not found enough value to justify the price point of that operator. Right now, they're just getting punished by just getting caught off guard and losing sight quickly. And operator, while it's so efficient at getting picks early, if you're not finding the kills with it, it's just a waste of space, and it's no good on retakes, which is exactly what this attacking side wants to push you to do.
Yeah, it's not easy, but if anybody can bring it to the table, it's right here, right now. The timeout, these players have been able to try to keep it back. It is defense-ish sided, but it's also this team comp that they're rocking for the attack is a lot more aggressive than a lot of team compositions are, with that raise especially. But outside of the team composition's duelist, it's mirrored. So honestly, I want to see what happens at the switch, but DJ for sure has been coming up big, while Crescent, as that duelist, has not been able to compete quite yet because he is on that defense on Jet, and defending Jet, not ideal. Even defense raise is a little bit better because you can still hold those choke points and still get aggressive when you need to. So it might just be a duelist diff at this point, but with 2 to 6 on the line and that timeout just being called, we need to see a much better gameplay from Team Fish Tacos.
Yeah, absolutely. And that raise aggression is exactly what we're seeing. They're already on site. They're actually planting for a long and technically dish as well. They push through door, but the crossfire is set up. Drios finds one, Milkshack finds another, make it 2, and 1 by 1 they fall. Kraos, the last one standing, putting up some serious numbers for them. Last 2 sitting out in A main. It's planted for them. They need to do it all. They will get seized, and it's just not enough. Stoby just fires down. They had to seize. They had the molly. It was just a very unfortunate situation for Kraos. Despite being top of the leaderboard, or sorry, not even top of the leaderboard anymore, despite having a good start, it's just not enough for him.
Yeah, not enough, but could be good enough if they just make their way through it. I like what we're seeing from them regardless. I mean, they have been able to get those first 2 rounds. I don't know. Team Fish Tacos, they're broke. They are losing momentum. They are starting to build up their ult economy, but by the time they build it up enough, DJ and Milkshack will have theirs as well. Also Drios, but I don't know. The Cypher's coming up big here for the info that they can gather, but anything's possible as we are going to be inching our way even closer to the end of this series.
Yeah, absolutely. The end of the half is also approaching. Only 3 rounds, including this one, left to be played out. And in theory, a 9-3 is still very possible. This also could very well be a 7-5 half. Anything is up in the air, but if they continue playing as they are, they keep playing a little bit stiff, they keep falling to really early picks from this really aggressive composition, I'm not seeing it going their way anytime soon. Haxa barely walking away with her life. How they survived that spray down, I have no idea.
Party's over.
Crescent
Yeah, no
finds
idea,
one.
but they're playing pretty well here. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. All yours, Soren. You got this.
It's all good. I was just saying, finds one with a shorty, punishes them, and then pushes them away with that Brimstone orbital strike. Puts them into a rather rough position. I don't know if they're going to expect Kairos here.
Yeah, I don't know if they will expect it, but they might. That's always a good point here. But look at that. What a position to be in and keep that going for them, as these guys have to just really hold that down. Vaughn's kicking the butt of these players and ready to do it again. 2v all, as they just have to inch their way towards this.
Yeah, they could just play time here.
All right, Frag is going to be taken down. Let's see this. Frag's going straight in. You say taking time, and they are taking the time to really just seal the deal here. Crescent and Frag, they have to clutch it, but they're just playing around it pretty slow. Good swing. Didn't capitalize. Bomb is half, though. Drios grabs 1, grabs 2, clutches it up.
Oh, massive round for Drios. I mean, just really well executed. We're seeing that this A site take has just been so clinical for them. They're constantly changing the plant locations, but they're always planting it in the right spots. We're not seeing situations like we saw on Pearl where like Haxa would play for post plant but then push up way too aggressive. They're playing for this post plant. They're setting it up so that A main's a safe spot for them to shoot through. And then they're taking advantage of that firmly. And sure, Drios getting a little bit lucky. Great spray transfer there to find both of them. But at the end of the day, it's exactly what they need. They bring it 8-2. It's the final round of the half. And Crescent, finally, with the operator, finds the value in it. Takes out the smokes as well from this attacking side. It's going to be really, really rough because those smokes have been so useful for them to try to make their way in the site.
They're making this look pretty easy here. Now we got K-Rose going in, trying their best to make it rain, and here's the push-up. They have to just seal the deal, to be honest. Might be possible, but what a shot. Haxa looking for something. will not be able to connect it. Nade now tossing around. That's going to be a spray, and Haxa is going to clean it up. DJ down. Score 2-8. This is desperation. They have to get it to 8-4 if they want an easier time on Fracture. They can't let Acacia take it back after that beautiful round of Pearl. But Ali making sure that that happens with K-Rose. All up to Drios, who clutched the last time. No guarantees they can clutch it again. Swinging out, grabbing one, but it's the stickiness at the feet, and that's going to take him down, and the peak is over. K-Rose with the team cleaning this up.
There we go. And that does secure at least 3 rounds. So we're seeing a bit of an improvement, at least in half number 1. Someone's taking 3. But
before the switch.
it's still a little bit rough because despite that, there is still a massive financial difference between the 2 teams. So even though they lost all 5, they're still firmly able to buy out this round. They could buy out next round too, but of course it is the last round of the half, so unnecessary. But going into this, the scariest thing is the ult differential here. We have Stovey, who's 6 out of 2, so only 2 ult points away from having 3 ultimates online for this attacking side. Meanwhile, there's only 1, and there's really only the threat of the Blade Storms coming out for Crescent to assist with that. So it's looking a little bit rough, but a Rolling Thunder in a defensive hand is still rather nice. And Ali is actually in a pretty good spot. Finds that opening pick, makes this attack much more risky at times.
Yeah, it's looking pretty risky here. But just because it's risky doesn't mean that it's over. They're ready to rock and roll. They have to push themselves in, and that is it. Beautiful amount of ultimates to throw them down. And from behind, it's Ali grabbing Stovey. Frag grabs Drios. We can see this end soon. The 8-4 half might just be around the corner unless a clutch of the ages from Vines can really just come through here. Mixac able to clean that down. And they will be able to plant the bomb. This is beautiful.
Spike planted.
And they have to push in. Op in the hands of Crescent. Man hasn't been able to come up large, but might just do enough. And it's there. 8-4. We are here. And the half is already looking extra clean. A decent round to start it off so far from these attackers.
Man, I need to point out there, Ali, absolutely huge. Such a risky play. As they ult into the site. They ult the front portion of site, completely cutting off line of sight down Arcade, pulling all the distraction from A main, or B main, excuse me, as well. And then they push through their ultimate because, fun fact, Brimstone actually takes a little bit reduced damage in their own ultimate. So they push through, they barely make it out alive, only 20 health to their name, but no one on the attack expects it. No one's expecting this Brimstone to be on site already because what mad lad pushes through their own orbital strike? Yeah. Apparently Ali, as they immediately, I believe, find 2 kills shooting him in the back and completely opens up this attack side, completely opens up sight for them. It's huge. Ali comes up huge and secures the 8-4 half. Gives them a little bit more breathing room in the second half, but now sitting on the attacking side, they're gonna have to do a lot here.
Yeah, they're gonna have to really just pick up the pace where the team left off, and they're trying their best. But with a shot like that, that's another player down, and this is looking extra clean for these plays. But how can they do it yet again? It's gonna be Crescent trying their best to really inch their way towards it. Drios up in the front.
They don't have Spike. They have to push through.
Who needs Spike? Optional. Kill everybody.
Absolutely. But this
Ooh,
Jet Crescent only has 20 health left. This is very risky for them.
Yeah, very risky, but looks like it's a no you. That's going to be the pick. That's going to be the trade. And there it is. 1v1. Cypher versus Cypher. Decipher the clutch. Who's going to be taking it? We know that Drios has been the Cypher to clutch these. Haxa needs to prove himself here, especially being that bottom frag. Half the kills that Haxa has, or that Drios has. And right above, Drios is going to get spotted out, but he doesn't see it. And Haxa. Oh no, Drios. Drios. The timing could not be worse. Oh my God. Drios is walking backwards, and the timing! Haxa!
Oh, that's so unfortunate. unfortunate, maybe a little bit too conservative with the utility there. I was gonna mention that one had a smoke and one had a camera. He easily could have set up that camera on site somewhere in that B main position and push through. Check this camera every couple seconds, see if they were still on A site, and maybe he would have spotted Haxa out, but he just doesn't. He trusts his instincts, but his instincts lead him astray. That is going to be round number 5 going to the attackers, but it was scrappy to say the least.
Tripwire destroyed.
Yeah, scrappy to say the least, and they are absolutely just kind of putting him through the junkyard here. Any one of these guys, I would say, is a nice old vintage car. They're ready to rock it. They're ready to have that value. But if you get placed at the wrong place at the wrong time, something might just crush you. And now it's Crescent wanting to crush this team as they are opening it up. They won that pistol round, and they want to do it again. Vons is not here for the picks. Haxa now getting blinded, but doesn't even matter. Can't see, can't care either. Beautiful triple on the way, and looking for the last two. Both CT, one up top, one down below, and someone's going to be sleeping down below. It's Drios with only one remaining. Stoby to try their best, but unfortunately their best is the worst of these attackers.
There we go. That is going to be the anti-eco picked up by the attacking side of Team Fish Tacos. Pretty much exactly what we expect when, you know, Crescent has a hero vandal and they're going up against classics. But I mean, we're going into it. It's now 6-8. This is the closest map of the series so far. So anything could happen, but this is going to be a full buy, quote unquote. There are still 2 Spectres in the hands of Kraos and Frag, but everyone else on the side of Team Fish Taco do have rifles, even if just a Guardian. So this is still very possibly winnable for them. They could possibly convert this bonus. And if they convert this bonus, I think this entire map, this entire series gets split and flipped on its head, because once they lose the bonus, they make themselves susceptible to losing yet another, and then we're drawn even at 8.
Yeah, and God, if it gets tied up 8-8, goes into OT. I wanted an OT, but I also wanted these guys to really be able to pop off. And 6-8, 1st-13. Lots of stress building if you are on either side here. Rifles are, of course, going to be in the hands of the side of defense, but this retake, up close and personal, you get gunned down pretty quick. Speaking of gunned down quick, though, Frag will get dropped, and what a spray from Taco Crescent. Drios with the double. 1v2. Crescent stuck in heaven. Will be able to spot it out, grabbing 8 HP, goes with the right click with the blade, spots him out, has to clutch it, and it's just suicide, but he misses, and McShay takes it. Do they have enough time? And they do have enough time.
Oh, it's going to be close, though. Oh, barely getting away with it, scraping together, but that was so costly. Only one left standing, doesn't even have shields to their name, and really all off the back of a bit of a whiff coming out from Crescent there with the knives. Very, very tragic, but very fortunate from Team Acacia. Though they're now going to have a scrappy buy. They're only going to have make that 2 rifles, a Phantom and a Vandal apiece, 2 Spectres, and a Judge in the hands of Vons, who, a little bit concerning, was a massive player in map 1 and throughout the entirety of the first series. Now bottom of the scoreboard here, so really need to see them start picking up the pace, start getting some frags in order to help drag their team across the line, because this is very clearly nowhere near close to the stomps that we have been seeing from them.
Yeah, this stomp is definitely flowing, but here's Stoby, ready to rock it, ready to be above and beyond. K-Rose will be able to spot out one in the swing. That's a one-pick wonder, and there's the double down from Crescent from the side. Tacos needs this, but this is going to be so hard. Defense trying their best to push in, and there's K-Rose, another one down. Von's another one, but can we see him clutch it? We cannot, and attackers will take that back. The neck-and-neck game seems to be seeing these players put their neck out, and the guillotine is coming down soon.
Yeah, absolutely. And a little bit risky because now we're seeing, despite having lost that round, they still full ball into that. They weren't able to full buy out, but they did completely force buy, try to make something happen. And now we're seeing them get stuck with sheriffs on a classic. So it is not ideal whatsoever for this defensive side. This could easily, unless something goes terribly astray for Team Fish Taco, this easily could be brought to an 8-9. I mean, past his curse be damned, I think we might be seeing an overtime here because this half just seems to be way too close.
Bring them down.
Yeah, it seems to be pretty close here, but anything is happening one after another. And let's see it. Mikshek right up top, waits for them to now push in. Drios with the frenzy will get spotted out, gunned down by through the smoke. Information is king here, and right underneath, it's everybody pushing him in, and that frenzy and stinger combo will not defend the site as they need to, but from behind, it's the flanks. There's one. Here's the double, and it's Taco being able to clean it up. I think we're going to be seeing a 9-9 here, Soren.
It's going to be risky. There is going to be a full buy coming. As I say full buy coming out, but it's going to be a little bit sketch. A few light shields for Drios and Vons. But we are seeing a timeout come through. Exactly what I would expect and what I'm really hoping for. Because that's now 4 for 1.5. This is not a very convincing half for Acacia. They were able to win their bonus, but that's really it. When they had the rifle advantage, they actually looked very good, but it was still a very close round off the back of Crescent kind of popping off. They need to have a good rifle round, a good rifle-to-rifle round to prove that they deserve to win out this map and to win out this series. Because at this rate, if they keep losing them, they're constantly going to be on the back foot. They're not going to be in a position where they can take the advantage, where they can close out this series. Right now, despite having a really strong half in the first half, they're looking super weak. I would not be surprised if we saw a bit of a reverse sweep come through here and Team Fish Taco close it out. But at the end of the day, I think it's still going to be close. I think we might be brought to overtime, but 4-1, not what you want to be seeing if you're the attack side here.
Yeah,
Excuse me, the defensive side.
Yeah, not exactly ideal, but just because something's not ideal does not mean that we might see the end of all. I do know that these guys know how to play around the map, pick what they can, but I'm just looking at the score, looking at the plays. It's a back and forth game. It's nerves upon nerves. An attack side seems to be really popping off here for the side here of Team Fish Taco, and then the defense pops off a little bit. So it's a little back and forth. Honestly, it could be anybody's game, but it depends on this round and this swing. And that is going to set them one player back, looking for another. Stovey up top. That's a Colat. That's what you need to see. Do it again. Frag can't do it. And it's just going to be K-Roast lurking through from underneath, walking into a crosshair owned by DJ. Oh, DJ on the rope, though. Very strange angle to hold it.
Yeah, very unfortunate. It gets blocked out by the rifle. And K-Roast finds 2. This makes it very winnable, but they are going to invest the neural theft to give away all the information. And also, they still have Spike. K-Roast still has to push through here, and they only have 30 health. This might just be a save angle.
Might be. Definitely possible here.
It looks like they're expecting something through a main.
It seems to be a save angle, but I don't know if they can risk pushing this. I don't understand that. You could have saved it. Your team has enough money to buy, but you're the only one who actually cannot afford it. Luckily, Frag might be able to buy him. I guess the goal was to just try to get rid of some weapons because they know the economy is looking a little shaky for the defense. But still, you know, if you're going to do a play like that, you're going to have to be a lot more cautious, maybe even use some util.
They can't. They're going to have to invest the Blade Storm to cover for the lost Vandal. They really kind of, I think, dropped the ball there. I think a save angle was absolutely the correct move, but they push it, they lose it, and now you have Crescent who's stuck with basically 5 knives and a shorty to their name, and that's going to be very risky, as we've already seen Crescent whiff a couple of the shots on these Blade Storms. So if they fall to unfortunate circumstances yet again, they could be left without a rifle, and when the game's this close, one round going astray might just be the difference between a won and lost series.
Won and loss. I don't know. Anything's here, but This is just stress, man. I can't stress this enough. The amount of pressure on these teams right now, because this is, of course, still the uppers. If you get into lowers, there's a lot of teams that have been duking it out down there, and even some that have chosen to bail from the competition after their first loss, and that shows with the mental drops. But the ultimate, it's flowing, and that's a double down. What you needed to be seeing from defense. Acacia one step closer to taking this game. Haxa needing to pick up the pace where his teammates left off, and the bomb is finally going to get planted.
Oh, massive ultimate coming out. The orbital strike doing some damage. Meanwhile, they push through. But there we go. The Rolling Thunder gets invested. Stovey finds one, but they're going to invest in an orbital strike of their own. Vons finds the kill because the other's concussed. And Ali, the last one standing on the site, tries to take it, but Drios clutches it up yet again for the team, as not only do they bring themselves just one step closer to match point, that was also a buy round coming out from Team Fish Tacos. That means they're going to be on a save this next round. They're easily could be pushed to match point here.
Yeah, and they are getting pushed pretty tough. Not sure how this is going to be able to finish them off with all of the damage just flowing between both sides. And of course, the loser of this, if you guys do not know, has to fight against Monarch Esports. And Monarch, they have been doing a decent job pushing themselves past that final. And obviously, if Team Fish Taco has to fight against Monarch Esports, I talked to Monarch, they are confident that they can do okay against some teams like Acacia, but TFT, they are unsure about. And that confidence might be shaken up since they did drop down to the lowers. So with how this bracket has been slowly forming into the final, it's anybody's game, and DJ making sure that Crescent knows his name.
Yeah, that's quite unfortunate there, especially as DJ just keeps pushing, pushes Haxa back, and finds the kill on him as well. Frag pushed through the smoke, finds two through it as well. Very sketchy. Nightfall gets invested by the fade, and now Von silenced. Can't do all too much. Marked and decayed as well.
Gonna be marked, gonna be decayed, gonna be one tapped, gonna be away from the game, and Frag is on a triple to try to clean it up, but he's on a road to an ace, and this ace needs to come out soon, because if K-Rose doesn't get his kill, it's all on the back of Breach. And this Breach has to rock it. K-Rose will get that kill, however, leveling the playing field and allowing Mixshack to try to clutch it. But the aggression, why push up? Instead, get pushed out, and Frag's 4K plus K-Rose's one tap leads them closer and closer to tying it up, and maybe another chance at OT.
Yeah, they bring it back. I mean, I was expecting that to be around for the side of Acacia there, but they were able to scrape up enough rifles to be able to swing that back into their favor. But yet again, another scrappy buy. They're going to be able to buy out, though. Actually, Crescent popping the Judge, and Haxa still rocking the Bulldog, so not terribly amazing. But Milkshack, the only one with a hero rifle, not even hero vandal, just a guardian to the name. Most only having light shields. Stovey finds that opening kill.
They are going to find that opening kill. Exactly what you need to be seeing. Let's see if they can do it again, though. DJ will pick off that one player, and this is it. Drios from behind grabbing everything, and it's, oh my god, Frag on a multi-kill, 20 HP, but the dream is dead with him. Now defenders have that match point advantage. The money is going to be up, down, and sideways for both teams, but it's the attackers who are at the least of the deficit. I need to see how they can really take this back.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be able to full buy. No, they really won't be able to afford it. It's going to be a Spectre. We're going to see a Sheriff come out as well. 2 Spectres, actually, as 3 members of Team Fish Taco, 9-12 down, cannot afford the buyout. And man, that Thrifty, that's a back-to-back Thrifties, but for opposing teams, a great response from Acacia, setting themselves up to finally close out this series. And it looks like Team Fish Taco are going to take their destiny into their own hands. They're going to push super aggressively into B, but the entirety of the defense falls back. They're not allowing themselves to be picked off early. They're sitting in spawn. They're waiting for this plant to go down. And they do still have the orbital strike, and DJ finds hacks on the flank.
They are going to be able to find them on the flank. An unfortunate round for them indeed, but anything can happen moving forward, as K-Rose is going to be holding down Canteen here. And that is a lot of damage. Crescent grabbing one. Mixshack taking the trades. 3 against 3. Lots pushing inside of Arcade. Alley We'll be able to get traded out, but the bomb is planted. Attackers are holding this down. It's all or nothing. 1 versus 1. Grabs it with the running gun, but from behind. It's a beautiful round.
That's back to back Thrifties, by the way. Both teams just trading at this point. Match point still in effect though, so all that is needed is one more. But it's another scuffed buy. We're gonna see another, half buy / force come through from the side of Acacia, and even the side of Team Fish Taco. Actually, no, they're gonna be able to scrape together rifles across the board, but 3 only with light shields, which can be a little bit dangerous when you're going up against these light buys. It takes a lot less time to deal with it, and we're already seeing why change what's not broke as Team Fish Taco just pushing aggressively yet again.
Yeah, and Team Fish Taco, they have to take that aggression early. They have to manage to get players like DJ out of this game. DJ has been popping off, but those early first bloods has really been leading into the team here. So I need to know, can they actually hold it on? It's 1 away from G to the G, and the eco round is coming out here for the defense. Acacia, 1 away from taking this game and the series. A lot on the line, but who's going to line up for it as defense? All grouped up over on that A, all in main. They might try to just push together on that flank. It would not be expected because it hasn't happened yet. And we're seeing the ultimates kind of getting wasted already, trying to make sure that they can clear this for free. And this is a beautiful flank rotation from defense. But they give it away. Oh, and they give it away. K-Rose taking it up, and now we're 1 away from the OT.
I was worried there for a second that maybe there was too much utility invested in taking that site, that they wouldn't have any left for, a stall for the retake or try to push back a retake. But who needs to play around a retake when you could just kill them when they're on their way to the retake? So, I mean, goes their way. That is also going to be a flawless. And we're, like you said, 1 round away from going to overtime. That being said, defense does still have 2 ultimates on hand. One's just a neural theft, though, which is quite impactful for getting information, but less so when trying to deal with this very, very aggressive attacking team.
These attackers, they like their aggression. They like being aggressive and pushing themselves all the way up, and it's working for them. But from the side, Vaughn takes out Crescent before getting traded out. 3v4 on the board as we have Dorios up in the top trying to avenge his teammate, giving away some info. Beautiful dart will be able to spot out 1, and what a bunny hop backwards to get him where he needs to go. And this ultimate should give all the info they need to retake the site. Clean ultimate will connect to 1. But here's the push up, and that is DJ grabbing 1, grabbing 2, nading it off, and they might just be able to stick it. That nade's going to prevent them from being able to rush in. They can't even hear it getting defused, and this might be the end of the game. Team Fish Tacos down, and they go to the bottom of the bracket. Amazing gameplay 101.
Woo! What a series, coming down to the bitter end. I mean, massive congratulations to Acacia. And it was, like I said, it was a 50-50. Both teams really showed what they had here on this map. Sure, maps 1 and 2, terribly one-sided. I don't think that was really representative of either team. I just think that shows that both of these teams, because that was both of their map picks that they won. I think that just shows they are really comfortable on their specific maps that they are feeling it on. But once you get to these 50-50s, it's just like a Duke Nukem beat them together.
Yeah.
All right. They are just going back and forth, trading rounds, trading thrifties at times, just outright fragging on each other. And at the end of the day, I think they just did enough. They barely scraped by, much like they barely scraped by the win. Even though it was one-sided, they barely scraped by those final 2 wins in the last 2 rounds of map 1. But at the end of the day, Acacia, they pull it out. They take the first 2 series wins. They stamp their spot in for the winners finals.
Yeah.
And I think it's well-deserved.
Absolutely well-deserved there. They might have had a hiccup over on Haven, but now that they've moved over, they are absolutely deserving of moving in. They are going to have to fight against Handsome Jits, though. Handsome Jits has been known to be the #1 placement in the seed here. So with that #1 placement, I need to see where these guys are going to place themselves towards the end of the day. But I am not going to be able to follow you. That is going to be a day 2 thing. You and I believe my good co-caster friend, Zach, she's going to be also jumping in and joining you as a co-caster soon. So I'm pretty excited. You know, we got 3 best of 3s today. I'm only going to be here for 2, but GG everybody. Amazing team play. And now we're going to hop into the lower bracket and see how Team Fish Tacos really deals damage against Monarch Esports. So stick around, everybody. My name's been Edu. Soren, you've been always wonderful to cast with. Any final thoughts before we send it to break?
I mean, if you're just joining us now, make sure to join us tomorrow as well. Like you said, there's some more lowers and even winners action tomorrow. So stick around, come out tomorrow, because if today has just been any indicator, tomorrow is going to be even more hectic as people are fighting to stay in the tournament, not just to stay in winners.
Perfect. Well, thanks for watching. We'll see you guys in that next game with Zach and Soren back-to-back casting it for us today. So can't wait. Lower bracket starts soon. Stick around.
He no-scopes it. He wall bangs and he aces it. That's what we love seeing. Kai is excited. His mouse movement is it down, but that nade, it's doing some work. He doesn't know where this Reyna could be, but Reyna's giving away a position, and Lucky getting a 4K with 1 spray and then a clean clutch up at the
Yeah, I mean, and this is exactly the thing that we want to be seeing out of Lemon. He's going for the ace here, and he's going to try to close it out with the overdrive. Ace for Lemon.
1-for-1. It's an ace from Mikey if he can get it, and he's gonna ace it. Mikey, MVP of his team, going in hard. Win it again.
You will not kill
Nice
my
res coming out. Spots Minari, takes him down. Only 1 bullet, decides to reload right in front of Green. Tries getting in halfway, and he actually sticks it all the way to half. And he makes those Yun Min with the win. What a clutch. On 1, but they're out. But here comes the nightmare. It's making them very afraid. Spike is now down. Lucky holding that W key. Getting a double kill with the spray down. This man's ready to go, and it's all up to Cell. He sprays it down, but that nade, it's doing some work. He doesn't know where this Reyna could be, but Reyna's giving away a position, and Lucky getting a 4K with 1 spray and then a clean clutch up at
and right now truly with this tour de force is gonna spot 1 and only able to get it, but that's gonna be a double and that's a triple.
God.
That's what we like to see.
Handedly! Oh, no!
Bring them back into this game.
Are now going for it. The ultimate's now pushing in, and all the dumpage. Lemon able to get a just mow down of a spray, getting all these picks today.
Yeah, I mean, and this is exactly the thing that we want to be seeing out of Lemon. He's going for the ace here, and he's going to try to close it out with the overdrive. Ace for Lemon off the back of really beautiful high tempo.
Let's see what's going to happen moving forward. We do have a Paranoia getting thrown out, and what a spray down. He gets himself 3. He gets himself 4. Jexter, you're just better at that, and now defenders get the match point.
Separate the defense. Oh, no!
And the spray down B.
It's got to be in Fire's hands. Of course, the Vandal, very powerful, able to get himself 2 picks, and able to get all of them. What a beautiful play.
This could be tragic. Finds 2, 3, 4. Come on.
And slow things down a little bit, but now Santee in a 1v3, this is going to be very tricky. Able to find 1 here. He's going for the second one, and he's got it with the classic out. He's going to find the 3rd kill, a 4-piece for Santee. Actually able to close it out and put them up.
They're gonna save it for 1 more. But okay, Legend just gonna go ahead and line him up and shut him down. Killer and LA Luch down in 1
The
shot.
push, but Lulu and Chill, he's able to get 2, and that's gonna be the final shot he hears. Of course, a little bit of a flashbang coming around. Kai jumping on top of bench, making a lot of noise. These attackers are on point, and this is where Kai shots. But what a shot! He no-scopes it. He wall bangs and he aces it. That's what we're battling it out. But here we go. Brady from the top of heavens, able to try to do some damage. Last man standing here. What is going to happen now that we got Zambi? He knows that 1 is underneath him, but Kai is down. Last man, and he gets 2. Last guy, he's got it. And Gio, he's the man to get the pick. Beautiful play. But oh no, does he have enough time? It's going to be down to the wire.
Oh my lord, he actually pulls it.
0.15, that is not okay. He no-scopes it, he wall bangs, and he aces it. That's what we love seeing. Kai is excited, his mouse movement. Minari takes him down. Only one bullet, decides to reload right in front green. Tries getting in halfway, and he actually sticks it all the way to half. And he makes those Yun Min with the win. What a clutch on one, but they're out. But here comes the nightmare. It's making them very afraid. Spike is now down. Lucky holding that W key, getting a double kill with the spray down. This man's ready to go, and it's all up to Zell. He sprays it down, but that nade, it's doing some work. He doesn't know where this Reyna could be, but Reyna's giving away her position, and Lucky getting a 4K with one spray and then a clean. Clutch playing, and right now Truly with this tour de force is gonna spot one and only able to get it, but that's gonna be a double, and that's a triple. God. That's what we like to see.
Unseen. What? Handedly. No.
Bring them back into this game.
Are now going for it. The ultimate's now pushing in, and all the dumpage. Lemon able to get a just mow down of a spray, getting all these picks today.
Yeah, I mean, and this is exactly the thing that we want to be seeing out of Lemon. He's going for the ace here, and he's going to try to close it out with the overdrive. Ace for Lemon off the back, but really beautiful high tempo.
So let's see what's going to happen moving forward. We do have a Paranoia getting thrown out, and what a spray down. He gets himself 3. He gets himself 4. Jector, you're just better at that, and now defenders get the match point.
Oh, man.
Separate the defense. Oh, no.
And the spray down B.
It's got to be in Fire's hands. Of course, the Vandal, very powerful, able to get himself 2 picks, and able to get all of them. What a beautiful play.
This could be tragic. Finds 2, 3, 4. Come on.
And slow things down a little bit, but now Santee in a 1v3, this is going to be very tricky. Able to find one here. He's going for the second one, and he's got it with the classic out. He's going to find the 3rd kill, a 4-piece for Santee. Actually able to close it out and put them up.
They're going to save it for one more. Oh! Okay, Legend just going to go ahead and line him up and shut him down. Killer and Lelouch down in one shot.
Push, but Lulu and Chill, he's able to get 2, and that's gonna be the final shot he hears. Of course, a little bit of a flashbang coming around. Kai jumping on top of bench, making a lot of noise. These attackers are on point, and this is where Kai shots. But what a shot! He no-scopes it, he wall bangs, and he aces it. That's what we're battling it out, but here we go. Brady from the top of heavens, able to try to do some damage. Last man standing here. What is gonna happen now that we got Zambi? He knows that one is underneath him, but Kai is down. Last man, and he gets 2. Last guy, he's got it, and Gio, he's the man to get the pick. Beautiful play, but oh no, does he have enough time? It's gonna be down to the wire.
Oh my lord, he actually pulls it.
0.15, that is not okay. He no-scopes it, he wall bangs, and he aces it. That's what we love seeing. Kai is excited, his mouse movement is down, but that nade, it's doing some work. He doesn't know where this Reyna could be, but Reyna's giving away her position, and Lucky getting a 4K with one spray and then a clean.
Yeah, I mean, and this is exactly the thing that we want to be seeing out of Lemon. He's going for the ace here, and he's going to try to close it out with the overdrive. Ace for Lemon.
1 for 1, it's an ace from Mikey if he can get it, and he's gonna ace it. Mikey, MVP of his team, going in hard. Win it again.
You will not kill
Nice res coming out. Spots Minari, takes him down. Only one bullet, decides to reload right in front green. Tries getting in halfway, and he actually sticks it all the way to half, and he makes those Yun Min with the win. What a clutch on one, but they're out. But here comes the nightmare. It's making them very afraid. Spike is now down. Lucky holding that W key, getting a double kill with the spray down. This man's ready to go, and it's all up to Zell. He sprays it down, but that nade, it's doing some work. He doesn't know where this Reyna could be, but Reyna's giving away her position, and Lucky getting a 4K with one spray and then a clean. Clutch playing, and right now Truly with this tour de force is gonna spot one and only able to get it, but that's gonna be a double, and that's a triple. God. That's what we like to see.
Unseen. What? Handedly. No.
Bring them back into this game.
Are now going for it. The ultimate's now pushing in, and all the dumpage. Lemon to get a just mow down of a spray, getting all these picks today.
Yeah, I mean, and this is exactly the thing that we want to be seeing out of Lemon. He's going for the ace here, and he's going to try to close it out with the overdrive. Ace for Lemon off the back of really beautiful high tempo.
So let's see what's going to happen moving forward. We do have a Paranoia getting thrown out, and what a spray down. He gets himself 3. He gets himself 4. Jector, you're just better at that, and now defenders get the match point.
Oh, man.
Separate the defense. Oh, no.
And the spray down for Team Giving.
It's got to be in Fire's hands. Of course, the Vandal, very powerful, able to get himself 2 picks, and able to get all of them. What a beautiful play.
This could be tragic. Finds 2, 3, 4. Come on.
And slow things down a little bit, but now Santee in a 1v3, this is going to be very tricky. Able to find 1 here. He's going for the second one, and he's got it with the classic out. He's got to find the 3rd kill, a 4-piece for Santee, actually able to close it out and put them up.
They're gonna save it for one more. But okay, Legend just gonna go ahead and line him up and shut him down. Killer and Lelouch down in one shot.
Push, but Hulu and Chill, he's able to get 2, and that's gonna be the final shot he hears. Of course, a little bit of a flashbang coming around. Kai jumping on top of Bench, making a lot of noise. These attackers are on point, and this is where Kai shots. But what a shot! He no-scopes it, he wall bangs, and he aces it. That's what we're battling it out, but here we go. Brady from the top of heavens, able to try to do some damage. Last man standing here. What is gonna happen now that we got Zambi? He knows that 1 is underneath him, but Kai is down. Last man, and he gets 2. Last guy, he's got it, and Gio, he's the man to get the pick. Beautiful play, but oh no, does he have enough time? It's gonna be down to the wire.
Oh my lord, he actually pulls it.
0.15. That is not okay. He no-scopes it, he wall bangs, and he aces it. That's what we love seeing. Kai is excited, his mouse movement is it down, but that nade, it's doing some work. He doesn't know where this Reyna could be, but Reyna's giving away her position, and Lucky getting a 4K with 1 spray and then a clean.
Yeah, I mean, and this is exactly the thing that we want to be seeing out of Lemon. He's going for the ace here, and he's going to try to close it out with the overdrive. Ace for Lemon.
1 for 1, it's an ace from Mikey if he can get it, and he's gonna ace it. Mikey, MVP of his team, going in hard. Win it again.
You will not kill
Nice
my
res coming out. Spots Minari, takes him down. Only 1 bullet, decides to reload right in front of Green. Tries getting it halfway, and he actually sticks it all the way to half. And he makes those Young Min with the win.
clutch.
What a clutch. On 1, but they're out. But here comes the nightmare. It's making them very afraid. Spike is now down. Lucky holding that W key. Getting a double kill with the spray down. This man's ready to go, and it's all up to Zell. He sprays it down, but that nade, it's doing some work. He doesn't know where this Reyna could be, but Reyna's giving away her position, and Lucky getting a 4K with 1 spray and then a clean. Clutch playing, and right now truly with this tour de force is gonna spot 1 and only able to get it, but that's gonna be a double, and that's a triple. That's what we like to see.
Unseen. What? Single-handedly. No.
Bring them back into this game.
Are now going for it. The ultimate's now pushing in, and all the dumpage. Lemon able to get a just mow down of a spray, getting all these picks today.
Yeah, I mean, and this is exactly the thing that we want to be seeing out of Lemon. He's going for the ace here, and he's going to try to close it out with the overdrive. Ace for Lemon off the back of really beautiful high tempo.
So let's see what's going to happen moving forward. We do have a Paranoia getting thrown out, and what a spray down. He gets himself 3. He gets himself 4. Jector, you're just better at that, and now defenders get the match point.
Oh, man.
Separate the defense. Oh, no.
And the spray down for Team Giving.
It's got to be in Fire's hands. Of course, the Vandal, very powerful, able to get himself 2 picks, and able to get all of them. What a beautiful play.
This could be tragic. Finds 2, 3, 4. Come on.
And slow things down a little bit, but now Santee in a 1v3, this is going to be very tricky. Able to find 1 here. He's going for the second one, and he's got it with the classic out. He's got to find the 3rd kill, a 4-piece for Santee, actually able to close it out and put them up.
They're gonna save it for one more. But okay, Legend just gonna go ahead and line him up and shut him down. Killer and Lelouch down in one
The
shot.
push, but Lulu and Chill, he's able to get two, and that's gonna be the final shot he hears. Of course, a little bit of a flashbang coming around. Kai jumping on top of bench, making a lot of noise. These attackers are on point, and this is where Kai shots. But what a shot! He no-scopes it, he wall bangs, and he aces it. That's what battling it out, but here we go. Brady from the top of heavens, able to try to do some damage. Last man standing here. What is going to happen now that we got Zambi? He knows that one is underneath him, but Kai is down. Last man, and he gets two. Last guy, he's got it, and Gio, he's the man to get the pick. Beautiful play, but oh no, does he have enough time? It's going to be down to the wire.
Oh my lord, he actually pulls it!
0.15, that is not okay. He no-scopes it, he wall bangs, and he aces it. That's what we love seeing. Kai is excited, his mouse movement is it down, but that nade, it's doing some work. He doesn't know where this Reyna could be, but Reyna's giving away a position, and Lucky getting a 4K with one spray and then a clean. Clutch up at
Yeah, I mean, and this is exactly the thing that we want to be seeing out of Lemon. He's going for the ace here, and he's going to try to close it out with the overdrive. Ace of Lemon.
1-for-1, it's an ace from Mikey if he can get it, and he's gonna ace it. Mikey, MVP of his team, going in hard. Win it again.
You will not kill
Nice
my
res coming out. Spots Minari, takes him down. Only one bullet, decides to reload right in front of Green. Tries getting it halfway, and he actually sticks it all the way to half. And he reads those Young Min with the win.
clutch.
What a clutch. On one, but they're out. But here comes the nightmare. It's making them very afraid. Spike is now down. Lucky holding that W key. Getting a double kill with the spray down. This man's ready to go, and it's all up to Zell. He sprays it down, but that nade, it's doing some work. He doesn't know where this Reyna could be, but Reyna's giving away a position, and Lucky getting a 4K with one spray and then a clean. Clutch
Playing, and right now, truly with this tour de force is going to spot one and only able to get it, but that's going to be a double, and that's a triple. That's what we like to see.
Unseen. What? Single-handedly. No. Bring them back into this game.
Are now going for it. The ultimate's now pushing in, and all the dumpage. Lemon able to get a just mow down of a spray, getting all these picks today.
Yeah, I mean, and this is exactly the thing that we want to be seeing out of Lemon. He's going for the ace here, and he's going to try to close it out with the overdrive. Ace for Lemon off the back of really beautiful high tempo.
Let's see what's going to happen moving forward. We do have a Paranoia getting thrown out, and what a spray down. He gets himself 3. He gets himself 4. Jector, you're just better at that, and now defenders get the match point.
Oh, man.
Separate the defense. Oh no!
And the spray down B.
It's got to be in Fire's hands. Of course, the Vandal, very powerful, able to get himself 2 picks, and able to get all of them. What a beautiful play.
This could be tragic. Finds 2, 3, 4.
Come on.
And slow things down a little bit, but now Santee in a 1v3. This is going to be very tricky. Able to find one here. He's going for the second one, and he's got it with the classic out. He's going to find the third kill, a 4-piece for Santee. Actually able to close it out and put them up.
They're gonna save it for one more. But okay, Legend just gonna go ahead and line him up and shut him down. Killer and Lelouch down in one
The
shot.
push, but Lulu and Chill, he's able to get 2, and that's gonna be the final shot he hears. Of course, a little bit of a flashbang coming around. Kai jumping on top of bench, making a lot of noise. These attackers are on point, and this is where Kai shots. But what a shot! He no-scopes it, he wall bangs, and he aces it. That's what battling it out, but here we go. Brady from the top of heavens, able to try to do some damage. Last man standing here. What is going to happen now that we got Zambi? He knows that one is underneath him, but Kai is down. Last man, and he gets 2. Last guy, he's got it, and Gio, he's the man to get the pick. Beautiful play, but oh no, does he have enough time? It's going to be down to the wire.
Oh my lord, he actually pulls it.
0.15, that is not okay. He no-scopes it, giving away her position, and Lucky getting a 4K with one spray and then a clean. Clutch offense.
Yeah, I mean, and this is exactly the thing that we want to be seeing out of Lemon. He's going for the ace here, and he's going to try to close it out with the overdrive. Ace for Lemon.
One for one, it's an ace from Mikey if he can get it, and he's gonna ace it. Mikey, MVP of his team, going in hard. Win it again.
You will not kill
Nice res coming out. Spots Minari, takes him down. Only one bullet, decides to reload right in front of Green. Tries getting in halfway, and he actually sticks it all the way to half. And he makes those Yun Min with the win.
clutch.
What a clutch. On one, but they're out. But here comes the nightmare. It's making them very afraid. Spike is now down. Lucky holding that W key. Getting a double kill with the spray down. This man's ready to go, and it's all up to Cell. He sprays it down, but that nade, it's doing some work. He doesn't know where this Reyna could.
Alrighty, everyone. Thank you for joining us. We are getting into the action yet again here. Third series of the day. We have Monarch versus Team Fish Taco, a team we just saw, but now knocked down to the lowers, fighting for their life in the second round here in losers bracket. If you're just now joining us, my name is Soren. Joining me today, now on the other side of the table, is Sir Mickey. How you feeling today?
I'm feeling great, man. I'm back. I'm ready to be in this thing. We got Fracture as map number 1. I don't know what I was gonna say, but my brain said, "Oh well." But we got Fracture as map number 1. Pearl is gonna be the second. And what was the decider? Did we find out the third map?
I believe we're going to Ascent.
Ascent. Okay, so Ascent, yeah, Ascent's one of those maps that's kind of 50-50. It's not really attacking side and not really defending side. So I think we're in for a good series, but in all honesty, just based on how I've seen them play today, I don't think we're gonna see a third map. I'm just being honest. I'm going to say like 2% biased towards my man Fraggleton over there, but in general, I mean, TFT is just such a solid team. It's gonna be a fun series to say the least. But again, Fracture is gonna be our first map, and we saw them going neck and neck with Acacia a few moments ago. We know they know this map very well, like the back of their hand, like the front of their forehead. They know this map. They know how to play the game. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see how Monarch comes in, because personally, Monarch, never seen them. Don't know how they work as a team. Don't know how they work as individuals. So I'm ready to say the least.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think this is going to be a banger of a game. I'm hoping, as much as I love to see as many games and as many rounds being played out as a caster, I can only take so much Ascent. We've already had it twice today. I'm just happy we're not seeing another Haven, but I will take it. I do also kind of agree with you. I do think Team Fish Taco are going to have the edge here. They just played on Fracture, so they're going to feel very confident on it. They actually almost brought it back and almost kept themselves up in winners. It just took a little bit too much effort coming out of Acacia to drag them over the line and push this team down into losers. I think they're going to be really good, especially if some of their key players like Crescent and Ali can pop back off. And Frag especially. Frag has been doing incredibly well. We need to see him on that breach. He dominated. Even on Haven, when they kind of got decimated, he was the light in the darkness for them. So seeing him on the breach would be ideal, but it does look like we are going to be getting into agent select in just a few minutes. Not quite yet, but besides breach on Frag, what other agents? Because we just saw, on Fracture, what at least Team Fish Taco likes to play, but what agents are you expecting here besides that breach?
I mean, on a map like Fracture, it's without a doubt attacking sided. You have so many angles to come at this. I mean, just looking at B side alone, you have Arcade, which then splits into two different alleys into Heaven and then towards the mid towards Generator. Both bring onto side, obviously. You have the underpass area, and then, of course, the main B ramp. So that's potentially 4 different alleyways that are going to be open for site, or for site takeage, I should say. Really 3, but underpasses, you can't count out that underneath tunnel area. You can't. You get a player down there, rat joint, it's over. But for those instances, for that specific, I think we're gonna see a lot of double sentinel on both teams. Obviously, Killjoy is usually the number one pick. I've seen Frag go absolutely ballistic on Killjoy. Don't know if that's the route he's going to take just because he was going so hard on Breach a moment ago on Fracture. And like we said, it was a very, very close game. So I don't see them being too worried here coming into Fracture. They know the map, they know themselves. So as a whole, but I do think we're going to see at least one double Sentinel setup, maybe a double controller. It's going to be a little weird to see maybe a double or even triple duelist. I've seen it on Fracture. I've seen triple duels on Fracture. It's weird. Agents like Neon, phenomenal at clearing sight. Jet, phenomenal at clearing sight. Even Yoru, people like to really crap on Yoru, say that he's an awful, non-sufficient duelist. I think it fully depends on the player. If you really know the game and you really know how to play this character, Yoru can be that difference maker. But again, this map is very attacking sided, and I think in terms of defense, you're going to need a double Sentinel setup, whether that's Killjoy Cypher or even Cypher Sage. You're going to need somebody. And something is telling me we're going to see a lot of chamber action here as well. So again, it all depends on how these guys are feeling.
Yeah, absolutely. I know in the last game we saw the double Cypher get picked up. So, I mean, we're almost expecting to see that Cypher, but I do actually agree with you. I do believe double Sentinel on this map to try to compensate for how attack-sided this map is can really be critical. And I would not be. I would love to see a chamber. As much as I, did not enjoy the chamber meta in last year, he has been nerfed enough that at least when I see him now, it's more of a happy of like, oh, someone's at least playing him. So I would love to see him get picked up. I think this is still his best map of the map pool. Besides maybe Split, where he gets
That's
some
a
value.
hot take. That's a hot
I think
take.
he gets a lot of value on a ramp on Split, but that's a whole hot take for another day. Here we have Fracture, but I do agree. I would love to see a chamber. I would love to see a Killjoy because I know Killjoy gets so much value here as well. There was lockdowns, like you said, in that ratty underpass as a KJ main myself. It's my favorite spot. I love it. It's so much fun. So yeah, absolutely. I do believe we are just trying to finalize where we are going to be playing this on what server. So just give us a minute as our admin team figures that out. But I'm always one for predictions. I love a good caster's curse. So I'm going to ask. I know we were saying this is going to favor TFT here, but what are you thinking? What are we thinking here on Fracture? Are you expecting this to be a one-sided map? Are you expecting this to be a beat 'em up, just back and forth? Or do you think maybe, just maybe, Monarch can pull this through?
So Fracture is similar to Haven, as where I know it's a weird claim. Just hold on.
Now that's a hot take.
Yeah. So no, but I think they're very similar, not in the way they're set up, but in the fact that they're both very attacking sided. Haven, I don't think we're not gonna see Haven tonight, but Haven has 3 sites, as does Lotus, but that's, I'm branching off into a whole other conversation. But 3 sites, that's a huge advantage for attackers. You don't have enough defenders to lock down those sites. And again, Haven is also one of those maps, I should say, where those double sentinels really do come into play. And Fracture, like we were talking about the multiple angles coming out, both sites have at least 3 different angles for these attackers to converge on site and just overwhelm the defenders. And the double sentinels are really going to come into play here. But at the end of the day ends. So this, I'm sorry, but it's going to be a weird one. It really, really will be weird, especially since I totally forgot the question you asked because I've been rambling so much. So sorry. Sorry, man. It's been a long day. I'm sure it's been longer for you. You've been casting all day, but yeah, it's fine. We're a weak brain together. It's fine.
Absolutely. We got like 2 brain cells going back and forth between the 2 of us. But it looks like we are soon to get underway. I apologize for a little bit of a pause here. We're going to be getting underway here in just a few minutes. Production just needs a little bit more time. But just to kind of go back to what I was saying, I personally believe Team Fish Tech has got this. I think this is going to be a really easy
predictions.
Map 1.
That's what you're asking.
Yes. It always, to me, it's been going back to the fact that this team 2-0'd their first opponent. This team 2-0'd their first opponent. They kind of just push them off, and every other single team in losers also got 0-2'd. So as much as I would love to see Monarch pop off, because again, this is the top 8 of the entire division. This is the cream of the crop. It's all about which part of the
Yep.
cream rises to make it to those final grand finals. But Team Fish Tacos already proved time and time again that they're a solid team. Even when they lost, they had a really good showing, especially on this map. So
Yep.
I have a feeling they're going to rise again. I think they should just kind of sweep Monarch off to the side. But again, this is a top 8 team, so you never
Yeah.
know what's going to happen. Speaking of never know what's going to happen, we are getting right into it now. Finally, Agent Select.
Yep.
Let's see if some of those agent predictions come through. We're seeing the fade. We're seeing the chambers get picked up, so we have at least 1 sentinel each. No double sentinel on the side of the defenders for Monarch, at least being hovered, nothing locked in yet. Instead, it looks like we're going to be going for a double initiator here with a KO and a breach both being hovered.
Yep. Team Fish Taco is going to be starting off things on the attack side, and Monarch going to be on the opposite with defenders. But now that I remember, or now that I know what's going on, I think TFT's gonna. I think they're gonna take at least this map. I genuinely I think we're gonna see a 2-0 from Team Fish Tacos. But on this map, I think they have a chance because, like I was saying with Haven, I went into that whole rant, but I now remember what I was gonna say. They're similar because they're both attacking sided, but that gives an opportunity. You're on attack, you're just boom, 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 bombarding the defenders, and then but the whole game, oh, how the turntables. When that side switch comes into play, the defenders then go over to the attack and they get the chance to bombard. So the Sentinels are really going to come into play. It gives you a lot of room and a lot of chances for mistakes to be made up. If you mess things up on defenders, then when you switch to attack, you're going to have a lot better of a chance. And vice versa. If you mess it up on attack, I mean, you're on attack sided. If you mess things up on attack, you're kind of screwed when you go over to the defender side. I'm just going to be honest. But all in all, these guys, all 10 of these players, we know for a fact they know how to play this game. They know the map, they know the map. They know their teammates. They know what they're doing. So this is not going to be a one and done. I don't see this being one-sided whatsoever. But again, I think TFT is one of those teams that comes in and they're not going to dominate, but there's definitely going to be some kind of differential here, whether it's a duelist doing something special or an initiator just rocking the entire enemy team. Something's going to happen here, and I think it's going to be in the way of TFT, at least in the favor, at least in the first couple rounds in this first map. I can't speak on Pearl just because I haven't seen TFT on Pearl, so I don't know how they play. Same with Monarch. I don't know how these guys play. But at the end of the day, Fracture is going to be an interesting one, to say the least. Just, again, reiterate for the 9,000th time. It's attacking sided, so it's going to be weird.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like we are about to get underway here. Massive shout outs. We did have a change of cast, but we still have Reese's on the observing, doing a fantastic job. And starting off proceedings, we immediately have a high octane aggressive push through Arcane. One gets found. Crescent finds another one towards spawn. Make it 2 into spawn. A little bit of shooting to ensure that they're dead in spawn as well. And now the last 2 defenders of Monarch are making their way through Arcade. They're going to get spotted as well, and they might just get run down here. Crescent looking for 3. They can't find it, but Kairos and Frag secure it. I don't even have a chance to take a breath as Team Fish Taco just run at them.
That was just right out of the gate. The dominance coming out from TFT. We were just talking about how these guys know what they're doing, and that's Exhibit A right there. Not giving an inch, not a single player of the 5 going down in the first round. And obviously, it's the first round, right? Still plenty of game to be had. Still plenty of time for us to be proven ridiculously wrong. But at the same time, TFT coming out on pistol round, doing that, that's nothing to shy at. So I'm definitely ready for these guys to get some guns in their hands to really make this thing interesting. But right out of the gate, we're getting a lot of initiation towards Arcade, quite literally initiation. The 2 initiators heading up. Crescent getting a little bit antsy, not going to find anybody this time. Was able to get 2 last round. Unfortunately, nobody was home. Tripwires coming into play as well. Kairos spike on the back. Hold 4, my guy. That's all you got to do. Get the bomb down. You get 2 up in heaven. You're surrounded. You have sight surrounded, I should say. You got time, but Butera not going to be able to get anything done here. The fellow Cypher going to do stuff as well. Pwn Cone goes down. The hands of Frag. A minute on the clock. Cabro is finally going to go ahead and initiate that spike plant. 2 versus 3 with a minute left, and the spike is planted. It's a retake situation here for Monarch.
Yeah, and notably, they do still have the rifle in hand. Frag has not gone down yet, so they still have the advantage. Also, Pidge is the only one with anything better than a classic, and they will find one on the Haxa, but Kraos kind of pulled their team into the fight when they were down in first half on the last series and immediately proving their worth here yet again. Early doors 4-0-2, dragging their team over the line at times, even though that was a little bit of a sketchy situation. They secure it. That's 2-0. And they're actually able to bring a rifle into this, and their economy's in a good enough spot. Besides bringing a single Spectre in, that's going to be a full buy coming out for them. So they're in a prime position to possibly even convert this bonus, especially seeing as Butera only is able to get a Guardian.
Crescent, again, being the jet that they are, gets super aggressive, but again, not going to pay off. Gabe puts him down nice and quick at the hands of the Cloudburst in the way, just kind of disoriented himself with those jet clouds, and Pidge not gonna find, or is gonna find Kairos, but Frag's there for the trade. Ali now with bomb on the back, 3 versus 4, a minute 15 on the clock. Ali, beautiful blind headshot, might I add. Haxa with a quick refrag as well. BPI is trapped, not in a good spot. 2 from Haxa. Ali gonna get bombed down. Now it's Ponecone in a 1 versus 3 for the retake. I mean, Ponecone's got a Vandal. This isn't impossible, but it's gonna have to be pretty solid in a retake position. Got all the abilities on the board. Again, not impossible, but it's going to be ridiculously hard. And Haxa is going to go ahead and prove me right on that with a 3-piece under the belt. And Frag and company showing up super strong in these first couple rounds. 3 rounds in a row with Kairos leading the charge. Haxa's right underneath. And I do want to touch. We didn't really talk about the actual words are hard. Agent setup here. Because I was rambling about Haven for some reason during Agent Select, but we do have a double initiator set up on both teams. There is no double Sentinel. I thought for sure we were going to see Cypher and somebody, but we got Cypher on both sides, single Sentinel setup, and a double initiator from both sides, a breach from both sides. So this is definitely going to be interesting to say the least in terms of roles here. But Gabe, not gonna take a page out of Crescent's book. Gonna start to play back a little more patient here with that Sheriff, as it looks like a full push to A. Nice and slow though. At least trying to.
And it looks like they're playing this nice and slow. 2 defenders on site. They actually have all 5 between the 2 of them. They have a nice crossfire. Pidge finds one. They're actually getting flanked as well. I don't know if they're going to be aware of it. Pidge is doing the best they can to hold this site. Comes up massive. Gabe does find one as well. Frag is on site. New alley as well. Finds another. Now it's a 2v3. The 3 making the way through Dish. But only knows him down. Finds 3 on the round. And now Ponecone, the last one standing yet again. Sheriff, all they have to their name, but I don't think they're aware of where they're sitting. Ali and Frag both checking towards main. They could be caught off guard. Ponecone finally hearing the cue that they're planting Spike. Ponecone has to play this carefully. Both staying on site. Neither one willing to leave. They're trying to cover all of their bases, but Ponecone only has a Sheriff. Only has one chance to make this work. Finds one, can't find the other. So close to the ace. If they had just something a little bit better, a Phantom or a Vandal, maybe they would have secured it, but just not able to.
That Sheriff was just not the equipment that was needed in that 1v2, because I mean, killing 2 people is one thing, but having to kill 2 people and defuse with time against you, with an equipment difference coming out there. I mean, you got a Sheriff going up against 2 rifles. It's just not where you want to be, but nonetheless, Ponecone did find one, and Ali actually made it not even matter because it came out of nowhere with a 4K just for no reason. Now 6-1, 6 assists, but you know, who cares? It's a breach. You can't get a kill without getting an assist as breach or KO. But speaking of KO, Pidge tracked between a rock and a hard place. Fortunately, that smoke going to go ahead and cut off that angle. No longer available. But Ponecone sitting up in heaven, nice and trapping himself with the trap wire here. A lot of attention is paying towards B site, but I have a feeling that we could see a rotate coming in here just based on the fact that Haxa is all the way at A site, ready and waiting. I think that's what's going to happen. Frag and company are going to slowly rotate back towards A. They're looking for space to create space to capture for this attacking side. But the problem is the defenders are still relatively split, right? They have a good presence on both sides. So it's going to be a very difficult and it's a very difficult take here for the attackers. But Gabe with the paint shell hoping to slow down the push.
Yeah, and it will force the attackers to be a little bit more consistent. But Cone actually finds one. Crescent falling yet again, but we've seen time and time again, Crescent falling early does not really mean anything. But Butera coming online finds two. Frag follows it up. Kairos finds a third as well, brings this to a 2v2. Still a very winnable situation, but Spike is actually down. They're going to invest the Rolling Thunder. Not going to find anyone, notably. 11 seconds on the clock. They need to move fast, and Pidge finds him. Frag falls. Kairos needs to get the Spike down, and they won't. Cone coming up huge when needed. Finally gets one on the board for Monarch here. Well, finally, the assault coming out from Team Fish Taco is halted.
Yeah, finally, that's big. That's big. If TFT loses one more round here, they're going to be in the gutter in terms of economy, which they kind of already are. Honestly, they have 2 rifles and 2 sheriffs coming out, but Ali does have the orbital strike, and Haxa does have that neural theft coming out. So that's 2 ultimates for TFT. But again, the defenders, Monarch has 4 of their 5 ultimates. The only one that's not there is BPI's Rolling Thunder, and his site is definitely retakeable without that Rolling Thunder. It helps for sure, but it's definitely doable. So in terms of abilities, both sides have a pretty even shot of taking this round. But again, the weaponry not really in the favor of TFT at the moment.
No, not at all. And it's even more daunting when you remember that there's actually 4 ultimates on hand for the side of Monarch here. They're in a prime position to make this round count, and they don't even have to invest all of them. There's already that rifle disadvantage, like you mentioned. Oh, but you say that, but then Taco immediately finds 2 kills apiece. So that leaves 3 left. They're going to invest the orbital strike to try to deter that spike plant, but they're not going to plant it in default, so it's not going to get any value. They are going to invest the smokes as well. That's going to push them back, and now it's going to funnel them into this one angle. Crescent, line them up, knock them down, finds 2, almost a collateral, and Crescent, feeling himself now, is just running at him. Gabe, the last one standing, isn't even checking. We'll get a nice flick, the line up, but he can't find it this time. Kairos closes it out. Clinical coming out for Team Fish Taco. I gotta mention here for a second. I know you were talking about how you were actually quite surprised that there's not a double sentinel, and I think this match is very evident of that. Right now, Team Fish Taco are finding so much value from being able just to run at them. Meanwhile, on the defensive side, Monarch can't seem to hold a sight right now. They had one good round where they got some nice early picks that gave them the advantage, but besides that, any time that Team Fish Taco come onto a site, it's theirs. They're just running it down at times, and I think that's due to not having that double sentinel. Cypher is really good, really good on the flanks, but it's just not good enough at holding a site on their own.
I agree. I mean, TFT Haxa picks up too, by the way, but TFT is so solid on these initiators. They can just get in, get things done, especially when you have a player like Frag, a player like Ali who knows what they're doing. Never mind. One just got absolutely erased, but Frag's on the chase. Kairos is going to pick it up. Butera 13 HP in a dream, but Crescent holding the angle, and that's going to go ahead and finish that off 6-1. But when you have a player like Ali on Brimstone, basically is a sentinel. I mean, when you get that bomb, they get the post plant. That's been almost every post plant so far. TFT gets the bomb down, and Ali's right there with either the smokes or the orbital strike or the molly, doing something to buy time, because that's the name of the game on attack. Once you get that bomb down, all you got to do is play time. You don't have to get kills. You don't have to show yourself at all. Slow down that retake, and you basically win the round. And Ali has been doing that so well, as has Frag, as has Haxa and Crescent. I mean, they're all doing phenomenal. There's a 2-kill difference between top and bottom Frag, which shows they're all participating for sure. But again, Soren, my man, it's not all about kills.
Yeah, no, absolutely. One of my favorite, things to say is that the moment that spike gets down, the pressure is off the attacking side. Everything comes down to the attacking side. up until the spike is down. Once it's down, you put all the pressure on the defenders. That's why there's some teams that really prefer that, really much like TFT is doing here. They're just aggressing on the site, taking it by force, not giving them the defense a time to breathe, getting it down early, because then they already found a few more kills, you know, bringing it to, even if it's just a 4v3, something, they have the man advantage on site, and then they put all that pressure onto the defense. They're now down a man, and they have, well, I think it's like 45 seconds, maybe 30 seconds until that spike goes off. All that pressure, it starts mounting up, and we're actually, I say that, but we're seeing a little bit of a change up here. Team Fish Taco playing much more slow, playing almost default here. Crescent pushes up, does find one, but will have to pull back. Meanwhile, Gabe actually investing into the showstopper, won't find anything notably. So very sketchy, and Ali finds the kill to the door. Now Butera in a really rough position. They know exactly where they are, mows them down. Now 5v2, make it 1 as Crescent finds a triple. Haxa closing in on their prey. And now Ponecone has to do it. Hiding in a corner, has a Phantom to their name, will find one. But Haxa on the flank finds it. And it's... I know we were expecting this to be pretty one-sided affair for Team Fish Taco. I don't think we were expecting it to be this one-sided.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely in the realm of possibility that TFT was gonna take this pretty early, or not take it, but you know, at least have that advantage. A bit of a landslide here, but this is a 6-round gap in the first half already. The best case scenario for Monarch at this point is a 7-5 half, and that's not where you want to be heading into the next half. But again, you have to talk about the fact that this is an attacking sided map, so this is not over. Monarch could totally go 9-3 in this half, right? I'm gonna cast a cursor. They could totally just bomb it, go 10-2 in this half, and they still have a chance in the next round because of the fact that they're going to be on attack. It's a slim chance, but attack is definitely going to give you a bit of a leeway. But Crescent playing off the distraction his teammate graciously provided is going to pick up one. BPI with a quick trade. K-Rose, BPI with another beautiful headshot on the K-Rose, trading him out. Ali, another trade. I feel like trade should be my middle name. I've said it so many times. With Ponecone now in a 1 versus 3. Gets rid of that fellow Cypher trap wire real quick. Bomb has been planted on B site. Whiff, whiff, whiff from Frag. I don't know what the hell that was, but Ponecone brings it to a 1v2. Gonna go ahead and pick up a stinger, see if he can't find an actual gun to save here. The Vandal has been secured, and he's ready and waiting for the fellow Cypher to peek out, and Haxa is gonna put him down. The dominance from TFT continues. 7-1 turns to 8-1. K-Rose is 10-4. Crescent is 10-7. These guys know how to play this game.
Yeah, and I hate to say it, but we mentioned it, or at least Edu mentioned it in the last map, or towards the end of the last series. We spoke to Monarch, and Monarch even said that if they came up against Acacia, they were pretty confident that they could beat them. But if they were to come up against Team Fish Taco, it would be a little bit more uneasy. And I think that uneasiness is showing here. They are taking duels. They're showing that they're confident in their abilities, but even no matter how confident you are, they are just getting almost slaughtered. Their sight holds have just not been up to par. They are getting massacred on sight, quite literally there, as Ali finds the kill on the Ponecone, you know, through all the Cypher traps and the cages, excuse me, and the smokes. Though I will say that there was the Cypher killed, Haxa there, killed on the flank. So no Cyphers to be found, but that's far worse when you're on defense. Right now, Crescent's still in a position where they could just play super aggressively. Oh, will be caught off guard. BPI finds the kill, but will be traded out. Butera gets pushed off of their angle, will be punished for it. K-Rose bringing it to a 3v2. Gabe is going to try to do something here. We'll clear out Sands, the last two. Oh, that's actually going to be the investment of the low command. A little bit risky, a little bit sketchy as well.
There's a very late no command to pop in the round. It's very peculiar. Oh, flash drive to the face of Frag. Doesn't matter. Still up and running. 2 versus 3 on the retake.
I know exactly where they are.
Oh, they know exactly where Frag is, but it doesn't really matter, does it? Because they still have 2 on that angle. And unless Pidge is a maniac, he might get Ali here, but he's not going to get K-Rose. K-Rose puts Pidge down. Now it's Gabe with time not on his side, running against the clock, picks up Kairos. It's possible at this point. It no longer is possible. Picks up 2, but no time for the defuse, and gets wiped away by the void of the spike, and that's 9-1. Team Fish Tacos dominant does not begin to describe this attitude right now. Fracture is a terrible map. I mean, I don't know how TFT, they must have sat in Discord one night and just drilled this map over and over and over again. Just queued Fracture, dodged every single other game, every single other map. I can speak, I promise. And they just practice Fracture. I mean, these guys are insanely confident right now. And not even the fact that they're just relying fully on their initiators, but the fact that their initiators are able to get in and do exactly what they need to be doing. Crescent also right up and sliding into the DMs, picking up 2, but gets put down. But that's exactly what you want to see from your duelist. Crescent is right there with those initiators, creating space, doing damage, taking away those rifles, and taking away the money from Monarch's pocket. And now suddenly it's a 2 versus 3 again. Both ciphers up. BPI and Ponecone have to be precise on this, but BPI gonna get his head ripped off. Now it's Ponecone 1 versus 3. We've seen this movie before, and the credits are about to roll, and it's not gonna be a very satisfying ending.
No, they knew exactly where Ali was too, and they still could not find the kill. Ponecone, the last one, maybe gonna try to punish some aggression, but it won't be enough. They will fall. And now you can just see the confidence. They're shooting to make sure they're dead, guys. Don't worry. There's no.
Yeah,
no
they just want to make sure. There was a roach on the ground.
Yeah,
there was a roach on the ground.
But man, it's just a one-sided affair to say the least. And I think it says a lot that this was actually a very close map between Team Fish Taco and Acacia. I really am scared because I'm at the point where I'm looking towards map 2. I will not lie, because this is becoming a deficit that I don't think that Monarch will be able to overcome. They might be able to drag themselves back in, get a few more rounds under their belt, but I'm looking at map 2 already, and they were dominant against Acacia on map 2 and Pearl. So
it's
as
wild.
much as we would love to see them swap over and do well, I don't know if this is the team that they're going to be able to beat. But I say that as immediately they find a really good answer. I will say that, though, Ali finds another kill. They've done a serious amount of damage to this defense. So even though they've downed a few of their teammates, there's still some significant damage on the board. And that will culminate in 3 of the defenders falling almost immediately after. Ali is going to start the plant, but that's going to draw out the orbital strike. No damage dealt. And now it looks like they're going to get it. Oh, there we go. The plant is going to come through. The molly just not landing where they want. And it's actually not planted for long. It's planted for sight. So they're going to stay here and fight this out. They're going to mow down Ponecone, line him up, knock him down. But luckily, Ali on the off angle up top, going to find the final kill. Brings the half 11-1.
Man.
If they lose the pistol, they are at match point. This is not the position you want to be in if
it's painful.
You are Monarch.
Monarch, I mean, this just scares the hell out of me, considering that Monarch said they were going to be, they said, words are hard. They said it was, they were uneasy going up against TFT and that they were more confident going up against Acacia, which is insane to think about how nuts that mindset must be, because Acacia beat TFT a little bit ago on this map, and the fact that TFT is back on this map, showing a complete different side of themselves, showing pure dominance. I mean, I don't know what else to say here. TFT is just, they are absolutely dominant on Fracture, and Monarch, I don't know what to say. Monarch, y'all got to pick it up. I mean, you're at a 10-round deficit, and it's not looking good. Again, I don't think this is fully impossible. It's 11-1. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be fun. You're going to hate yourself after it. But the comeback is, I think it's definitely, it's a possibility because of the fact they're on attack. If they're able to get through these next couple rounds, get some guns under their belt, and actually get into the nitty-gritty of this next half, I think they're going to be relatively okay. They are going to be able to capture that first round. Thank goodness, because I was about to start poking Monarch. I thought they were dead on the deck, man. They need to start showing some life.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little tragic. They do find that first round, though. So, I mean, at this point, it's round by round to try to get back into this. But notably, they still won it only 2-0 in terms of bodies left on the board. That was still close. They were still able to get a few solid picks with that goes towards spawn. And then, honestly, it really easily could have been put into a 1v1 situation if they had just pre-fired in the
Ooh.
right area. And it looks like Team Fish Taco is actually trying to catch him off guard, do a sneaky little set play with a 4-man push down satellite. They're not going to find anything, though, which is actually going to tell them a lot about the current state of the board. Now they're going to be expecting something towards, A main or B main, especially as they clear this arcade. Not going to find anything here. Oh, no.
Oh, Ali! Oh,
That
down goes Pawn
catches
Cone.
them
I can't believe that actually worked. He zipped. That's a huge risk. The zip line in general is a huge risk because you could totally just end up getting crashed in the NA lock-in. I mean, that was if you don't know what I'm talking about, the 4K. Yeah, now you know what I'm talking about. That was just dastardly to watch. Was it an ace?
Yes,
Oh,
there's a Easter egg on this map because he got an ace on that group.
It was, to say the least, it was nuts. But now Butera looking to pick up the slack. Or not pick up the slack. I mean, really continue the hold they have here. Butera picks up a 3-piece. Gabe and BPI join in on fun as well. And they're starting to get a bit of a grip. They're starting to get a little bit, Monarch, they fell down this mountain early on. They were down, I believe it was 4-1 was the first deficit here, and then all of a sudden it was 11-1, and they're at the bottom of Everest, and now they're finally starting to put their snow boots on. They got the tennis racket things on their feet. They're ready to climb. They're about I would say maybe 20% of the way up. They have a lot of mountain to climb, but it's not impossible. I really don't think this is impossible.
No, I do agree. I do believe this is very winnable. It's just going to require a lot. It's going to require almost perfection because if they even lose one round, they're going to be put in a position where they're at match point, and we're going to be going to Pearl soon. But that being said, that's not the end of the world because we even saw in map number 1 only, winning one round is a possibility, and trades are actually going to come through. It's 2 for 2 so far. They're going to start to get spiked down. Frag get a flash push through, but they're still going to be smoked. Maybe not aware of as much utility as there is on site. There's one orbital strike on hand, and Crescent finds the opener there. Kraos as well pushing through main. They're going to find... No, they won't! Gabe and Butera come alive! And while Kraos does find one more, the attackers actually convert the bonus. That's exactly what they need. That's the momentum, because now Team Fish Taco are on a massive disadvantage as they're sent back again to the base of the mountain. To go back to your, metaphor, as they're going to be back on the eco round.
I mean, this is... we thought for sure this was over, right? When the half switched, it was 11-1. We were like, all right, TFT is just going to close it out. And that's the thing. They're still at that 11 point. So 2 more rounds and it's over. 1 more, we're at match point. 2 more, it's done. TFT takes Fracture. But the fact that Pigeon Company are still on this, they're still here. They're not out of this just yet. They're working their asses off, and they're looking for a comeback here, but Haxa is absolutely panicking, unfortunately. And I think, again, we're going to see, I think we're going to see yet another round in the way of Monarch. But Ali, you got to check your corners, but it doesn't matter because Gabe's going to catch your head from about 500 yards away. It's fine. 11-5 is the score line. And I mean, the dominance from TFT slowly fading. That window of opportunity, though, is still there for Monarch. I mean, again, 2 rounds and it's over, but that window is slowly closing. So the fact that they're bringing this aggression back, and this is what we're talking about now, they're on attack. This is an attacking sided map. They need to be bringing that aggression, that precision back to the table, and that's exactly what they're doing. And TFT doesn't really know what to do now. It was a 10-round gap. Now it's a 6-round gap.
Much more feasible. And I want to comment, I do think a lot of that maybe because possibly of the Raze pickup. I was going to mention it in half number 1 that I thought it was a little bit weird, the Jet pickup here for Team Fish Taco. because they were playing so aggressive on the attack side, it felt like a Raze or even a Neon would probably do that role a little bit more justice. But it was working, so I didn't really comment on it. But now that they're on the defensive side, I think this Raze pickup from Gabe is actually showing so much value here. There's so much space-taking potential. There's so much potential for them to hold off using the paint shells, using the showstopper. I think they're getting a lot more value out of this Raze, and if they can continue that, trajectory, they could easily bring this back. And it's already looking so. It's 4-3 so far in the round, and now it looks like the defensive side is really struggling to find a way in. Kraos finds one, but does get traded out. Now a 2v3 yet again, and trading's fine and all, but when you're a man down, it's gonna be a little bit rough. Pongkon, though, is very weak, will get spotted out. The last two sitting over in main, and Frags,
there we go.
Secure it! Despite being down 2-3, they secure it. That's match point. That's the rounds. Those are what we are talking about. They had the advantage, but it's just not enough, and now we're at match point. There's still the possibility of the comeback, but they just needed that one crack, the one, crack in the armor that they needed to push through and take at least one defensive round.
Yeah. I mean, I'm going to say it. I genuinely thought that Monarch had that round. I did. I thought they had that round just based off the fact that Fraggleton pushed out that Rolling Thunder a little too early. He was sitting on ramp facing towards a site. He pushed out the Rolling Thunder, and all it did was telegraph the position of two defenders, which meant, hey, they're not on site. Let's go. And they went, and that's exactly what Game just did. He went, got 2 headshots, and that could be all she wrote for this round. That's the initiator. That's Kairos that's been doing all this work, and your controller out of the way. That's no more smokes on the defense side. So this is going to be one hell of a retake for now 2 people to do. 2 versus 4. The bomb has to get planted, though. BPI going to go ahead and make sure that happens. And now Pongkon and company, they're set up for this retake. I think, did we have a DC? No, that was coach DC. We're fine. Yeah. No one needs a coach. It's fine. It's fine. 12-5 though. This is a scoreline that Monarch cannot afford to give up. They've worked this hard. They had 4 in a row after coming back from an 11-1. I mean, this is the deficit that you've been waiting for, or not the deficit, I should say. But this is the moment you need. This is match point. This could be it. But genuinely, I think Monarch's going to take Monarch took this round again, 12-6, just by playing time. That's what we were talking about earlier, right? On that attack, the pressure is off of you as soon as you get bombed down. You just got to play time and let it do its thing. Just make sure they don't get near sight, and that's exactly what Monarch just did. That's what they've been doing this whole half. They've only dropped 1 round this half. I mean, this is the Monarch that we should have been seeing in the first half.
Absolutely. And I do want to note there something a little bit peculiar. They actually noted the Jet. They noted Crescent, who is trying to push through. Actually, looks like we're going to get a bit of a tech pause here. So we're going to have a little bit of a break, but that's going to give me a little bit of time to talk about this. They noted the operator. They saw Crescent. They saw that he had the operator in hand, and that he saved it, which means that is going to inform how they play this next round. That's going to be really crucial because now it's the mind game. Because as attackers that there's an opper on the defense. And as the defense, you are aware that they know that there's an opper now. So B main becomes very tricky. Because either on the defense, they try to play around it. They play to what you would expect. They play down B long or B main as they normally would. Or now that the attack knows, maybe they switch it up. Maybe they go satellite. Maybe they go A main. It becomes a game of mind games here. And it actually, seeing as what it's currently looking like on the mini map, we may just have it as normal up, down, B main, but that could be risky because now you've kind of showed your hand a little bit. That could just, open the door for a possible very aggressive A push, and they haven't really adjusted for it. The Cypher's still on B.
Yeah, I mean, and I do have to say that, at this point, it doesn't matter who takes it. In my book, TFT, I mean, obviously they have a huge advantage right now, but I think in my book, you got to give it to Monarch. You got to at least snaps for the effort, for the aggression that they've been that they've been producing in this second half. I mean, this is the team that we've been waiting to see, and they were pretty solid, or they've been pretty solid last couple rounds. So, I mean, in general, it's a GG for me, no matter who takes this. But again, we're at match point. It's a 6-round deficit. And if Monarch has any chance of taking this, they're going to be at that match point for 6 more rounds. They have to tie it up. That's the only option they have. They have to go the full 6 more and then go 2 more. I mean, they essentially have to win 8 rounds in a row here to secure Fracture. But right out of the gate, the orbital strike. Oh, wow, he's getting up close and personal. He's got the stinger. He's only going to be able to get 1 or 2 with that. Not going to even pull the trigger. What the hell is going on? Gabe and BPI annihilating the defenders. And this is exactly what Monarch has been needing. It's what we've been waiting to see. Haxa ready and waiting with the operator. Showing the hand. It doesn't matter because he's going to throw those cards like he's Gambit out of nowhere. And now it's Crescent in a 1 versus 3, not an impossible retake for this Jet. We've seen the aggression come out. Butera goes down 1 versus 2. Spike planted on a site. Cypher's all the way down hall. BPI is on site. This is going to be interesting to say the least. Crescent has to play this phenomenally, and it's definitely not impossible. The damage has been dealt to BPI. Going to back off with the Blade Storm. Not going to happen, though. Pwnekone from distance with the headshot. Going to solidify that 7th on the board. And guess what, Soren? We're still at match point.
Absolutely. I mean, I gotta say, Allie, I think a little bit of a throw there. They had like 3 or 4 of those attackers in their crosshairs with a stinger at relatively close range. They could have easily found 2 outside of A main, but they just didn't pull the trigger. Like you said, I think in that situation, you're already swung out far. You know you're flashed. You know they're going to push in after that. You can also hear it. They died second. They would have heard those shots from five. I don't know why. That was immediately off the bat. Kraos.
I missed it. I blinked.
Yeah, they push down B main, and it's just instantaneous. But Crescent follows suit with the Marshall, the 1 tap on the Pidge. Allie finds another one, redeeming themselves. Crescent tries to find a second, but will get pushed back. Doesn't even find it. A little bit of a whiff, and they're going back in for more. Butera, though, 3 in the round already, possibly up for an ace. But right now, the defenders are split. Frag, the last one standing, might get spotted.
Oh,
and
Frag.
oh no.
Not in a good spot. Oh, he actually got Gabe down, but BPI was there for the immediate trade. Now it's just Haxa 1 versus 2 again. TFT, they do have room. They do have a little bit of room for error here. You know, they had a 10-round deficit, and it's been nothing but slip up after slip up for a while now. But Haxa finally gonna shut the window of opportunity on Monarch's fingers. Haxa gonna seal the deal. First round in the way of Fracture. Finally, someone has won the game. Oh my goodness. I don't even know what to say to that. Oh,
I apologize. I yelled because I was not expecting that. I don't know why. I thought that was Monarch's set stone. I didn't even realize they didn't even know where they were. I have no idea what just happened. That caught me so off guard, and I must say, it's almost a little bit tragic. Gabe, I mentioned that the race pick seemed a little bit more comfortable, and that shows. They outfragged Crescent on that Jet. And I think if they were able to secure that round, I think we easily could have seen them go all the way. And I really think it would have been off the back of Gabe and that space-taking potential of the Rays. But, I mean, Butera getting massive frags as well. Pwnekone as well getting the lurking kills. I mean, despite the scoreline, I think, is a massive misrepresentation. I think it was a lot closer than that scoreline actually indicates.
It's definitely it's hard. The scoreline is definitely misconceiving. Is that the word misconceiving? It is weird, especially on a map like Fracture, where we've been saying it the whole time. It's attacking sided, so you get into that on attack sided, and you just boom, 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 dominate like what TFT did, and then they switched over to defense, and that's when it started to die out a little bit. They started to have some trouble on that defending side because Fracture, let's face it, Fracture sucks. No, but it's one of those it's just so hard to pay attention to the scoreline like that because in terms individually and as a team, these teams really are very, very skilled, very, very close, I believe, but It was just a placement of the map. I think Pearl's going to be, after seeing Monarch in action now, I think Pearl's going to be a totally different story. I'm not saying they're going to win Pearl. I'm not saying TFT is going to win Pearl. I'm just saying I think it's going to be a lot closer on a map that is a lot different, that has a different setup. But oh my goodness, that threw me off. Someone in game is making some weird noises. That sounded like a wingman, dude. That was wild. But like you were saying, if they would have had that last round, it would have been off the back of Gabe and Butera. Gabe had 6 first bloods out of 7 rounds that they won. That's essentially almost 1 first blood per round they won. But nonetheless, 13-7, you got to give it to both teams. It was one hell of a GG, but we are going to go. I think we're going to send it into a quick break here just to make sure, just to give the teams a moment to gather their thoughts. Soren, any final thoughts before we send it and then come back and then send it again?
I mean, I'm a bit concerned for Pearl. I saw how well Taco performed on it, but after that last map, who knows? Anything is up in the air. We are in our final series of the night, so don't go anywhere. We are in the playoffs. And we'll be finishing up this series when we get back. Don't go anywhere. Haha, fooled you. We're getting right back in underway as we are already in Agent Select here. And we are starting up on Pearl here for map number 2. Team Fish Taco 1-0 in the series, looking to move up to the next round of losers here. And we already have a few agent picks underway. We actually, in fact, already have a whole composition being picked out. And it's actually a completely same composition coming out for Team Fish Taco. The same composition that kind of beat around Acacia earlier in the day. So not surprised at all to be seeing that composition come through. And it actually looks like we are going to be getting a mirrored composition on the side of Monarch as well. If you're just now joining us, again, my name is Soren. Joining me is Sir Mickey. And Mickey, what are your thoughts here? We got the exact same composition all around. What are your thoughts on these agents?
Same composition as Pearl earlier. Just to clarify, not the same composition as Fracture, because you said that and I was like, what? That's just my brain being bad at things. But I'm interested to see Fraggleton hop back on KO on the Initiator. We know how solid he was on Breach a moment ago. Been playing Initiators all day. The first time I saw Fraggleton was on a Killjoy. So this was really weird for me because in my brain, he's imprinted as this master of all Killjoy things. And they're kind of swapping roles here. Hax is going to hop on the Sentinel. We have a double Initiator again for both teams. It's a full mirror composition, like you said. Astra, I'm a little concerned, not concerned, but I'm going to keep my eye on the Astras because all in all, I think Harbor and Omen are the 2 better controllers on this map. I could be entirely wrong, but I don't know. That's just me. That's just the peanut gallery. But Astra's, I don't know. I feel like Astra's a little too stationary in general for this map, just because of how close quarters it can be. But again, at the end of the day ends, and Crescent and company showing up pretty damn strong on Fracture. But Monarch kind of met him just a little bit. It was one hell of a match, to say the least. And now with a map that is so different from Fracture. We just saw Fracture twice in a row, essentially. So TFT is a little bit, they're a little bit exhausted from all those angles. And now we're heading to a map that's very, very differently set up. So it's going to be interesting to see how these 10 players transition from a map like that that's heavily attack-sided to a map that's a little bit more balanced. So I'm definitely interested to see how this pans out. But right out of the gate, Crescent and company doing a full push down A long, or down B long, I should say, to find absolutely nobody because there's a lot of presence towards mid and A.
They actually could be setting themselves up for a pretty good push here. If they continue to go around to spawn, they could completely cut off Spike. I mean, they're already seeing that there's a pretty aggressive push through mid. They could wrap around through Art. Luckily for the attacking side, they do make it their way onto site. Ali finds one, Haxa finds two before both get taken out, doing their due diligence on site, brings this to a 3v2. Spike finally goes down. Cone is slowly making up through main, but does find one, makes the 2v2. Main is very low, though, but it doesn't matter because Butera coming alive, even though they're low, and finds the 2 to secure the round. I mean, absolutely clinical. That's a great start for them. I mean, especially since we were talking about this being possible, or at least I was talking about this being a pretty, good Team Fish Taco map. I mean, picking up the first round for Monarch is exactly what we want to see. We want to see that early aggression. We want to see them start putting rounds on the board early because if I remember correctly, I believe that Acacia was only able to get 3 or 4 rounds here, so they're already like a third. They're like already a fourth or a third of the way to Acacia's best on this map. So, to say the least, a very good start.
Yeah, this is it's gonna be interesting. Butera picked up a Guardian. Gabe has a Bulldog. We got some legitimate guns coming out for Monarch, and oh, how the turntables. So this was the exact opposite. I mean, obviously, we're still very, very early in this map, but God, that was a beautiful headshot from Butera. But again, we're early in the map. Still anyone's game, right? The first 5 rounds, it's really hard to predict a game, but that last fracture that was just so purely TFTs the entire first half, and we could see an exact opposite effect here coming from Monarch. Monarch could do an entire, just take the whole map, or take the whole, well, they could take the whole map, but I think it's going to be a lot more balanced here, and Monarch starting to a little bit kind of prove me right, but now we're going to see some real rifles from all sides. TFT is going to be able to pick up mainly Vandals. Ali going to pick up a Phantom. The Phantom is absolutely horrendous. I hate it. I don't know how people use the Phantom. I don't know. It's not that bad. It's not that bad.
Sometimes it's just a Phantom day. We've all had them before, but it does look like it's a pretty default setup here. Actually playing a little bit slow here from the attackers, just putting a little bit of pressure towards mid. They actually will spot Haxa as well, so they will be made aware of at least some defensive presence. It actually looks almost like a 5-point from League for the defense. 1 on every single entry point into sight towards the defensive end. They've actually pushed up pretty aggressively down B main. And it looks like the defense is just going to pull off a little bit, let the dust settle, and see what these attackers are doing. And this will give a very good indication of what they're doing, as so much util goes to the door. They try to swing through it, try to get the kill, but Frag gets mowed down. Pidge finding the kill, but Kraos is on the flank. Haxa mows him down when they push in through B long.
2 bullets.
Man, Pidge coming alive though, and B Connector does what they need to stay alive though. Very, very weak. 37 health to their name, and now Ali might be able to do something to catch him off guard. They hear him though, and see them. Ali sneaking up behind, but will they be caught off guard? Finds one, swings through, and has enough. The damage that was done before is enough to bring them down, despite some heroics from Pidge. They do secure the bonus, which, and honestly, should not have been that close to begin with.
Yeah, I don't know how Pidge even got out of that initial engagement. That was pretty gnarly, left with less than 40 HP somehow, but words. But in the end, was dealt with indeed. But Pidge is 5-2. I mean, in round 3, that's it's not godlike, to be honest, but it's definitely a lot better than you expect. But again, initiator, that's kind of your job. Get in there, mess them up, take away those abilities, especially on KO. That 0 point could be super effective. But Haxa might be in a bit of a predicament here, where all 5 of Monarch are currently zooming down B long. There's a lot of Astra Stars. I can't even tell you whose is whose, but there's a lot of stuff happening, and it's all happening at B site. And I think TFT needs to get on this flank, and they need to get on the flank pretty damn soon. I'm scared.
There's a lot of damage being traded out. No one's fallen yet, though. There we go. 2 are found, though. Pidge is one of them, so he's still up for the moment. 9 seconds left on their clock, but I don't know if they're in a position, they really are not, to be picked up. So Pidge should fall. They swing through. Cryos finds one. Crescent finds another. One last standing in elbow, and it's enough. They find it, and that's also a flawless in the second, or in the first full rifle round on the board, which is a little foreboding because that was quite a confident retake coming out from Team Fish Taco.
And right out of the gate, we're on. That was round 4. We're already significantly. It's way more of a balanced fight than it was on Fracture. I mean, that first half, 11-1. That's kind of insane. Even if you do have the advantage, but I mean, now again, I'm gonna say it again. Pearl is way more balanced than Fracture. Pearl is way more balanced than Haven. Way more balanced than Lotus. You only have the 2 sites. Is a lot more close quarters action. So it gives both teams a chance to really stretch their legs and get themselves into the action. And right out of the gate, we're having a 2-2 lockup here. I mean, it's definitely going to be a good tie game when you have these 10 players that are coming out of gate like this so far. I mean, there's no one on the board right now that has 0 kills. Everybody's participating. Everybody's getting stuff done. Frag might be on the wrong end of that sandwich, but Haxa with a beautiful flank picks up 1. Can he solidify number 2? Switch over to the Classic, runs out of ammo on the Phantom. That's why we hate the Phantom. It doesn't do what you need it to do, but Pidge takes out Kairos. 4 versus 3. Oh my goodness, Frag and Haxa. The duo solidifying the 3rd round, cleaning them up. That's exactly what you want. That's exactly what you want.
I was going to little rag on Haxa there for a second. I thought that was way too aggressive. They find that first opening kill. That's great. That sticks them in art. They can't do anything about it. But jumping up on top of that ledge there is very risky, especially when you don't have a full clip. And exactly the situation I thought was going to happen played out. Ran out of ammo, and I was fully expecting to finish up that round going, man, Haxa really shouldn't have pushed that. They took an advantage and they pushed too much, but somehow they get out of it. And then they come back, swing through after their teammate dies, finds 3 while the teammate finds 2. It's just a slaughterhouse in art, and I have no idea how this
that tether.
let that happen. Kairos finding 2 again. Art just seems to not be the playground of Team Fish 3. Team Fish Taco just mowing them down in that area of the map.
Gabriel not able to get much done there, but that early tether coming out was just very, very nice to see. That's the thing, Fade. You see the Haunt all the time, you see the Prowlers all the time, Nightfall all the time, but that right there, the tether, is one of those abilities from Fade that you don't see utilized all too much. Speaking of abilities we don't see utilized all too much, the Cosmic Divide is going to come out here from Butera, and that's going to be, is that Butera? It was Butera, but now Butera is dead, so now it's on Haxa, but Haxa's dead, and now it's on Ponecone, and Ponecone's still up, but Frag has a great angle to do some serious damage, but Ponecone knows they're not in a good situation, takes down Frag nonetheless, 1 versus 2, 20 seconds. I don't think there's enough time for the full rotate all the way to B site. I mean, they're going to have to just save the weaponry and hope to God that next round is a bit better.
They're going to mad dash for it. No, they're going to give up.
No.
Okay. I thought they were going to try, but there's just not enough time on the clock. And you're absolutely right. I do want to comment. I find that Astra ult very odd. I don't know why they would invest it. It was a 2v4, so it was going to be risky. And it cut off pretty much half the site, which sounds like a really good idea. It sounds like a great thing, actually, if you're trying to push onto it, except the fact that you kind of give half of the site space to your opponents just for free. They don't even have to do anything. You've gifted them almost a pseudo ult in their own way. So if it was a 4v4 or 3v3, even a 4v3, I think it would have been a little bit better, a little bit closer. But doing that when you're 2 people down is just, I just don't think it's the play. But
it was a 2v4. It was very risky, to say the least.
Yeah, but going into this round, it looks like we're again seeing this favor towards A as for making their way through, and it looks like KO might be having some lineups. There we go. We see the knife soaring in from the sky, but it will finally get taken out. Won't be able to silence anyone. They will also give some information that Ali is in Strange, but Frag just mowing them down. They also know where Gabe is. They do enough damage, and Kraos with a free transfer finds a third. And it's clinical from them, securing 5-2.
Yeah, now you start to see the experience from TFT coming out again. The dominance coming out once more. I mean, it just disregarding the 2 fracture maps we've seen, just disregarding every map we've seen today. TFT is a solid team. Team Fish Tacos, they are not to be scoffed at whatsoever. They're a solid team, but so is Monarch. Monarch definitely knows what they're doing here, and they're allowing too much space to be had. They're getting on site, but they need to work on those post plants. Once they get on the post plant, they're just not that great at holding those angles and ensuring that no one's getting on site, because unfortunately Frag is just that guy and initiates flawlessly almost every round and allows the team to it allows TFT to get back on site and get that defuse going. So I think honestly, if Monarch were to solidify those post plant holds a little bit better, I think they're going to stand a better chance here. But again, Kairos, who has been fragging out of their mind tonight, is once again leading the charge on a site, just trying to slow down that push. And that's the name of the game on the defender side. Just play time, let them, let them lose to themselves. Attack has to get bombed down, and if you don't let that happen, then you basically take the round.
Yeah, I'm not favoring this attacking strategy of just pushing through a main. Oh, they are trying to take Art, but again, Art is just a death sentence. There's just so much util there. There's so much pressure there from the defense. The last 3 attempts, they've all got triple killed in Art. It's just not the move from them. And I must say, while I do not think that Art is safe for them, time and time again this half, it is proven that Art is just not the move. I do think they need to start showing pressure on other parts of the map. They are doing the KJ setup. And actually, they've been doing it the entirety of this half. So they should be able to read that this KJ setup is completely locking down mid. They have stuff over by Art. They have stuff over by B connector. That entire mid space, if they try to do anything or push into it at all, KJ is going to know KJ is there, and they're going to capitalize on it. Excuse me. And they have someone looking down B main. They have someone holding that choke point in A main as well. So you either just need to show a little bit of presence towards both, hope you get a rotation, or you just need to full send one and then go for that quick rotate. Maybe play off, try to get that rotation drawn out. Because just trying to run through A like they have been doing is just not working, because it's just a choke point. They're never going to get anywhere. And then trying to like last minute rotate in through Art is again just a death sentence. There's already so much pressure there. You need to show more pressure on the map. You need to find some other kill pressure other than just trying to brute force your way in through a main.
Yeah, I mean, they've been favoring A, and not to get philosophical, but what is Art? Art, the answer is a damn death box. It's a kill box. It's a death trap. You cannot step foot in there without losing the majority of your health. But Kairos, again, has just been so solid on being that initiator that the defenders need him to be, getting that early information. Exhibit A right off the gate, notifying that, hey, they're maybe focusing on A again, because, Monarch has been focusing on A, but at the moment, they're just getting ripped apart. They can't solidify this A push. Every time they go for A, they get ripped apart, and every time they go for B, it just depends. It fully depends. It's weird. They can't find they want A site to be their home, but it's as if you left your home 30 years ago and came back and it's been replaced by a blue jean store. So it's a little weird. They just can't find that old playground they used to play on. But at the moment, 7-2, 3 more rounds to go. 7-5 is the best case scenario for Monarch here. They have to win these next 3 rounds, or the next half is just going to be utter hell.
Yeah, and it's going to be very risky. And it actually looks like it's going to be a bit of an aggressive push from both sides towards mid, both showing a lot of pressure. And actually, Kraos falls immediately. Ali does find a response, though. They do also hear that operator over towards B connector. So here they go. They're pushing up Art yet again, and now they're hearing the operator towards Art. But they're gonna finally make it through Art. They're gonna get on the site. No command is going to be invested, so it's going to stop any util, including the util up towards mid. Doesn't matter. Ali finds the ult and KO, so Pidge is down for the moment, but the operator finds its value onto the player sitting towards long. Butera tries to bring this back to even 2 for 2. They try to get the res up, but it's just a little bit of a tease. And there we go, Ali finally confirming that kill on the Pidge. BPI, they know exactly where they are. And Ali, despite taking serious damage by BPI, is able to finally get the kill. Frag gets the defuse, and man, it's looking scary because not only are they now 8-2 up, not only are they on some serious momentum, they also got, I was gonna say all their ultimates, they just invested in that Astral Divide, but that's still 4 ultimates in their pocket, which is a very scary prospect, especially when you have the null command, you have the lockdown, you have the Nightfall, and you have the Jet Bladestorm. So even if you do some serious damage, even if you catch the Jet off guard and, you know, catch him without the op-out, they still have practically a free Vandal in their hand as well. It's looking very, very scary here for Monarch, and they really need to drag some rounds back into this, or they need to have a stellar second half to this game.
Finally, that haunt was denied. That was like 2 or 3 rounds in a row where that haunt was given information. It was finally denied, but Ali gets traded of the headshot from Pone. Kellen Butera's there. But you said it was looking scary. If you look at the scoreline, it's looking familiar. It's looking familiar. I mean, TFT is back on that dominant train, and I mean, caboose or no caboose, Monarch needs to get off that track, and they need to get off now, or they're gonna get run over like a pretty blonde woman in a 1930s horror movie. But Axa is that conductor, and gonna go ahead just continue to just throw that train straight through an entire city. I don't know where that metaphor went, quite literally off the rails, but it's fine. Haxa 16-5, K-Rose 12-7. I mean, that's the kills you want. I mean, maybe not from a Sentinel. Hax is kind of playing out of their mind right now as a Sentinel. That's not your job. But I mean, hey, why not?
Yeah, and I'm scared because Haxa actually, some of their best value when they were going up against Acacia was actually on their lurks. They were doing really good lurking.
Oh,
So
Ali,
see them
no!
Oh, Ali tries to take the same peek that they did before, but they're gonna get punished for it. So that is immediately, you know, for or a
Don't
kill
peek with your
down.
knife out, kids.
A little unfortunate, but again, I'm not all that scared. We've seen how clinical Team Fish Taco can be. They find one. Unfortunately, K-Rose not able to get another. That does bring it to a 3v4, and Frag actually throws that grenade right. Oh, I thought that was right into the corner there, but BPI is stuck into a very awkward position. Should be picked up, and they're gonna smoke, and they're gonna get the kill with a shorty. They know exactly where to go.
The disrespect.
Butera protects their teammate that is still locked down.
Yeah.
The hacks on the lurk, and oh no, not Art! Not again! You can't keep doing it!
It's a kill box.
Kill. And there we go. The enemy killjoy is locked down. That's 2-on-2 right now, and A site seems to be the destination. Not enough time to rotate. So they're gonna try to push through, and Frag finds the kill. Last round in the half. Butera has to do it all. Sits in the molly, finds the kill, but gets taken out by Hax's molly in the process. And 10-2 is the scoreline at the half. I'm getting deja vu.
Yeah, for real. I mean, it's you know what's crazy? Somehow, it's so sad to say this, but Monarch is doing better in this half than they were on the previous Fracture first half. I mean, it was 11-1. This is 10-2. They are doing better. You can't. I mean, in general, I do think they are playing a little bit better as a team. Disregarding the score, I think they are definitely gelling a little bit better as a team. They're playing off of each other. You can tell the communication is there. But again, when you got guys like K-Rose, Haxa, Ali over on the opposite team who have been, been playing this game together for how long? I mean, they're veterans in this game. They know what they're doing. They know how to counter just about every move. So at this point, it doesn't matter how well you know your team. When you're facing a team like TFT, your team doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is their team and how you take them out. And at the moment, TFT is just not allowing that to happen. They are here to stay, and Monarch is definitely still putting up a fight. But Ali, with a bit of a flankage, gonna find Pidge, but Butera, the fellow Aster, gonna put him down. Crescent, this is where he shines with that ghost in hand on the aggression here. Frag watching his back. Pwn Cone is gonna go down to the hands of Frag. 2 versus 3 now. Bomb is still up in the hands of Frag. So this is still anyone's round. Honestly, I think this is still anyone's round.
Oh, this is so smart. They took so much space through Strange there. They found the 2 kills, and they're going to immediately rotate over to B, but it's almost a fake out because Haxa, who was on site, is now on the flank yet again, right where you want to be as the attacking Killjoy. It's so smart, and it's going to find the value almost immediately. Butera can't do anything, and now Gabe, last one standing, has a share. He's going to whiff those shots, and there we go.
That's so upsetting.
It's so well planned. It's so well rehearsed. That's not something you pull out on the fly. That's the strategy right there. That's exactly what you want to be seeing if you're Team Fish Taco. After such a rough map loss, so close to staying in winners, you want to bounce back strong. And this is the map to show it. They were already strong on Pearl, and somehow, despite winning that map earlier today, I think 13-3, they are looking even stronger now.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are, I don't even know what to say at this point. I mean, the dominance again, TFT is just, I don't know how else to put it. They're just so dominant, dude. They are just phenomenal. It doesn't matter if they're rocking double initiator, double duelist, double whatever. They are solidifying their holds. But look at the rotate, the flank from all 5 members of Monarch. They're gonna push. I think they might do a split through Art, but remember, Art is a kill box, so they're gonna go ahead and avoid that. They're gonna go straight through a main where Haxa's ready and waiting. And I genuinely believe that if TFT does pull this victory, it's gonna be 70% because of Haxa and the flanks. I mean, Haxa is literally 19-7 as a Killjoy. That's not your job, but the fact that he's doing that is just impressive as hell. And Pidge is going to pick up that jet. That's going to be huge. It's going to be very unfortunate for the retake. But Ali, ready and waiting in the alley, picks up 2, picks up 3, and that's all she wrote. It's match point, 12-2. Soren's face says it all. This is a blowout again for TFT. Phenomenal gameplay, ladies and gentlemen.
I wish you guys could see my face during that.
Yeah.
It was almost a face of disgust. I was just like, Ali just picking them apart. Almost looked too easy at times. It's just a little tragic. And we are going to see that it's going to be a force buy, because of course it is. But it's scattered. It's scattered at best. We got a Stinger. Yeah. We got a few Spectres and a Marshall. Only 2 have heavy shields. And they're setting up for this A. They, of course... They do change it up a little bit, maybe a little bit too late, as now they're just full stacking A, but what are you going to do? You're running into just one defender. Crescent finds the first one, and actually they do find 2 over towards spawn. Making 3 is Butera coming alive, though Ali is still in the game. Ali's been absolutely massive for them. The gun differential is still there. A few of them have picked up rifles, though. But Ali, if they can come alive, smoke's still on hand. That's some serious damage done from the flank. Frag now. Last one standing, but it's planted for long. It's planted for him. He finds 1. The last 2 are right. But it won't do enough. BPI secures the kill, and they somehow stay above water.
I was about to say, that's where Frag shines in those moments where you need him to do something. And I unfortunately, it just wasn't able to come to fruition. But that right there, that's where I've started to notice that's where Monarch is, they really, for lack of a better word, they flop. They cannot get the retakes. It is so unfortunate. We noticed it a lot on Fracture. The retakes are one of their hardest things to execute. They can get bombed down. Their post plant isn't horrendous, but it's just when you're on defense, you need to be good at those retakes, and they just haven't been able to do that successfully until just then. They finally were able to solidify a retake, and it might be a difference maker. I mean, it's not good. Again, we're on that mountain, and it's going to be one hell of a climb. It's a 9-round deficit. Monarch needs to turn it on like 6 rounds ago, but oh god.
Trades
The
coming
kill box.
through. Butera finds one though. BPI saying it's strange, but it won't do it. The fadeaway shot from Kraos gets it, and Spike is gonna go down. They won't be able to hear where it's planted though, because the Astral Divide is coming through. Pidge sitting through, will be caught off guard, but will find the kill onto Kraos. But now it looks like Team Fish Taco have learned from their mistakes. They're not gonna push aggressive. They're gonna wait for them to fall into the crosshairs. Frag with the Sheriff finds one. Gabe, the last one standing, does one, but cannot find the second. And that's it. That is the series confirmed. 2-0 from Team Fish Taco to secure the spot in the next round of losers. Knock down the losers, come back dominantly, knocking Monarch out of this playoff.
Yeah, I mean,
It's a lot.
I mean, a combined 10 rounds Monarch had between those two maps. 10 rounds. That was it. And it was just so unfortunate. And I can't really put it into words how dominant TFT has been just in these past 2 maps. And that really attests to how strong Acacia is as a team. Because we saw, they beat TFT on Fracture, and then immediately after TFT 2-0s this team. I mean, that was just phenomenal. It really, really attests to how strong Acacia is as a team, and it also attests to how strong TFT, how dominant they can be on these maps. I mean, their post plants were effective as hell. Their retakes were effective as hell. Everything they were doing was just chef's kiss gorgeous. And there was hardly anything Monarch could do about it. 13-3. That's just, I don't care who you ask. That's a blowout. That is just so unfortunate for Monarch to come into this and just work their butts off and just not have it turn out their way. It was just very, very unfortunate. But a 2-0 to TFT, Team Fish Tacos, like you said, they're going to be moving on. They're going right back up, and they have a chance at that $3,000, which we're going to be seeing who captures that tomorrow. But before I turn it back to you, Soren, I want to say, Haxa, I said it 4 times, but Haxa's nuts. As a Sentinel, you shouldn't be 20-9 at the end of your game. That's insane. What is the purpose of a killjoy? You're literally putting the word kill in killjoy. You're just a killjoy at this point.
Yeah, absolutely massive performances. And yeah, like you said,
Yeah.
$3,000 on the line. These are the top 8, or what's left of the top 8 of this first division series we've got. And the cream rises to the top, and we are seeing the cream of the crop rise to the occasion here. I got it out without stuttering there.
I was like,
they're
what?
all coming out. They're all here to play. These teams are absolutely decimating each other back to back, massive series. And we're getting down to the final few rounds here. We got 3 more series, I believe, tomorrow. So don't go anywhere, because tomorrow we have some even crazier action. But before we hop off, just remember, of course, divisions after the grand finals, which I believe will be happening sometime next week, or next weekend, excuse me. We are going to be opening up signups for the next divisions. So go check that out if you're interested. And if you have any clips from this tournament or any of the divisions so far, send them over. We're looking to make a highlight reel for this whole split pretty much of divisions. So send them over, and of course you can find all the updates or any cool information that you're looking to find on IGL, on our websites, on our social media, on our Discord. So thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.
You are my ecstasy.